The Billionaire's Stubborn Lover, the Maxfield Brothers series, Book 3. Written by Leslie North. Narrated by Connor Brown. Chapter 1. "She is going to kill me," Nathan groaned as he bent down to slip on his loafers. His notebooks and papers were skewed all over the kitchen table, and he gathered them as best he could. Glancing once again at the clock, he swore and shoved everything into his bag. Snagging his keys and the bag already in his grip, he was out the door and taking the apartment stairs 2 at a time. "She's so going to murder me." Angie Maxfield was not usually a terrifying person, but if he didn't haul his ass, he was probably going to be the main event at her party. It was bad enough that the CEO of Duncan Enterprises was married to his oldest brother, but now she was also pregnant. Very pregnant. Pregnant, hormonal, and cranky. Hoping to buy himself more time, he called his other brother Gabe as he started the car and threw it noisily into gear. In another interesting twist of his family history, his middle brother had recently married Nathan's ex-girlfriend, Daisy. And while he'd given Gabe his blessing, he was fully prepared to use the situation to his advantage and at least try to save his ass. "Nathan," Gabe growled in a warning voice, "you're not here, and Steven has noticed. I've left my apartment, and it's going to take me 20 minutes to get there. Has Angie noticed that I'm not there?" 20 minutes? Nathan, you live 30 minutes away." Nathan hit the accelerator and flew down the road. "I'm aware of that, and you haven't answered the question." "Angie is currently distracted by Daisy because Steven forgot to pick up the cake. He's going to try to sneak it in without her noticing. I thought his lack of sleep was supposed to start after the baby was born. You need to make sure that she doesn't realize that I'm late. These days when she's angry, she cries, and I can't see that woman cry again. It terrifies me." Gabe chuckled. "I know what you mean. But why are you throwing me into the line of fire?" "You married my ex-girlfriend." Nathan tapped the button on the steering wheel to disconnect the call and gripped the steering wheel tighter. The truth was that he was happy for Gabe and Daisy. Since their marriage, Gabe had been far less uptight and much easier to be around, and while Daisy was still passionate about her causes, she was far less likely to get in an argument with someone over their sloppy recycling methods. Nathan and Daisy were finished long before they actually broke up, so there was no jealousy or hatred between the brothers. But Nathan desperately needed to get to the party before Angie realized that he was late, and he was not above using Gabe since he was in a corner. Inspiration had struck in the early hours of the morning, and Nathan hadn't gotten much sleep. He'd spent hours sketching on paper and looking at previous designs. It wasn't until he'd gotten up for more coffee that he even realized it was no longer morning. Fearing the wrath of a pregnant Angie Maxfield was hardly irrational. Her hormones were raging. 2 days ago, she'd gotten so angry at Steven that she'd spent an hour crying in Nathan's office. And all Steven had done was boil her eggs instead of frying them. Angie didn't let it go until lunchtime, when Steven brought her a ripe mango, neatly cut into chunks, with a side of sticky rice drenched in some sort of coconut sauce. Then she was singing his praises, as if she were Snow White. Nathan eyed his car's speedometer and glanced around the street. Fortunately, there wasn't a police car in sight, and even though he was already going 10 miles over the speed limit, he thought about Angie's tears and pushed down even harder on the gas pedal. Steven and Angie had only recently moved into their new house. For a long time, they lived out of her condo, while Steven commuted between Duncan Enterprises and Maxfield Construction. But before Angie got pregnant, Steven had put the finishing touches on the new house. The 2-story house was Steven's vision, a compromise between Angie's humble upbringing and the money she and Steven now made. It had a large fenced-in backyard, a small pool, and plenty of space. Angie and Steven were ready for this baby, and however many more would come after that. More kids? Nathan shuddered to think of having to go through this all over again. As he parked out in front of the house, another car came to a screeching halt behind him. In the rearview mirror, Nathan could see a leggy blonde jumping out of the car. She was dressed in a baby blue floral sundress that showed off her tanned skin and clung to her hourglass figure. Struck by her beauty, Nathan forgot all about Angie and her hormones. He watched as she scurried on her high heels to the back seat and leaned in. When she appeared again, she had a toddler in her arms. Around the back of her car, 2 more young kids appeared holding hands. The woman turned to reach back into the car and pulled out gift boxes and set them on the roof of her car. She then stepped back and frowned as she glanced at the presents, the 2 children and the toddler. Nathan immediately saw her dilemma. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he climbed out of the car. "Need some help?" he asked casually. The woman turned and smiled at him. "Yes, please. If you could help me with the gifts, I would forever be in your debt. You're Nathan, right?" "Yes, I am." Surprised, Nathan studied her. Young, 3 kids, knew his name. This could only be Angie's youngest sister, but for the life of him, he couldn't remember her name. He was fairly certain that he'd met her at the wedding, but he'd also been in the middle of a project, and very few things sunk in when his mind was on work. He was about to apologize, but she was already handing the gifts to him. "We have to try and sneak in. My mother's going to kill me if she realizes that I'm late. Of course, it's pretty hard to sneak 3 kids in anywhere. Thank you so much for helping." "You're welcome," he said dumbly. Her mind seemed to work at 100 miles an hour. She was already lecturing her 2 oldest on how to behave at the party and pulling her hair out of her youngest's grasp. Gripping their hands, she hurried them across the lawn. Nathan shifted the packages in his arms and followed. They were about to make it inside when the front door flew open and a woman in a wheelchair blocked their path. "Karolina Valdez, I know you are not late to your own sister's baby shower. What kind of values are you teaching your children if you can't make it to one event on time?" "Mother, now is not the time," Karolina said, with a frown. "Abuela!" The toddler in Karolina's arms started to squirm and hold her pudgy arms out to Maria Lopez. "My baby Carlita," Maria cooed as she reached out to take her. Her expression softened as she kissed the toddler, but when she looked at Karolina again, her face was hardened with anger. "What on earth is your excuse this time?" "I'm a single working mother with 3 kids, Karolina snapped. "Be happy that I actually made it at all. Can you please move before we're even later?" "You never learn your lesson, do you? You're a stubborn, bullheaded—" "Mrs. Lopez," Nathan said brightly. "It's so nice to see you again. How are you?" Maria narrowed her eyes as she glared at him. "Another Maxfield, thinking that he—" She clamped her mouth shut and rolled her wheelchair out of the way. "Mom!" Karolina exclaimed. She shook her head as she hustled the other 2 kids inside and gave Nathan an apologetic smile. Nathan set the presents down on the overladen table, adding to the already impressive pile, and Karolina reached out to grab his arm. "Hey, look, thank you for the intervention back there. My mother can get a little cranky sometimes, but she's not usually outright rude." Nathan thought of his father and nodded. "I know the feeling." He was about to say something else, but Karolina was already chasing after her daughter and calling her name. Smiling, Nathan entered the living room to join the rest of the party, but someone blocked his path. "Nathan?" Angie said as she folded her arms. He pulled up sharply and held his breath. Tears were already gathering in her eyes. "First, Stephen forgot the cake, and then Gabe tried to distract me because you were running late, and you hoped I wouldn't notice. What is it with you guys? It's my baby shower, and I wanted everyone to come together and have a good time, and now it's all falling apart." Angie started to wail, and Nathan watched in horror as she seemed to be gaining momentum. He took a deep breath, ready to say anything to distract her when Karolina immediately stepped between them. "Angie! Tamara is dying to talk to you." Reaching over, Karolina pulled her daughter in front of her and nudged her forward. "Hi, Aunt Angie. I like your necklace," the little one called Tamara said sassily. Nathan could see all kinds of attitude in the girl, and Angie beamed and reached down to take the girl's hand. Distracted and happy, Angie walked back into the party, and Nathan breathed a sigh of relief. I figured that I owed you one, Karolina said with a smile. Angie is terrifying these days, but she's absolutely wonderful around kids. It makes my life so much easier. I think I'm the only person who doesn't want her pregnancy to end. Nathan chuckled. Now that you've given away her secret, I'm sure everyone will be lining up to babysit you. For you, he said more forcefully, as he began to stammer. Laughing outright, Karolina took his comment in stride. Not anyone who knows my kids, she said dryly. Tamara is only 10, but she thinks she's old enough for a cell phone. Julio is 8, but is the destructive force of an earthquake when he sets his mind to something. And Carlita is in her terrible 2s. I go through babysitters like crazy. I'm sure it's not that bad. He pulled at his sweater vest and thought about asking if he could get her a drink when they both heard the distinctive sound of glass breaking, followed by something less breakable rolling across the floor. Karolina's eyes widened. Oh no, Julio, she muttered, and dashed through the crowd. Nathan watched her move and couldn't help but admire how quickly she moved in stilettos. Close your mouth, Gabe growled from behind him. It's like you've never laid eyes on her before. I wasn't staring, Nathan muttered. She's a whirlwind. Hey, I got something to say to you. You know you threw me under the bus. Angie was waiting for me when I walked in the door. His older brother shrugged. She found out that William Wells was looking at other architecture companies. I had to distract her with something. If it makes you feel better, I threw Stephen under the bus too. Daisy gets mad at me whenever Angie gets mad at me. There is no escape. Gabe shuddered. The door slammed, and their other brother hurried in, breathing hard and looking around. He was carrying a huge confectioner's box. Okay, guys, I'm back. I'm here. Did she notice I was gone? Stephen stopped anxiously beside them and gave another worried-looking check around the hallway in case his wife should suddenly appear. Can you two run interference while I slip into the kitchen? Stephen Maxfield! Angie hissed as she parted the crowd with her pregnant belly. How could you forget the cake? Is that Daisy waving at me? Gotta go, Gabe said quickly as he went in the opposite direction. I'll take the cake. Nathan shot his older brother a grin before he grabbed the cake, and he too hurried out of Angie's way. Once it was clear that Angie wasn't going to follow him, he relaxed and slowed his pace. If he tripped and dropped the cake, Angie and Stephen would have to toss a coin to see who got to put their hands on him first. Once the cake was safely on the table in the kitchen, he let his eyes wander over the rest of the food display. As he looked over the clean lines of the table, they began to live and breathe. Forming a 3D image in his mind, he began to mentally manipulate the lines into the idea that he'd been working on that morning. Modern simplicity with historical beauty. Nathan's head swirled with ideas as he continued to manipulate the drawings in his head. Is this what you consider party attire? Blinking, Nathan turned at the familiar voice. Duncan Maxfield studied him from behind the kitchen counter. He had a beer in one hand and a sandwich in the other. You're not supposed to be drinking, Nathan said with a frown. Your doctor made it clear that you're not even allowed a daily beer. Loafers, dockers, a sweater vest. You dress as if you're older than me. It's a party, Nathan, Duncan grumbled as he ignored what Nathan said. The old man had a health scare more than a year ago, and he'd gone to extreme measures to bring all 3 of his sons back to live in the same city. Duncan Enterprises was back on his feet and doing well, and Duncan was putting a lot of effort into correcting the mistakes of the past with his boys. But he was still hard-headed. Reaching out, Nathan snagged Duncan's beer and finished it for him. There is nothing wrong with my outfit, he answered, after he wiped his mouth. And if I catch you with alcohol in your hand at this party, I'll sick Angie after you. Something akin to fear passed through Duncan's eyes, and he glared at Nathan. You're supposed to be the easiest going of my sons, he snapped as he took a bite out of his sandwich and pushed past him. Nathan couldn't help but smile. It was always nice to get one up on his father. The party was in full swing. Stephen was apparently forgiven. Angie was happily opening presents, and Daisy kept trying to pin a bunch of tiny babies on him. But Nathan was mostly focused on the ideas in his head and the leggy blonde that kept sneaking him a look from across the room. Chapter 2. Nathan perched on the stool and leaned above his drafting board with a pencil and ruler. The fluorescent lights overhead were giving him a headache, but it probably had more to do with the hangover he was still nursing. What baby shower goes until 2 o'clock in the morning? Groaning, he sat back and sighed. He'd already gone through the last of his aspirin, and he was only 2 hours into his morning. At this rate, it was going to be a long day. You have a perfectly good office, so what the hell are you doing in storage? Stephen snapped as he opened the door. Gabe was right behind him. We've been looking for you for an hour. You're exaggerating, Nathan muttered as he stood and bent backwards to relieve his back pain. He really needed to take more breaks when he worked. Alicia knows that I draw in here. If you checked my office, you would know that. Gabe looked around the storage room skeptically. That still doesn't answer the original question. And why is this room empty? I spent hours looking over inventory last week. There were no empty storage units. Yeah, I logged this room as full so no one comes in here while I'm working. You guys keep interrupting me when I'm in my office, and now that you've found my hiding place, I'll have to acquisition another one. Why are both of you looking for me? William Wells, Gabe said with a sigh and rubbed his temples. The rumors are true. He really is shopping around. We need an update on his design, Nathan, before we lose him. William Wells was a longtime client and a building investor. He was also an old friend of Duncan's, and until he'd recently remarried, he'd always been a great client. Easygoing, he had a strangely robust laugh for such a tiny man. The Maxfield family had attended all 3 of his weddings. Twice widowed, he now had a new bride who was barely the legal age to drink. And Wells was retirement age. If anything was proof that money goes a long way, this was it. After the marriage, Wells threw himself into a new project. He was demolishing a block and rebuilding. The job was huge for Duncan Enterprises, and all 3 brothers were throwing themselves into the project. Gabe was still handling the sales of properties surrounding the doomed buildings. Nathan was designing the new center, and Stephen was in charge of building it. It was also the first time all 3 brothers had worked on the same project together, and it was making all 3 of them tense. It doesn't make any sense. We're still in the early stages. Why would he be shopping around for other companies? Nathan muttered. Does that mean you don't have the drawings? Stephen growled. Is it really so hard to draw a few lines? This is huge for me, Stephen. I didn't spend all that time in school so I could sit in an office all day designing cookie-cutter buildings that lack visual appeal. This is important to me. If I pull off the design I have in my head, I'll be one step closer to making a name for myself in the world of architecture and design that only coincidentally happens to be Maxfield. You have to buy me some more time. I promise that I'm close. Nathan swung his head around to Gabe. You're still in negotiations with some of the building owners. Slow it down. Wells can't sign another contract until those deals go through. He has to hold the deeds. Nathan, we don't need anything with bells and whistles, Gabe warned. Wells is not a bells and whistles kind of man. I have to try, Nathan insisted. He looked pleadingly at his older brothers. When they were kids, Stephen and Gabe had always taken care of him. And when Stephen split, the 3 brothers had drifted apart. For the past year, they'd been rebuilding that bond, but there were some ups and downs. Fine, Gabe muttered. One of the owners is holding out for more money anyway. You have 2 weeks to come up with the design, and for the love of God, give me my storage space back. You can work from home if it makes you feel better. Nathan perked up. Cutting out the commute time between the apartment and office would enable him to focus much better. The 2 weeks timetable would be a limiting factor, but he'd have enough of the drawings ready to show Wells so they can move forward with the project. I can work with that, he told them. He rolled up his papers and nudged the stool under the desk with his foot. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. I'll have Alicia forward all my calls to my cell phone. Turning, he walked straight into Stephen, who held up a hand. Whoa there, runt. You can slow down and take a breather. Drop the nickname, Nathan said with a scowl. Although he topped 6 feet tall, he was still much shorter than Stephen and Gabe, and they never ceased to remind him of that. And you specifically came here to tell me to hurry. Stephen reached out and gripped his shoulder. Yeah, we're also a little worried about you. Since this project started, you aren't getting out much. I honestly think Angie scares you into going to the baby shower to get you out of your head. You're normally such an outdoorsy kind of guy. Why don't you take a walk? Maybe clear your head a little before you get back to work again. You look pale, and you've got dark circles under your eyes, which makes you look like you've been in prison for a life stretch. I do not. And I'm fine. I have plenty of time to take a walk once I finish the preliminary drawings. Is there anything else you wanted to nag me about before I go? No, but I do have a favor to ask. Do you think you can drive Angie to work next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday? I'll be finishing things up at Maxfield Construction to turn over to management before Angie's estimated delivery date, and I want to make sure she has transportation to work. Gabe can drive her home, but he has several early morning walkthroughs that he has to do next week. Nathan turned and regarded his older brother closely. You're turning things over to management? Are you actually taking paternity leave from Maxfield Construction? Stephen nodded. For a couple months. I may have to make a few trips down and make a lot of phone calls, but I want to be here while Angie adjusts. She's also going to be splitting her time, and it'll work out easier if we both do it. Despite Stephen's casual attitude, Nathan could detect the underlying meaning in his words, and he could understand it. Stephen didn't want to be like Duncan. He wanted to be able to focus on both work and building his family. It was admirable, and Nathan believed that between Angie and Stephen, they could make it work. I'd be happy to help. Great. My advice to you is to stick to the speed limit, let her choose the music, and don't say anything to her. She's not allowed caffeine, and that can make the mornings more than a little difficult. Nathan mentally filed it all away. Right. Okay, thanks. Call me if you need me. Wait, Nathan? Gabe interrupted. Before you go home, can you run by Dad's and pick up some papers? I'm supposed to pick them up tonight, but Daisy really wanted to have dinner out tonight. I made reservations at that sushi place right by your apartment, so we can swing by and pick them up afterwards. Narrowing his eyes, Nathan frowned. You two aren't going to start using me as your errand boy because you're both married and I'm not, are you? Of course not, they both said simultaneously. Why don't I believe that? Nathan grumbled. I'll do it this once, but if you want those designs in the next 2 weeks, I need to focus. Understood. Stephen nodded his head. We won't do anything else to distract you, Gabe chimed in. With a sigh, Nathan slipped the strap of his bag over his head and left the storage room. He had a feeling he was going to have to find another place to isolate himself and keep his brothers at bay until the project was finished. Otherwise, he was convinced his deadline would be in jeopardy. Half an hour later, he pulled up to his old childhood home. As with every other time he came back, memories floated to the surface. Duncan may have been around for Stephen and Gabe's early childhood, but his presence was pretty well non-existent by the time that Nathan came along. While his brothers were around to keep an eye on him, they were also much older and had their own friends to entertain them. Whereas Nathan was shy and considered too intense by his peers, preferring to be alone or socialize with adults. Desperate for his father's attention, he often went to extreme measures to get it. Stephen was the independent one. Gabe rebelled, and Nathan began to attempt to win his father's approval through dangerous risks. He was always the first one to try something new. When he was 8, he'd climbed up to the roof of the house, got out right onto the roof, and jumped into the swimming pool 3 stories below. In hindsight, it wasn't the most brilliant plan, and it was somewhat of a surprise that he hadn't been seriously hurt. Duncan had been angry, but even while he was yelling, Nathan could see the admiration in his father's eyes. And so the youngest Maxfield son started finding more and more daring things to do to see that look again for a few precious seconds. He'd eventually become an adrenaline junkie. Rock climbing, skydiving, and cliff jumping were among his favorite activities for the rush that those types of pursuits gave him. It cleared his head and allowed him to escape his everyday life, even if only for a little while. But for the next 2 weeks, there would be no time for any of that. Nathan opened his car door and grabbed his keys. The goal was to get in and out without having a lengthy conversation with his father. Unfortunately, that didn't seem to be in the cards for him. Duncan opened the door as soon as Nathan walked up the steps. Gabe told me that you were coming, Duncan said gruffly. Great. So you have the papers ready? They're somewhere in the office, his father said occasionally. Come on, I'll help you find them. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, Nathan followed his father to the back office. Although Duncan had turned the reins over to Angie, he still held a majority of the company's shares, and he sometimes liked to use that to circumvent his retirement and pry into Angie and his son's work. I heard Wells is shopping around, Duncan said as he opened the door. That's a rumor, Nathan mumbled. The office was a total mess. There were papers strewn about everywhere. His father was normally so organized, almost to a fault. What the hell happened here? Duncan shrugged. Just going through everything. Gabe's papers are in here somewhere. Are you seeing anyone? What? Nathan frowned at his father's abrupt change of subject. Are you dating anyone? I was thinking of having a family get-together this summer, and I need to know if you're bringing a date. His father acted like it was no big deal, but Nathan knew there was something Duncan wanted from him. He knew the old man too well to miss the telltale signs. You want me to bring a date to a family get-together? Why not? The more the merrier. I only had corporate functions here when you boys were growing up. I think it's time this place saw a little family entertainment. Okay, Nathan said slowly. Well, when you have the date finalized, I'll let you know if I'm going to bring anyone. Duncan didn't seem satisfied with that answer, but he didn't press for any further details. In silence, Nathan shuffled through the papers until he found the documents that he was looking for. Got them. He shoved them in his bag and then glanced at his father curiously. Wells is one of your friends. Do you have any idea why he might be looking for another company? It's probably nothing, Duncan said dismissively. He's probably trying to light a fire under Angie and you boys to get the best deal he can. He's not the first client to do that, and he won't be the last. Nathan ran a hand through his shaggy, sandy-colored hair and shrugged. I hope you're right. I've got a lot of work to do in the next 2 weeks to meet his deadline. Nathan? Something in his father's voice made him stop and turn around to stare at Duncan. You were the one I always worried about the most. Between your college antics and your partying, I thought you would never grow up. Dad, if you're concerned that I'm going to blow this project off, you're wrong. That's not what I'm worried about. Duncan leaned against his cane and studied Nathan. Ever since Gabe and Daisy's wedding, you've done a complete 180. You don't go out anymore. You don't do any of that crazy jumping out of planes stuff that you used to enjoy so much. Nathan waited for his father to keep going, but he'd stopped. Okay, what's your point? You're overcompensating, Duncan said softly. I don't know if it's because you're looking for your brother's approval or if the wedding hit you harder than you thought it would, but I'm concerned. I'm happy for Gabe and Daisy, Nathan said honestly. And I haven't given a damn about what any of you guys thought about me for a long time. I didn't even want to come back. But now that I'm here, I'm going to do my best work. Wells's project is an opportunity for me to make a name for myself. There's nothing wrong with me being focused on that. Don't let it consume you. Don't turn out like me. Nathan snorted. Of all your sons, I'm the least like you. Don't worry, I'll be fine. His father didn't say anything more as Nathan left, and Nathan quickly dismissed his father's fears. There was no way that he would ever end up like Duncan. Chapter 3. After 2 days of mainlining coffee, Nathan felt like he was hitting a brick wall. For some reason, he couldn't get the drawings quite right. He needed some sort of inspiration and decided to drive past the site to look at the area once again. The current space held 6 businesses that bordered miles of undeveloped property. The land had been in the Wells' name for generations, but up to now, William Wells had only focused on the more developed property that he owned in San Francisco and Sacramento. The small strip of restaurants and boutiques hadn't been properly renovated since the 1920s. It still had a beautiful cobblestone street running in front of the stores, and the original old-style brick structure with prominent columns built to withstand earthquakes has held up to the test of time and countless earthquakes that regularly rock the Bay Area. There was something hauntingly beautiful about the buildings, and Nathan hated the thought of tearing them all down. Nathan? Startled out of his musings, Nathan turned to see Karolina Valdez walking towards him. She wore a pair of black pants and the brightest pink blouse he'd ever seen. Her blonde hair was pulled back and tied at the nape of her neck, and she walked across the uneven path in a pair of pink high heels. She exuded confidence. Once again, Nathan was struck by her beauty. It was hard to believe that she had 3 kids. "Karolina," he said, as he smiled warmly, "what are you doing here?" She stopped in front of him, and Nathan wondered if he should shake her hand or give her a hug. Luckily, she offered neither, but turned and pointed to the last building in the strip. "I run Maria's restaurant right there. What are you doing here?" Nathan felt like someone had slapped him in the face. Surely Angie knew that her sister's restaurant was part of Wells' property. "I'm taking a walk around," he said lamely. Karolina smiled. "You don't have to lie. I know that Mr. Wells is tearing the strip down and rebuilding, and I know that Duncan Enterprises is handling the project. I can't believe that Angie would agree to this. It's unfortunate, but we only rent the space, so we don't have much say in the matter. Thankfully, Mr. Wells gave us plenty of notice that he wants to redevelop the surrounding properties, and he agreed to let us rent month to month until everything is settled. With Angie handling everything, we know what's going on and our expected timeline, so we could plan accordingly. With anyone else, we would have run the risk of showing up to the restaurant one day and finding out that we were closed for demolition. That would suck." Nathan shook his head. "You're really positive about all of this?" "I'm too busy to get bogged down in the details of everything. We still have some great customers, and I would hate to lose them. But I do need to find a new location for the restaurant. I was actually on my way to get some coffee. Do you want to join me?" She started inching her way down the street. "You work in a restaurant and you go out to get coffee?" he said with a laugh, as he fell and stepped next to her. "I need a couple of shots of espresso," she answered, chuckling as well. "Although if you're asking, we do have great coffee." "I can imagine that you need extra caffeine. 3 kids and a restaurant? How do you do it?" "Having a big family helps," Karolina admitted. "And my last ex-husband is actually pretty great about taking the kids. I try to work as many morning shifts as possible while Julio and Tamara are in school. Carlita usually stays with my mom or one of my brothers. Sometimes I let the kids come here for a couple of hours. The customers love them," Karolina said with an expression of pride. The coffee shop was actually a bookstore with a small cafe inside. It was filled with mostly older and retired people, but there were a few young, career-minded people on their computers or meeting with colleagues or friends. Karolina and Nathan stood in the short line, but when they got up to order, the cashier already had Karolina's coffee ready. "I come here every day," she admitted as she paid. Nathan ordered a regular black coffee and joined her at one of the small wooden tables. "This place is unique." Nathan noted the modern hardwood floors and the exposed wooden beams in the ceiling. "Mr. Wells never put much money into the buildings. When things broke, repairs were made, but he hasn't renovated much of anything. The long-term renters do the best they can with what they have, but I think that's what gives us that quaint feel. This place has a lot of character. People love to come here for the atmosphere. I don't usually have time to be sentimental, but I'm going to be really sad to see it go," Karolina admitted. He sipped his hot coffee and studied her face. As she looked around, he could tell that her thoughts were wandering. He had a sudden urge to have those beautiful dark eyes focused only on him. "Any prospects?" "Hmm?" she asked, as she turned her gaze back on him. "Oh, for the restaurant. None that compare to the rent here. As long as our profits stay the same, we can afford a little more. But my mother is in charge of the restaurant. She doesn't want to spend any more money. She's confident that we can rent another great location for the same money." Karolina wrinkled her nose. "She doesn't know all that much about real estate." Nathan chuckled. "If you've been settled here for a long time, I can understand that." "I don't want to rent again," Karolina admitted. "I want to buy a property for some security, but I'll never get Mom to go for that." "So, you're an architect? An environmentally conscious architect?" "That's one way to put it," he said with a laugh. "I'm a green architect. I come up with designs that are more energy efficient and waste less." "That sounds great. Why don't all architects do that?" She tipped her cup back and took a long sip of her drink. She absently reached back and pulled her hair over one shoulder and ran her fingers through it. Nathan looked at the long curve of her neck, and he felt an almost overwhelming wave of desire suddenly stir within him. When was the last time he'd enjoyed the attentions of a woman? Nathan couldn't even remember, and the next words stumbled out of his mouth before he could stop them. "Have dinner with me, and I'll explain it in more detail." For a moment, she merely blinked and stared at him. Finally, he watched as she gathered her composure. "Did you just ask me on a date?" Nathan held her gaze. "I did." "Have you put a lot of thought into this, or did you ask me on a whim?" she asked suspiciously. "Does it matter?" "Well, if you consider our circumstances, it does. It's not like we can easily part ways if things don't work out well. Your brother is married to my sister. We're going to share a niece. We're going to have to see each other at holidays and family get-togethers, and things could get awkward really quickly," Karolina pointed out. "It's one date," Nathan said easily as he leaned back. "It was a whim, but I've discovered that most good things in life aren't planned. If it makes you uncomfortable to think of it as a date, consider it a dinner to get to know each other better. I think the baby shower was the first time we talked." She snorted. "You're kidding me, right? We sat at the same table at both of your brother's weddings. We had more conversations then than when we were at the baby shower. You don't remember any of that?" Aware that he was treading on thin ice, he chose his next words carefully. "Stephen's wedding was the first time I had to give a toast, so I was pretty occupied with that. Seriously, I hardly remember the entire wedding because I was dreading that moment so much. I was up all night rehearsing what I had to say. And I was late to Gabe's wedding because I sprained my ankle that morning when I was hiking. I spent most of the wedding and the dinner ducking Daisy." "You went hiking before the wedding? I'd be pissed too." Nathan shrugged. "I really wanted to go parasailing, but I didn't have the time." A skeptical look crossed her face when she studied him. "You wanted to go parasailing?" "Don't let the clothes fool you. I'm an active, outdoorsy kind of guy." She stuck her tongue in her cheek and nodded. "Okay, I believe you. Well, as much fun as this has been, I have to get back to work. Nice seeing you again, Nathan." Nathan pushed back his chair and stood when she did, but he reached out and lightly touched her elbow when she walked past. "You haven't answered my question. Dinner?" A small smile played on her face, and she reached out her hand. "Your phone?" Fishing it out of his pocket, he handed it to her and watched as she fiddled with it. "My ex has the kids tomorrow and Wednesday. It's his birthday. Call me with the time." She strolled out, and Nathan watched her leave. When she was out of view, he glanced down at his phone. She'd programmed her name and number into his list of contacts. Feeling a streak of satisfaction, he left the coffee shop whistling. He'd found the inspiration that he needed, and he couldn't wait to go home and draw. Karolina spent the next hour staring at the computer in the tiny office that was crammed in next door to the equally small kitchen. Paperwork was spread out all around the desk and even pinned to the walls. At some point, she really needed to straighten up and get organized, but she'd lived for so long in this chaos that she was learning to thrive in it. She had to make up a food order for next week, and while she could stick to the projected sales, there had been a surge in business this week. She could play it safe and order what she'd predicted at the beginning of the month, but having too little food would be a disaster. But on the other hand, going over budget would also be a disaster. Sighing, she leaned back in the chair. "Heads, you stick to the budget. Tails, you hope you're as busy next week as you were this week," she muttered as she picked up a quarter. As easy as it would be to flip a coin, she knew that wouldn't solve anything. The truth was that she was distracted by thoughts of Nathan Maxfield. If there was one thing she knew for sure about that family, it was that they had good genes. Nathan Maxfield was man enough to make her catch her breath. Dangerously good-looking, with that shaggy hair and piercing blue eyes, he was a mix of carefree whims and heart-stopping looks. While good looks pumped through the Maxfield blood, she also knew that they all had that desperate need for control and that famous short temper. Karolina didn't have time to get swept up in all that. For too long, she'd let her desire to be loved ruin her life, and now she had to focus on getting things back under control. Agreeing to the date had been a moment of weakness for her, but it had been a long time since she'd gone out and had a good time. Nathan might be a safe place to let herself go a little, as long as she made it clear that it was nothing serious or permanent. Angie would probably kill her, and the knowledge of that hanging over her head would help her keep things under control. Returning her attention to the computer, she figured she'd probably used up her one risk card, agreeing to Nathan's date, so she stuck to the numbers she generated at the beginning of the month. She could always order an emergency truck in the middle of the week if she needed it, but it would cost her extra. Karolina, we're running low on chicken. Do you want to set some out to thaw tonight? She swiveled in her chair and turned to the cook. Yes, how are we on guacamole? Do I need to send one of the waitresses out to get avocados? Probably. Even if we have enough for tonight, we'll probably run out tomorrow during lunch. Sure, she nodded. She stood and smoothed a hand over her skirt. Just as she was about to exit the office, the phone rang. Out of habit, she glanced at the display and saw her mother's number. Afraid that it had something to do with Carlita, Karolina waved the cook away and snagged the phone. Mama, is everything okay? What is this about a menu change? Her mother snapped. Karolina's heart sank. Maria Lopez knew everything. It's only an idea, Mom, and it's not a complete change. I was thinking about polling the regular customers to see what they might like to see added to the menu. It'll be something to entice them to still visit after we move. Why wouldn't they visit us anyhow? We have good food. We have excellent food, but moving is a big change. It's not a bad idea to make some other changes. No changes. The menu can stay the way it is. If people don't like what I make, they can go somewhere else. Karolina closed her eyes and tried to hold on to her temper. The truth was that her mother hadn't actually been into cooking quite some time. She used to love coming up with new ideas for the menu, but in the past few months, her mother had stopped visiting the restaurant altogether. Whenever Karolina brought it up, her mother said that she was too busy looking after the grandkids, but Karolina knew there was something else going on. They had a big enough family that it wasn't hard to shuffle kids around when she needed someone to step in and help. But since her mother had stopped cooking, she'd started trying to control everything from home. In her own little world, everything was fine, staying the way it was. Karolina had a feeling that her mother was in denial about the change in location. I've got to go, Mama. I need to cover the floor and send someone to get more avocados. We'll talk about this later. There's nothing to talk about. She heard her toddler start to cry in the background. Now look what you did, her mother grumbled before hanging up the phone. Back in the office, Karolina pinched the bridge of her nose and hung up the phone. Maria Lopez had always been an unstoppable force. After getting into an accident with a drunk driver, she was wheelchair-bound and suddenly a single mom. Karolina barely remembered her father, though Maria always spoke of him fondly. Her mother never even seemed to lose a step, but lately, her positive attitude had completely changed. To start with, Karolina used to think it had something to do with Angie marrying into the Maxfield family, but lately her mother's anger seemed pointed straight at her. Pushing it out of her head, Karolina stepped out of the small space and locked the door behind her. 2 waitresses ran the floor, and Karolina waved them over. Who wants to go out and grab some avocados for me? She asked the young women. I'll do it, Elizabeth said with a smile. Ashley's too busy flirting with table A3. Ashley reddened, but didn't deny it. Karolina pulled some money out of the drawer and counted it. Make sure you have a receipt when you come back. I know, Elizabeth rolled her eyes. Both girls had been with Karolina for 2 years now, and they worked well as a pair. There were 3 other servers that rotated, but Elizabeth and Ashley were her best. When Karolina found out that the building was being torn down, she'd called an immediate staff meeting and was as candid as possible. If she could, she would carry everyone to the new location, and if she couldn't, she would help them find new jobs. They were all stressed about it, and Karolina felt her heart break every time she thought about the changes and the upheaval the move would bring. Pushing her fears aside, Karolina put on a bright smile and grabbed a water pitcher. There were still many hours left in the day, and she couldn't burn out now. Chapter 4. The following morning, Nathan knew that he wouldn't be able to have dinner with Karolina. There was too much going on, and if he pulled away now, he'd be even farther behind. He stared at her contact information before taking a deep breath and making the call. Hello? She sounded confused and a little impatient when she answered. Karolina? It's Nathan Maxfield. Oh, hi, Nathan. I don't have a lot of time. What can I do for you? He closed his eyes and shook his head. I'm going to have to postpone our dinner tonight. I can't get away from work. There was a pause on the other end, and for a moment, Nathan thought she was going to get upset. That's fine. I have a banquet party coming in tonight anyway. Thursday night? He asked tentatively. I can't do Thursday night, Karolina said. I've got the kids. He heard a commotion in the background. Nathan, let me call you back. I've got to go. She disconnected before he could respond, and he stared at the phone. He felt a twinge of guilt as he went back to his drawings, but soon he was immersed in his work. The days passed, and Nathan kept in contact with Karolina, but he ended up pushing the date back 2 more times. Living on coffee, cereal, and ham and cheese sandwiches, he lived, breathed, and slept his design. When his phone rang sharply, Nathan had no idea if it was day or night. Startled, he jumped, knocking over the mug of coffee on his desk. Shit, he muttered, as he immediately began to pull his drawings up. But it was too late. They were stained. The only saving grace was that this wasn't the final draft, but it was still an inconvenience. Stephen was the one calling him. I'm working as hard as I can, Nathan growled as soon as he heard his brother's voice. We haven't heard from you all week. We're afraid that you are turning into a gremlin, his brother said in a cheery voice. I don't suppose you want to come in and share your work. You told me that I could work from home. And you can, but you still have to keep us in the loop, little brother. What do you have for us? I have another week. Leave me alone, Nathan grumbled. I promise that I'm working. Stephen sighed. That might be the problem. I know how you work, Nathan. If you don't do something death-defying at least once a month, you start to shrivel and die. Get out of that house of yours and reintroduce yourself to the world around you, at least for a day. Maybe that will help spur that creativity of yours on. You'll be able to go back to work fresh. Nathan leaned back and stared at his drawings. He was at a good stopping point. There was no reason that he couldn't take that opportunity to get some fresh air and go see a certain beautiful blonde that he'd stupidly kept putting off. You know what, Stephen? I think you're right, he said with a mischievous smile. He wasn't setting out to piss his big brother off, but he knew that Stephen would hit the roof if he found out that his younger brother was dating Karolina. Or rather, taking her out to dinner. Karolina seemed very big on not labeling the evening. Hanging up on Stephen, he called Karolina. What are you doing tonight? Tonight? I've got the kids tonight. Jesus, where did you put the tortillas? Nathan waited until he had her attention again. I want to take you out tonight. I told you that I have the kids tonight, she said, frustrated. I'm okay with that. There was a pause on the other side. You want to take me and my kids out? How about Pete's Pepperoni? The place is loud and crawling with kids. It's a terrible place for a first date. Nathan smiled. So, we're calling it a date now. I'll meet you there at 7. If you push it back one more time, you'll be breaking the hearts of all my children. Keep that in mind, she said quickly, before disconnecting the call. Chuckling, he put his phone down and leaned back in his chair. She'd called it a date. He was already wearing her down. On her mother's front porch, Karolina leaned down and picked up her little Carlita. How's my baby? Karolina cooed as she smothered her youngest daughter in kisses. Were you a good girl while Mama was at work? No, Carlita giggled happily. It didn't faze Karolina. No was Carlita's latest word, and she used it constantly. Her mother rolled back into the house and left the door open. Why are Julio and Tamara still in the car? Aren't they coming in? We can't stay, Karolina explained. I'm meeting Nathan at the pizzeria downtown. Nathan? Her mother narrowed her eyes. Nathan Maxfield? Why would you have dinner with him? Carlita started pulling on Karolina's hair, and Karolina quickly grabbed her toddler's fingers. Because he asked, and I said yes. And you think it's okay for your children to see you with another man? It's not like anything serious is going to happen between you two. He is a Maxfield. Mama, all of the Maxfield brothers are married except for Nathan. One of them is your son-in-law. You can't really say they shy away from commitment. A breeze whipped through the house and lifted her mother's graying hair. We'll see how long that lasts, she muttered. Mama, you're being ridiculous. First, you ridiculed Angie for being married to her work, and now you're upset because she got married to an actual guy. And Nathan and I are not dating. We're going out for pizza with the kids. It isn't as though anything can happen with 3 of them as loud and messy chaperones. That is the very definition of a date, her mother practically shouted at her. Holding her breath, Karolina counted to 10 before exhaling. Mama, I don't have to explain myself. Thank you for watching Carlito for me. We'll see you on Monday, unless you want to come into the restaurant and cook a little this weekend. Maria didn't say anything, but she didn't have to. Karolina saw the stubbornness in her mother's eyes. She watched her mother silently roll back into the house and shut the front door firmly behind her. Okay then, Karolina muttered as she hurried back to the car. Tamara helped her wrestle the squirming toddler into the car seat while Julio stared at his handheld gaming system. Thank you, baby, she said as she leaned across Carlita to kiss her older daughter on the forehead. Tamara was always trying to prove to Karolina that she could be responsible and look after Carlita and Julio on her own. But Karolina wasn't quite ready to take the plunge. Not at 10. She still had growing up to do. By the time Karolina navigated the traffic and pulled into the pizzeria, she was 10 minutes late, which on most days could be considered early for her. After she parked, she gave Nathan a quick text to let him know that she was in the parking lot and started the process of gathering her antsy children. Karolina was bent over in the back seat, trying to unbuckle Carlita when she heard his masculine voice behind her. Need a hand? Nathan asked, in an amused voice. Slowly, she backed out and straightened. Were you staring at my... She clamped her mouth shut when she realized that her kids were still close by. He put up his hands in surrender, but the smile on his face told her everything that she needed to know. I'm here to help. Last time you had your kids, you had your hands full. I got us a table close to the kids' play area in case they wanted to play after dinner. I want to play in the jungle gym, Julio announced as he looked up from his game for the first time in 45 minutes. You can, but you have to leave that in the car. We're having dinner, and you know the rules. No electronics at the dinner table, Karolina said sternly. While you're in there, will you grab the diaper bag for me? Hoisting Carlita in her arms, she reached for her purse. Carlita pointed to the restaurant. Hungry, she demanded. Patience, baby, Karolina murmured. We're almost there. Hungry now. Karolina's back ached when she finally straightened up, and she blew out her breath and looked apologetically at Nathan. Sorry. Now and no have been her favorite words all month. I'm desperately waiting for her to latch onto a new one. He stepped forward and stretched out his hands. Hesitantly, Karolina relinquished claim to Carlita and watched as her toddler settled comfortably in Nathan's arms. The baby's mouth opened as she reached up and touched his face. Something about that made her happy, and she immediately giggled. Okay, Karolina said with a smile, ignoring the sudden happy bubble in the pit of her stomach. Let's go inside and get our table. Julio handed her the diaper bag, then took his mother's hand, and Tamara took his other hand. Together they followed Nathan across the parking lot. The kids learned at an early age that the one place they were not allowed to act up was the parking lot. No matter how upset they were or how badly they wanted to throw a temper tantrum, it had to wait until they were safely at home. Then they could let off as much steam as they wanted. The restaurant was crawling with kids. Wearing a bright red hat, the hostess looked like she'd snapped several hours ago. There was no expression on her face as she showed them to their table. Nathan quickly and easily secured Carlita in the high chair, and Julio longingly looked at the jungle gym. We order first, and then you can go play, Karolina reminded him. Do you want your own pizza all to yourself, or do you want to share with your sister? Julio frowned at his sister, and then Karolina shook her head. I don't even know why I bothered to ask. Pick out your toppings. She turned her attention to Nathan. How about you? Do you want your own pizza, or do you want to share? A beautiful smile spread across his face, lighting up his eyes and doing dangerous things to her emotions. Depends on what you like on your pizza. Pepperoni, bacon, and extra cheese, she said instantly. His eyes widened and he stared at her. How do you stay so thin? I run a restaurant and chase 3 kids around all day. The waitress arrived with a big grin plastered across her face. Welcome to Pete's Pepperoni. What are we having today? Karolina nodded to Tamara. Pepperoni and mushroom, she said instantly. And a glass of milk. Good girl. Julio? Extra, extra cheese and a Coke, he said with a toothy grin. Julio, Karolina said in a warning voice as she narrowed her eyes. He slumped in his seat and frowned. Milk, he said grouchily. And we'll take a large pepperoni, bacon, and extra cheese, Nathan ordered. And in the spirit of things, I'll take a large glass of milk with that. Karolina laughed. I'll take a milk as well. Thank you. And can I get a kid's milk for the little one here? The waitress nodded and scribbled everything down. Karolina looked at Julio expectantly. May I please be excused to play? He asked formally. You have 10 minutes. Set your watch and make sure you stay with Tamara. Her two oldest jumped up and raced towards the jungle gym. They're good kids, Nathan said softly. You're doing a good job. It's a family effort, Karolina admitted. Tamara's father split from me before she was even born, and Angie and my mother stepped in to help out. Within a year, I was pregnant with Julio and married again. That marriage actually worked out for a few years, but eventually, Carlo was next. He was a good man, and he helped raise Tamara and Julio, and of course, we had Carlita. Nathan studied her. I feel like you're telling me all this to prove a point. She smiled and reached out to stroke Carlita's cheeks. It's no secret that I have 3 kids from 3 different men. There was a time when I was a true romantic. That was 3 kids ago. No sane man wants to get involved with me, and that makes me wonder what's wrong with you. Ouch, Nathan winced, but with a laugh. I think you actually hurt my feelings. I like kids. Uh-huh, Karolina scoffed. You make that abundantly clear whenever you're around Angie. I said I liked kids. I didn't say that I liked pregnant women. She threw back her head and laughed. That's probably the truest statement any man will ever make. So how was life at Duncan Enterprises? Weird. Odd. Good. I'm still not entirely sure what to think. After everything that happened between all of us, it feels strange to be working together. It was as though the different divisions were made for us, with Stephen handling construction, Gabe real estate, and me architecture and design. It's almost as if Duncan planned it that way, but that's impossible. Laughing to himself, Karolina watched him drink his milk as if it were a beer, before he realized it. Looking at the glass, he set it down carefully. Despite the fact that we really haven't seen much of each other in 10 years, they still treat me like the little brother. He laughed harshly as he reached for the glass again, but set it back down. Sometimes I wonder what I'm doing back here if they're still insistent on treating me that way. I used to get snippets from Angie, but she's been increasingly busy lately. I have a feeling that has something to do with the owner of my building. Tensions are high, and it's more than William Wells, Nathan admitted. Stephen and Gabe are better at the politics of the business. I'm the more creative type, and the more stressed I am, the less creative I get. They're upset with me, and I'm upset with them. It's not a great situation. You're brothers. You should be used to that. Angie and I used to fight all the time. She was a control freak. Bonita was always the good sister, and Anita spent more time with my brothers than she did with us. So they left Angie and me, and we butted heads constantly. Karolina smiled at the memory. It's one thing to fight within the family. It's another thing to fight within the business. Thankfully, we don't do that very often. Well, at least not in front of others. In so many ways, we're a lot alike in that we all want to be right. Stretching his arms, he then clapped his hands, rubbing them together. It's good for me to get out. Gets my juices flowing. Karolina felt desire curl within her belly. Shifting a little in the seat, she bit her lower lip. So you're using me to get your juices flowing? Do you have a problem with that? He asked, huskily. Pizza! Carlita suddenly screamed and pointed her finger. The waitress showed up with their pizzas, and Karolina immediately looked towards the jungle gym. Julio and Tamara were already heading to the table. Wash your hands, she said as she pointed to the bathroom. I'll cut your pizza for you. You didn't answer the question, he said when the kids ran to the bathroom. I didn't think I had to. Chapter 5. He'd kissed her goodnight, but it was nothing more than a peck on the cheek. Still, she couldn't get that contact out of her head. So when he called her early in the morning, she picked up immediately. "I'm up early to get the kids ready for school. What's your excuse?" she teased, as she pulled some clothes out of the dryer and dumped them in the basket. If she were lucky, she'd be able to fold them before she walked Julio and Tamara to the bus stop. "I haven't actually slept yet. Something got me going last night, and I worked the hours away," he said huskily. Even though no one was around, she still blushed. There hadn't been anyone in her life since Carlo, but no one, not even Carlo, had stirred her like Nathan did. "Got you going, huh?" she asked, as she cleared her throat. "Mom, where's my purple shirt? I wanted to wear my purple shirt today," Tamara yelled from the top of the stairs. In a panic, Karolina straightened and turned her head slowly. Closing her eyes, she prayed that Tamara hadn't woken up Carlita. But the damage was done. In 2 seconds, the toddler started wailing. "That's my cue," she said apologetically. "I've got to go, Nathan." "Meet me at Fisherman's Wharf tonight when you get off work. We'll walk the kids around," he said quickly. Karolina was about to say no. She'd barely processed the first date, and she didn't think jumping right into a second date was a good idea. But as she opened her mouth, she heard a loud crash from Julio's room. "Just once. I want my mornings to go smoothly," she growled as she threw the basket down. "Fine, after work." Throwing her phone on the clothes, she vaulted up the stairs to make sure her son was okay. Julio stood in the middle of the floor with his gaze steadily on the floor. Behind him, the shelf that was home to some of his action toys was on the floor. "Baby, are you okay?" Karolina asked him, rushing over. He silently nodded his head, and she narrowed her eyes. "How did that shelf fall?" "I don't know," he said with a shrug. "Julio Jesus Valdez, did you just lie to me?" She folded her arms and glared wrathfully at her son. "It's not my fault," he burst out. "Tamara hid my Batman somewhere last night, and I climbed up there to see if she hid it there. It was an accident, but it was totally her fault." Carlita's piercing shrieks interrupted them, and Karolina sighed. "We'll talk about this later. Go warm up a bottle for your little sister while I find Tamara's purple shirt. You can't be late for the bus today because I don't have time to drive you to school." "Are we going to have breakfast?" he asked, as his eyes widened in panic. Karolina laughed and pulled her son in for a hug. "We are never going to skip breakfast. Don't worry about that." Much happier, Julio grabbed his book bag and bounded down the stairs. Luckily, Karolina was a pro at crazy mornings. She had all 3 children fed and the older 2 ready for school, Carlita safely tucked away in her stroller, and Julio and Tamara at the bus stop by the time the bus pulled up. It wasn't until she waved her kids off that she realized that she'd agreed to a second date with Nathan. "Sneaky bastard," she muttered, but there was a smile on her face as she rushed back to her car. A few hours later, the lunch crowd was hungry and impatient, and she was knee-deep in boxes that needed to be stocked, and there was no one to unload the boxes except her. Still, she was in a good mood. Business was good, and she was looking forward to seeing Nathan that evening, although she wouldn't admit it. Cutting open the first box, she pulled out the cans of beans and began to put them on the shelf. Before she could open the second box, another voice rang out through the back of the restaurant. "What have you done with my restaurant?" Her eyes widening, she threw open the door from dry storage and stared out. "Mama? What are you doing here?" "What do you mean, what am I doing here? It's my restaurant." "Why have you reorganized the line for takeout? Why is the office such a mess? And why are the menus in plastic now?" From her wheelchair, Maria folded her arms and glared at her. Gloria, the older woman, slowly working through the prep list at the table, froze with a look of pure panic on her face. Counting to 10, Karolina took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Mama, you haven't been here in a few months. I made some changes to things to help them go a little more smoothly. With the exception of the office, that's completely my fault." "I don't like it. Change it back." "Mama, where's my child?" "She's with Bonita. She's a little fussy this morning." "Did something happen last night to upset her?" Maria asked accusingly. Karolina rolled her eyes. "Mama, I'm glad that you're here. I've been trying to get you to come in for a while now. Why don't you put on an apron and help out in the kitchen?" "Don't tell me what to do, Karolina. I'm your mother," Maria snapped. "Fine. Tell me what you're doing here," she said exasperatedly. Maria wheeled her chair back and grabbed a clipboard from the table. "This is a list of things that I don't like about my restaurant. When you're finished restocking, you can start fixing things. I want them all done before we close tonight." "Are you going to run the floor?" Karolina asked expectantly. She would love it if her mother would get back to work. It would give her something to do, so maybe she would quit worrying so much. Maria clenched her jaw and nodded shortly. "Fine. You'd probably ruin that anyway." Karolina's mouth dropped open at her mother's insult, and she shook her head angrily. As Maria rolled out to the front of the house, Karolina looked over the clipboard. She wanted the beer sorted alphabetically rather than by type. All the files in the office needed to be organized. The entire kitchen had to be shuffled around, and apparently, she didn't like how Karolina was posting the schedule. "You want a different type of soap in the bathroom? Really, Mama?" Karolina said with a huff. Gloria stared at her, and Karolina shook her head. "This is absolutely ridiculous." Stalking back to dry storage, she practically tore open the next box and glared at the bags of rice instead. Just before she could dig in, her phone rang. Pulling it out of her pocket, she glanced at the screen and immediately smiled. "I figured you'd be sleeping by now." "I snagged a couple of hours. Now I'm going for a run to clear my head and work until our date tonight." "A couple of hours?" she frowned. "That doesn't seem very much. Why are you calling me?" Nathan grunted and didn't say anything for a minute. "I don't remember." "In the 30 seconds that we've been talking, you forgot why you called me? You're either lying or you need more sleep," she teased. "Okay, fine. Maybe I wanted to hear your voice and didn't want to admit it." "Well, I am mad at you," she said, as she put her phone on speaker and started unloading the rice. "You took advantage of my hectic morning to coerce another date out of me. If you're having second thoughts, say the word and we can push it back." Karolina opened her mouth to tell him that it looked like she'd be at the restaurant all night when her eyes fell on the list that her mother had given her. "She's setting me up," Karolina whispered. "Who is setting you up?" She took a deep breath and planted her hands on her hips. "Nathan, I will see you tonight. Enjoy your run and try to get some rest." She hung up the phone and glared at the clipboard. When she had dropped Carlita off at her mom's this morning, she had also taken the jogging stroller with her. When her mother asked about it, she told her about the date. Her mother was trying to keep her working late at the restaurant so that she'd miss the date. What is going on with her? Karolina was more concerned than angry, but she knew she wouldn't get any answers anytime soon. But nothing was going to keep her from her date, especially now. After she finished stocking, she poured another cup of coffee and tackled her mother's list. The paperwork in the office was the worst, but she was used to cleaning up Julio and Tamara's rooms in a whirlwind before guests came over. She put that talent to good use now, and soon had the office looking tidy and businesslike. During the break between lunch and dinner, she went to the store and bought new soap for the bathroom. It didn't take very long to take care of the beer, and when she talked to the cooks, they all agreed that the new system in the kitchen worked much better. At 6 o'clock, she faced her mother. "Mama, I'm not changing the kitchen. It works better the new way. And if you have a problem with that, you can discuss it with the cooks. Everything else on your list is done, and now I'm going to pick up my children and go meet Nathan for a night of hot dogs and games on the beach." Maria inhaled sharply. "Karolina, we are not done here. There are still things I want changed." "Write it down, and I will tackle it tomorrow," Karolina said simply. "Carlo is taking the kids this weekend, and I hope that you will come back to the restaurant. It will do you some good to work again." "What does that mean?" "It means that I'm worried about you, Mama. Either tell me what is really bothering you or stop sticking your nose in my business." With her purse tucked under her arm, she left the restaurant in the capable hands of her night manager. Her sister Bonita was too busy with her own kids to question Karolina about her plans that night. So this time, Karolina was only 5 minutes late. "I'm glad that you made it," he said, as he gave her a peck on her cheek as a greeting. His lips barely brushed her skin, but she shivered. If he noticed, he didn't say anything. It only took him a few minutes to figure out how to unfold the stroller, and he snagged the toddler out of her car seat and got her situated. "What do you think? Good?" he asked Carlita. "No," Carlita gurgled with a laugh. "No," he said with a frown. "What did I do wrong?" "Bun bun." Nathan closed his mouth and gave Karolina a quizzical look. "What is a bun bun?" Julio handed him a stuffed bunny that had one ear half torn off. "This is Bun Bun. She has to have Bun Bun when she's at the beach. When she's at Abuela's, she has to have her moo cow. And when Aunt Benita watches her, she needs her tail." "Tail? It's a monkey. But she can't say that word yet, so she calls him Tail. Don't worry, you'll get the hang of it," Julio said with a smile. "I will?" he asked with a smile. "Maybe. The jury's still out," Julio told him, his tone serious. "Julio!" Karolina said with a gasp. "Enough discussion. Let's go." Tamara grabbed her brother's hand and whispered something in his ear. They giggled and skipped down the boardwalk. "Don't get too far in front of us," Karolina warned as she started to push the stroller. "You seemed a little upset when you hung up this afternoon," he said softly. "Is everything okay?" "It's my mother. I wish I knew what was going on with her. I haven't been able to get her to come out to the restaurant in months, but today she showed up right before the lunch rush and caused such a fuss. She had this lengthy list of demands." "Like what?" Sighing loudly. "Everything from the type of soap in the bathroom to how the beer was organized and everything in between." "Did those things need to be done?" Nathan questioned, as he watched the kids run along the boardwalk. "No, of course not. Like I said, she has refused to come into the restaurant and suddenly shows up. I accused her of creating all that busy work so I would have to cancel my plans with you, and she didn't deny it." Karolina wouldn't keep the worry out of her voice, and she didn't want to spoil their evening. Not after everything she had to do to get there. "Enough talk of my mother. How are your design plans coming?" "Really good. I think you're good luck for me." Nathan reached out and touched her elbow lightly. This time when she shivered, he noticed, but he didn't say anything. "I think getting out of your apartment is good for you," she said with a laugh. She watched her kids laughing and skipping along and felt strangely nostalgic. "Any chance you can give me a peek at what my restaurant is going to look like when all of this is said and done?" "I could show you, but it's going to look like lines and measurements, but I have a feeling it's something that you would like." He gave her a strange look. The waves crashed on the shore, and Carlita made swooshing noises to try to mimic it. "Do you think that you know what I like?" "I would never make that assumption. But speaking of, there are several vendors along this stretch. Cheeseburgers or hot dogs?" "Julio, Tamara, do you want cheeseburgers or hot dogs?" she called out. "Hot dogs," they said simultaneously. "And fries." "You can share one small order of fries," Karolina said with a frown. They immediately started to whine, and she glared at them. "Keep making that kind of noise, and there will be no ice cream for dessert." They immediately quieted and gave her a sly smile. She rolled her eyes and smiled. "Keep going. We're almost at the pier with the telescopes." "You're a good mom," Nathan said softly. "I had a good role model. Maria ruled us with an iron fist, but she loved us just as strong. Benita is also a great mom, and I'm sure that Angie will be great too. Even Anita turned out to be a good mother. I think it runs in our family. Stephen is a good father to Ben, even though he doesn't see him as much as he would like," he said as he looked out at the ocean. "I think for a while, he sort of forgot himself. He was so wrapped up in his feud with Duncan that things between him and Suzanne became estranged. At some point, he realized that the marriage was over before she ever asked for a divorce. When Gabe asked us both to come back, and he met Angie, that's when he started living again." "Is he excited about becoming a father again?" she asked him. Nodding his head. "Probably more than Angie, if that's even possible. My brother wasn't around much when he was married to Suzanne, and he vowed not to be that way with Angie." "As if my sister would allow him," she interjected, as they both laughed. "She has definitely been good for him. That's for sure. Must be the Lopez blood," he added as he smiled at her. Karolina wanted to respond, but she found herself blushing at the comment. Clearing her throat, she asked him the question that was bursting inside of her. "Nathan, I'm not sure why you keep asking me out." My life's very complicated right now, and it's almost impossible for me to— Karolina, he interrupted as he reached out and put a hand over hers. I thought we agreed that we were just getting to know each other, remember? Right. She was about to say more when her kids started shouting and pointing to the pier. Fishing some quarters out of her purse, she let Julio and Tamara run to the pier to look out over the water. Do you want to look? Karolina turned her head to see Nathan holding a quarter up. I figured you're always watching your kids. Maybe today you can take a peek for yourself, Nathan said with a smile. At first, she laughed until she realized that Nathan wasn't kidding. Wetting her lips, she reached out to snag the coin and stepped back. When she saw that Nathan had Carlita's stroller, she joined her two oldest at the end of the pier. Mama, come use ours, Tamara cried out as she waved her hand. Karolina put the quarter in the machine and leaned down to look through it. In the distance, she could see some dolphins swimming along. Come here, baby, Karolina said as she held her daughter up. Do you see them? Yes, Julio, look! Tamara squealed in delight as she squirmed out of her reach. Julio climbed up to look through the hole, and Karolina turned back to glance at Nathan. He looked perfectly natural and at ease as he stood by the stroller. Carlita bounced her bunny around, and Nathan had his eyes trained on her. He had a soft smile on his face, and for a moment, Karolina's heart fluttered. She took a deep breath. If he continued to look at her like that, she was going to be in big trouble. Chapter 6. Nathan only thought of her as he leaned over his desk. Pent-up sexual frustration, complete adoration, happiness, and pure unadulterated lust flowed from his body through his pencil. His design wasn't just an idea in his head. Something about her was breathing life into it, as form soon took shape. When his phone rang, he dove across the desk to answer it. Hoping it was Karolina, he cringed when he realized it was her sister instead. Angie, he said in a bright voice. How can I help you? She was angry and crying. Get your ass into my office right now, Nathan Maxfield. How could you? She hung up before Nathan could even get a word in. Damn it. She knew. She had to. What else would upset her like that? Somehow, she'd discovered that he was dating Karolina. No doubt Maria spilled the beans. So what was Angie doing now? Playing the big sister? From what Nathan could tell, the sisters weren't all that close anymore. Both were incredibly busy, Karolina with her kids and their mother's restaurant, and Angie was still technically a newlywed while running a busy company. With a sigh, he grabbed his keys. If he kept Angie waiting, he'd never hear the end of it from Stephen. The traffic wasn't nearly as bad as he had hoped, and he made it to the office in good time. Which was unfortunate. He hadn't made it far across the lobby before the elevator opened and Angie stood there with her arms folded. Reaching out, she grabbed him by the lapel of his sports jacket and dragged him in. I thought the elevator was yours and Stephen's place, he said jokingly. It was poor timing, and tears filled her eyes. Oh, Angie, please don't cry. I'd much rather you yell at me than cry. Her eyes narrowed, and she reached into her purse and slapped a newspaper on his chest. You want me to yell? I can yell. First, I hear that you're taking Karolina out on dates. Karolina! Are you out of your mind? Confused, Nathan grabbed the newspaper. The elevator dinged, and she dragged him out into the hall. Are you mad about your sister or about your newspaper delivery? Who even reads the newspaper even anymore? Shut the hell up, she hissed. Angie waddled fairly quickly for a woman in her third trimester. She pulled him into the office and slammed the door behind her. We're going to circle back to this whole Karolina thing. But first, explain that front-page article. Nathan straightened out the newspaper. It was the front page of the business section, and the headline jumped out at him. Duncan Enterprises out to destroy local history. What? His eyes scanned the byline, and he clenched his jaw. Carlo Valdez, Karolina's ex-husband. His hands shaking with anger, he scanned the article. Valdez painted Duncan Enterprises as a monster for driving local businesses out and tearing down the town's favorite shopping strip. There was no talk about William Wells owning the property or that he was giving his tenants plenty of notice to find somewhere new. I can see why you're upset, but this is your ex-brother-in-law. Why are you focusing your anger on me? Angie leaned back in her chair and rubbed her hands over her belly. Nathan recognized the move. It meant that she was trying desperately to calm down. This project has been in talks for months, and it's been no secret. Carlo could have written this article at any point, but no. He does it right now, at the crucial moment. And the only thing different is that you are now dating his ex-wife. So what happened? Did Karolina talk you into doing this? Angie, I'm personally invested in this project. I could really make a name for myself. Why would I throw that all away with bad press? What makes you think that Carlo isn't acting out because he doesn't want her dating me? Carlo and Karolina had a good marriage in the beginning, and they also had a good divorce, Angie argued. He had already jumped into the dating pool. I see no reason for him to be jealous of her dating someone too. Nathan tossed the paper on her desk and sat in the chair across from her desk. Stretching his legs out with a groan, he leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees. I don't know how else to explain it. Your sister is busy and chaotic and a little sad, but she doesn't seem to harbor any ill will towards Duncan Enterprises. She knows damn well that it's Wells selling and that it could have been any company handling the project. Then how do you explain it? He stared at her. Why are you even asking me? Why don't you ask Carlo? Lowering her gaze to the floor, she didn't say anything for a minute. Finally, she took a deep breath. I promised Stephen that I wouldn't do anything to raise my blood pressure. That's the only way he'll let me keep working so close to my due date. And yelling at me doesn't raise your blood pressure? She ignored his comment. Gabe is still in a meeting with Wells, so I need you to take care of this. You have several public relations agents on your payroll. You literally pay them to handle situations just like this. Karolina is my sister, and I don't want to accuse her of anything until I know more. Talk to Carlo and find out where he got his information. Then convince him to write another article with the correct information. She leaned forward and clasped her hands together, fixing him with a puppy dog stare. Please. Nathan rolled his eyes and stood. I have a suspicion who the informant is. Who? Shaking his head. Not until I confirm it. Let's just say that you aren't the only one out to punish me for taking Karolina out. For the record, it's only been 2 dates, and there were 3 chaperones present both times. Get out, she snapped, before I tell Stephen that you made me cry. Hey, he exclaimed. No fair. I didn't make you cry. The article made you cry. Give me Carlo's number so I can get in touch with him. She beamed and pulled a business card out of her drawer. Thank you, Nathan. You're the best. I'm going to remind you of this moment if I don't get those drawings finished on time, he told her as he grabbed the newspaper and the business card. Stalking out of the office, he closed the door gently behind him. Staring at the business card, he pursed his lips. All right, Carlo. Seems like it's time we meet. After speaking to Carlo's editor, Nathan found the man himself at Maria's restaurant. He was watching the kids for a couple of hours while Karolina stepped out to run an errand. Carlo was at the bar with a beer in his hand, and he was scribbling on a notepad. He was a good-looking guy with dark hair and a suggestion of designer stubble on his chin. The kids were coloring quietly at a table in the corner. Nathan slipped into the seat next to him and ordered a beer. Carlo Valdez? He asked softly. Carlo turned, and Nathan saw the recognition in his eyes. There was no way he'd researched an article on Duncan Enterprises without doing research on Duncan's sons. Nathan Maxfield, Carlo said slowly. I suppose you hear about the article. You suppose right, he said angrily. He slid the newspaper over. Do you have any idea what kind of damage you're doing with an article like this? If the shoe fits, Carlos said with a raised eyebrow. Except the shoe doesn't fit. Duncan Enterprises is handling the sale and rebuilding of the new project, but we're not responsible for the owner's decision. William Wells is the owner of these buildings. He's the one purchasing all the property in this area. But that's something you failed to mention in your article. Carlo frowned. I was going to do a follow-up article once I spoke to Wells. Will that follow-up article also mention that Duncan Enterprises is run by one of the business owner's daughters? Or that she insisted on plenty of time for the business owners to find new locations for their businesses, And that she's personally helping with relocation efforts? And while you're at it, you better mention that while Duncan Enterprises will profit from the project, so will the city. We're talking new housing and employment opportunities in a part of the city that hasn't seen growth in more than a decade, Nathan hissed. My source tells me. Your source is Maria Lopez. And she's acting out of anger, Nathan interrupted. And because she's your ex-mother-in-law, you didn't even bother to do the research. Carlo frowned. How did you know? Nathan sipped his beer and sighed. I've taken Karolina out on 2 dates now, and Maria's upset about it. I'm not sure what the root of her anger is, but I have a feeling that it has something to do with the move of Maria's restaurant. She knows that she can't stop the sale, so she's hoping to deter me from dating Karolina. I guess she doesn't want to have to deal with another Maxfield. Ah, damn. Carlo rubbed his chin and shook his head. I should have known. Maria never liked me when I was married to Karolina. I should have been suspicious when she contacted me about the article. But it was going to be a big story for me. Maybe get me some exposure, bring in better assignments. Despite his anger, Nathan couldn't help but feel bad for Carlo. I don't think she's ever said anything nice to me, and that was even before I took Karolina out. She's a scary woman for someone so small. The reporter snorted. When Karolina and I got married, she pulled me aside and told me that her daughter was only marrying me in an attempt to make her other failed marriages right. I couldn't focus on anything else on my wedding night. It was a complete disaster. Ouch, Nathan winced. She's mastered mind games, huh? I can see where Angie gets it from. Oh, yeah. Thankfully, Karolina isn't like that. She tends to be an open book. You know, I usually don't even write articles like this. I usually focus on more environmentally aware stories. Nathan perked up. Really? Well, in that case, I have a story for you. What kind of story? Carlo was suspicious, and Nathan didn't blame him. But for some reason, he felt some kinship towards the man. I'm not only an architect, I specialize in green design, and the project that I'm working on here is no different. If you publish another article apologizing for this catastrophe, I'll give you the inside scoop, and you can follow the story from start to finish. The reporter narrowed his eyes. This isn't an attempt to get more information about Karolina, is it? We might share a child, but I'm not about to get involved in her love life. Whatever I want to know about Karolina, I'll ask her. Carlo smiled and lifted his hands. 2 shots of tequila, he asked the bartender. I believe my new friend and I have something to celebrate. Nathan smiled and clapped Carlo on the back. When the bartender set the chilled shots in front of them, Nathan raised his glass towards Carlo. The situation had worked out far better than he could have imagined. To the beginning of a new working relationship. Carlo nodded, and they both simultaneously shot the tequila. The liquor went down smoothly, and Nathan shook his head. He was about to ask about Carlo's plan for the new article when an icy voice interrupted them. What the hell is going on here? Nathan and Carlo swiveled around on their bar stools to find Karolina staring at them. She had her hip popped out and her arms folded. The body language was clear. She was mad. Really mad. Why are you so upset? Carlo asked with a frown. We weren't talking about you. I'm talking about the fact that you're drinking while you're supposed to be watching our children. What were you thinking? What if something had happened? Nothing did happen, he said defensively. Karolina turned towards Nathan and narrowed her eyes. And what are you doing? I never had you pegged for the irresponsible type. I don't ever want to see your face. Immediately, Nathan slid off the stool and grabbed her shoulders. Karolina, he said softly, not only are we not drunk, but we're not drinking in some random bar. This is your restaurant. Had something happened, Carlo or I would have taken care of it. And in the event that we couldn't, we are surrounded by people who love your children. She looked slightly mollified when she turned her head to look back at her children. They were still quietly playing at the table. What are you even doing here? Nathan didn't want to tell her the whole truth. He figured she had enough on her plate without finding out that her mother was trying to publicly humiliate Duncan Enterprises. I found out that Carlo was a reporter specializing in environmental issues. I offered to give him an exclusive on the architecture design I'm working on for Wells. She shifted her look from Nathan to Carlo and back again. Finally, her shoulders slumped, and she ran her hands through her hair. I'm sorry. I'm having a frustrating day. Leaning over, Nathan kissed her gently on the forehead. "I've got some time if you want to talk about it." Karolina smiled at him.
"I would love to, but I've got to get the kids home. They've got homework they need to do, and I need to make them dinner."
"I can do that," Carlos said with a smile. "It's my weekend with them anyway. We'll get started a little early. Go have some fun tonight. I'll drop them off at school tomorrow and pick them up." Karolina hesitated.
"I don't have anything packed for them yet."
"I'll swing by the house and get their things together," Carlos said easily as he stood. "Julio, Tamara, you want to spend tonight with me?"
"Yes,"
Julio said with gusto. Tamara joined in, and Karolina sighed.
"I guess I'm outnumbered. Thanks, Carlo. What about Carlita?"
She gave him a quick hug, and Nathan watched them carefully. If there was anything intimate in the hug, he couldn't detect it. "I can work from home tomorrow. I've got it covered, Karolina. Quit worrying. It's probably time for them to meet my girlfriend," he said with a smile. Karolina immediately frowned.
"Does she live with you?"
"She spends a lot of time at the apartment, but she stays away when I have the kids. I've been trying to get you to meet her for a couple of weeks now."
"It's okay. I'm sorry. I do trust you. You know that, right?"
Karolina said, after a deep breath.
"And I would like to meet her. Maybe I can spare some time for lunch this weekend."
"Thank you." Carla went over to grab the kids, and Nathan gave her a smile. "So, dinner. Just the two of us? Do you think you're up for that?" he asked teasingly.
"As long as that dinner isn't here,"
she said, as she looked up at him with a smile. He was tempted to kiss her right then and there, but he didn't think that would be appropriate. "How about some Chinese food?" Her eyes lit up with excitement, and Nathan put his hand on her back and walked her out of Maria's restaurant. The Chinese restaurant he chose was one of his favorites. His mother used to take him and his brothers to the small corner restaurant when they were little because the food was good and the owners were friendly. The dining room wasn't much to talk about. Most people ordered delivery or carryout, but the booths were comfortable.
"I don't think I've ever been here,"
Karolina said with a laugh.
"We usually go to Hunan Gardens."
"Shh," Nathan muttered as he looked around.
"Don't let them hear you say that. I'm fairly certain both owners are the head of rival Chinese gangs. You could start a triad war."
She burst out laughing, and Nathan relaxed. When she smiled, her whole face lit up, and she was absolutely beautiful.
"Tell me what happened today," he said softly. "Same thing that happens every time that Angie and I think we have found a new place for the restaurant. Mama shuts it down. I don't understand what's going on in that woman's head. If she no longer wants to run Maria's restaurant, all she has to do is tell me. I'm more than happy to take over. The Lopez family was made to cook and serve. She can retire knowing that everything is in good hands, but every time I talk about it, she gets upset and starts yelling at me."
He wanted to point out that the Lopez family also seemed to be great about not talking about feelings, but then the Maxfield family was no better, so it wasn't his place to judge. Instead, he ordered their food and reached across to take her hand. "Give her time. She'll eventually tell you what's bothering her."
"I hope you're right."
As he stroked her knuckles gently with his thumb, he felt his body react. There was something phenomenally sexy about touching her, and he wasn't the only one affected. Her lips parted, and her eyes darkened. She wanted him as much as he wanted her, and all he'd done was take her hand.
"How are your design drawings going?"
she asked, abruptly changing the subject as she slid her hand away and folded both hands into her lap. Nathan leaned back and smirked. "This is a date, Karolina. You don't have to be embarrassed about being attracted to me." Her cheeks flushed. Karolina looked around nervously.
"Who says that I'm attracted to you?"
Nathan reached across the table with his hand and turned his palm upward. "Give me your hand." She looked at him suspiciously, but she slowly put her hand in his. He gripped it and touched 2 fingers to her wrist. Keeping his voice low and soft, he met her gaze. "I can feel your pulse speed up. Looking at your face, it's easy to see that your pupils have dilated and your cheeks are pink. If I ran my fingers up your arm, I could probably feel goosebumps or perhaps a shudder of desire."
"Jesus,"
she said, as she snatched her hands back. Clearing her throat, she tugged on her hair.
"Fine, Mr. Smooth. I'm attracted to you. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be here. But we still haven't talked about the ramifications for what happens if we do anything about the attraction. Our original problems still stand. You're busy. I'm busy. Stephen is my family like Angie is now part of yours. We can't avoid each other.
That's assuming that anything we start will end badly. Nathan smiled as their food arrived. From the soup to the rice to the noodles, everything smelled delicious.
It doesn't have to end badly for things to be awkward, Karolina pointed out. It's not only me. I have 3 kids who could very easily become attached to you. When we end, they might not understand, and they're liable to bring it up at Thanksgiving and Christmas.
When this ends? Nathan asked with a raised eyebrow. Karolina rolled her eyes.
We're both adults. There's no point in pretending that either of us believe in happily ever after. I've been married 3 times. I'm not looking for a 4th husband. And that's not fair to you. You deserve the right to find out how horrible marriage is with the perfect girl made just for you.
It was clear that Karolina was on the defensive, and Nathan found it endearing that she wanted to explain herself so early in their relationship. While she stabbed angrily at her chicken, he only smiled at her.
You're sexy when you're angry. Damn it, Nathan, she said,
but there was no heat in her words. She looked at him and shook her head, unable to hide a smile.
You're ridiculous.
I know you have family to think about, Karolina, but I'm not going to do anything to hurt them or you. So sit back and enjoy this. And if things start to go wrong, we'll deal with it then. And we'll deal with it like civilized adults in a civilized way.
You're very persuasive.
He smiled arrogantly. I know. Now, eat your food and enjoy our date. It took a few minutes, but she did finally relax. Soon he had her laughing again and forgetting all about her fears for the future. After dinner, he drove her back to her house and killed the engine. Before she talked him out of it, he leaned across the console and finally kissed her. Karolina immediately melted into him. He'd only intended to taste her briefly because he didn't want to scare her, but her response killed all logic. She opened for him, and he delved inside her silky warmth. When she moaned, he changed angles and deepened the kiss. Her hands slid over his cheek and down his throat before pressing against his chest. He tangled his fingers through her hair. All of his muscles tensed as he fought desperately against his urge to let his fingers travel south until he could curve his palm around her enticing breast. Suddenly, as if she could read his mind, she pushed him away and pressed against the door. Nathan took a deep breath, but he didn't push her.
Too much? Every nerve in my body desperately wants to ask you up. We'd be alone. And I'm so wet that I want to scream.
Nathan moaned.
If you're trying to get me to leave, you're doing a poor job of it. I'm sorry. It's just that it's been a long time for me and I'm not ready. Well, I'm kind of a little too ready, if you see what I mean.
There was a look of terror on her face, and he slowly smiled at her. Take your time, Karolina, and don't be upset. When we take this to the next level, I want you to be prepared and guilt-free. It's going to be what's right for you. His words reassured her, and she reached for the door handle.
Good night, Nathan. If you've got time this weekend, I'd love to see you again.
Count on it. When she climbed out of his car and shut the door behind her, Nathan slowly released the breath that he'd been holding. That woman was doing crazy things to his mind and body, and he was enjoying every minute of it. Chapter 7. Saturday passed, and Nathan never heard from her. He should have thrown himself headfirst into his work, but he was distracted. Every few minutes he'd check his phone to see if she'd called or texted, but there was nothing. Even though he was dying to hear her voice, he wasn't sure it was his place to call her. He wanted to give her space, but he was afraid if he gave her too much space, she'd talk herself into giving him up. Angie was pleased with how he'd handled Carlo. It was one less thing that he had to worry about. After grabbing a few hours of sleep in the early hours of Sunday morning, he was woken by the sound of his phone. Only instead of Karolina, it was an unknown number. Frowning, he answered it.
Nathan Maxfield.
Nathan, it's Carlo. What are you doing tonight? I don't have anything set in stone. Why? I think Maria has figured out that her plan to stop Karolina dating you using me in my article has failed. She called me last night to talk about how happy Karolina was when we were married. She has told her daughter that she could pick up her kids in Old Town. Nathan frowned. Old Town was a beautiful strip of historic buildings that had been preserved to draw in the tourist trade. All the businesses inside represented a different era. Among the many businesses were a 50s-style diner, an old-fashioned ice cream parlor, and a flapper-era speakeasy-style bar. That sounds like a great place to take the kids. Yes, except that the place is a lot more than that. Karolina always said that Old Town was the perfect place for a perfect date. I have a feeling that Maria is trying to use me to derail her feelings for you. Are you tempted? Nathan asked in a low voice. He could compete with an angry mother, but it was harder when the competition was the wonderful father of her youngest child. I'll always love Karolina, and I think of those kids as my own. But we're no good together, Carlo chuckled. She's supposed to meet me at 6. I'll be happy to keep the kids until 9 if you want to take my place. Nathan glanced at his drawings. She's hesitant about us. I don't want to pressure her into anything. It might be better if I give her some space. I know you said you weren't using me for information about Karolina, so consider this a freebie. She's always been self-destructive when it comes to relationships. Even though she's a romantic at heart, she always seems to deliberately choose men that were bad for her. But I think things are different since she's met you, because now she's using her kids to protect herself. I haven't seen her look at anyone the way she looks at you, but she's scared. She's going to need a little push in the right direction. I owe you one, Nathan said with a smile. Thanks, man. After the article, I figured I owed you. Use your time wisely tonight. He hung up, and Nathan stretched. Maria was a devious one, but he still wasn't going to do anything to confront her. He had a feeling that she could cause a lot of damage when she put her mind to it. He had 10 hours before the date, and it only took 20 minutes to get to Old Town from his apartment. That left plenty of time to get some work done before setting out to meet her. Setting the alarm on his phone, he sat down to stare at the design again. It was coming along nicely, but something still wasn't quite right. The setting was on cold, hard concrete, and he really wanted the shopping center and apartments to have a warm and homely feel. If he could convince Wells to keep some of the wooded area, he could wrap the buildings around it and have a public park in the center. It would mean some additional changes to his original design, but it would bring more warmth and character to the atmosphere of the location. He'd taken a look at some of Wells's other properties, and he knew the man normally went in a more modern direction, but they were all bland and tasteless. This wasn't something Nathan wanted his name on. Tossing aside the old designs, he pulled out a fresh piece of paper. Like before, he sketched out the main design for the shopping center. From there, he added an area for the park and started working around that. When his alarm went off, Nathan was done. He'd perfected the design, and now all that was left was to create the 3D model for Wells to approve. Whistling, he hopped in the shower and washed away the sweat that had gathered while he worked. The water fell over his sculpted muscles, and he couldn't help but fantasize that Karolina was standing behind him. As he brushed the loofah over his skin, he wished that it was softer like her fingers. She would slide her hands over his chest down to his abdomen, and further down to take his hardness in her hands. The fantasy was enough to make him moan, and he quickly reached down and turned the temperature knob. As the cold water jerked him back to reality, he made quick work of the rest of his shower and turned the water off. He wanted to savor all that passion for when Karolina was actually in his arms. Half an hour later, he sat on a street bench and watched her as she paced up and down the sidewalk. She looked phenomenal in a figure-hugging pink dress and gold sandals. She turned her head to look in his direction. A surprised smile crossed her face. "Nathan, what are you doing here?" Standing to meet her. "I'm your date tonight," he said, and leaned down to kiss her lips. Her arms immediately went around him, and she blinked. "I don't understand. Carlos said he was going to bring the kids here. I'm supposed to pick them up." "There's been a change of plans," he said, as he nuzzled her neck. "Carlos is keeping the kids until 9, so I thought I'd take this time to see you again." "This is a wonderful surprise, thank you." Karolina leaned up and kissed him again. "Have you ever been here? Isn't it fantastic?" She linked her arm with his, and they began to stroll down the street. "I have not, but I've done my research. I actually live close by. It's one of the reasons that I picked this location. I thought that having a mix of architecture around me would help my creativity." "You live this close, but you haven't visited?"
Well, I'm glad that I could be the first one to walk you down these lovely streets. My father used to bring us here as kids. I've been here so many times as an adult, and there is always something magical about this place.
Nathan noted the genuine gas flames burning in the streetlights and the music playing softly through the speakers hidden in the trees. Lights were strung along the way to create a beautifully romantic effect. He could point out what made her think this place was magical, but he wanted her to embrace the mystery.
I haven't had dinner yet. I heard there's a great 50s-style diner around here,
Nathan said instead as he hugged her to his side.
There is, but I'd rather eat somewhere else.
Curious, he let her take the lead until she stopped in front of a patio.
How do you feel about Italian?
I love it. He held open the small gate and let her choose the table. After pulling out the wrought iron chair, he took a seat across from her and watched her face. There was nothing but pure bliss in her expression as she looked around. After tonight, he would owe Carlo more than one. The waitress dropped off some menus and his stomach rumbled as he looked over the selection.
Everything looks so good. You are hungry, she laughed. I always thought this place looked so romantic, but my father never brought us here.
I'm pleased that you brought me, he murmured. Staring at her over the menu, he watched as she bit her lower lip. It was so sexy when she did that. He wanted to lean over and taste those lips again. Karolina ducked behind the menu.
I think I'm going to have the Alfredo. I'm usually more of a spaghetti fan, but I always get the marinara all over me.
How about I get the spaghetti, and if you change your mind, you can have some of mine. She tossed back her head and laughed.
Wow, you really are bringing your A game tonight, aren't you?
Is it working? Before she could say anything, the waitress returned to take their orders. Nathan took the liberty of ordering them a bottle of wine, and she didn't say no.
Tell me about your family growing up, she asked softly.
Nathan immediately pulled back. Why?
You, Stephen, and Gabe are so different, but then again, in some respects, you're all so alike.
Nathan shrugged. In some respects, we're like any other family. The oldest is the most responsible. The second child acted out. The last child was babied. But, unlike most families, we raised each other. For a time, we competed for Duncan's affections. Of course, we all lost. Stephen dealt with it by running away. Gabe got into drugs for a time. I was optimistic to the point of stupidity. Duncan shot me down time and time again, and when I left for college, I swore that I would never come back.
You're here now.
Yes, well, that wasn't my doing. Gabe made it seem like the world was ending at Duncan Enterprises, and Stephen and I came rushing home to help, Nathan said, and he couldn't quite keep the bitterness out of his voice.
But you're still here, so something made you stay.
He leaned forward and studied her. Why the third degree? I can live anywhere I damn well please. His words were crueler than he anticipated, and she sat back as if she'd been slapped.
If you didn't want to talk about your past, all you had to do was say so, she said stiffly.
I don't want to talk about my past, he said deadpan.
Fine.
Holding his breath, he waited for her to get up and storm off. When she didn't, he had a newfound respect for her. She was tougher than she looked. Karolina folded her arms and stared at him.
You're touchy.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have snapped at you. My relationship with my family is complicated. We're working it out, but there are still some issues between us. I don't really like to talk about it. She smirked.
I feel the same way when someone asks about my ex-husbands.
We're learning things already. Their food arrived, and as she eyed his spaghetti, he knew that he was forgiven. Giving her a healthy portion of his pasta on her plate, she beamed with excitement. If you eat all of that, I'll be very impressed.
Never underestimate a mother's ability to eat. We shove food in our mouths like bears newly awakened from hibernation, because we never know when we'll get the chance to eat again.
All you have to do is call. It's my pleasure to feed you, he said with a chuckle.
I bet you say that to all the mothers you date, she teased.
As dinner progressed, he skirted around any other touchy subjects. After dinner and the bottle of wine, they walked arm in arm around the old buildings in silence. It wasn't from lack of having anything to say. The more they walked, the more the sexual tension grew between them.
I have an hour before I have to pick up the kids, she said in a low voice. And we've pretty much seen everything that we can see here.
Nathan looked down at her. What else do you want to do? He kept his voice as even as possible.
You said you live close by?
I walked here. Karolina pulled out her car keys and smiled.
I think I can save us some time.
She had a knowing smile on her face, and he nodded. I like the way you think. They were parked outside his apartment in a matter of minutes. She looked up at the beautiful brownstone and gaped.
You live here?
I need plenty of open space to work. Studio apartments let in lots of light and make me feel less closed in. If you like this, you're going to love the inside, he grinned, and she punched him lightly in the arm.
Careful, I'm going to change my mind, she warned.
Immediately, he pulled her into his arms. No expectations, Karolina. I want you to know that.
I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't know.
His fantasies from the shower emerged in his mind, but he shoved them down. He meant what he said. Nathan was going to let her take the lead. Until she was more comfortable with him. She didn't say anything as they climbed the stairs, and he pushed the key into the lock and turned it. Luckily, the only thing that was messy in his apartment was his desk. Like Gabe, he was a bit of a control freak when it came to his living area. He lived minimally, and that helped him stave off the chaos. Karolina, on the other hand, didn't even stop to look around. As soon as the door closed, she was in his arms and pulling his mouth down to hers. So much for taking it slow. She practically devoured him as she pressed her lips to his. To his surprise, she wanted to take complete control. Pushing him against the wall, she tugged at his sweater vest until he pulled it off. Then she attacked the buttons on his shirt. When she spread it open, she gasped.
Damn, Nathan. If I had known that you were hiding all this under your shirt, I might not have waited so long.
His muscles clenched as she lightly traced the lines of his abdomen with her finger. It took several deep breaths to get himself more in control.
Sorry, readers. Here's where we fade to black due to YouTube explicit content guidelines. If you dream for the steam, you'll need to take a look in the book.
Karolina?
He murmured.
That's Carlo's ringtone. It might have something to do with the kids. I'm sorry,
she said, as she stepped away. Nathan ran his hands through his hair and took a deep breath as she pulled her dress up and fumbled in her purse for her phone.
Hello?
She said in a shaky voice. She listened for a moment and turned to look at him. There was regret written all over her face.
Of course. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Nathan picked up her bra and handed it to her. Got to pick them up early?
Yes. Carlo is getting called away for work. I'm sorry about this.
Don't be. Like I said, we didn't really have enough time to do what I'm hoping for, so it's okay. He watched as she turned her back on him to put her bra back on and slipped the straps of her dress back on her shoulders. Tell me that I can see you soon. Reaching out, he gripped her hips and pulled her lightly against him.
I hope so.
Turning, she gave him a light peck on his lips and walked out. Nathan headed to the bathroom to take his second cold shower of the day. Chapter 8.
Karolina, you promised that you'd come over tonight and help me shop for the nursery, Angie muttered.
Karolina shifted her phone from one shoulder to the other and snagged the note that one of the waitresses held out to her. A table wanted to speak with her.
Are they leaving?
She whispered to Ashley.
They just ordered dessert. Okay, I'll be there in a minute.
She switched her attention back to Angie, and at the same time, she started digging through the new files of paper that she'd organized. Somewhere in there was the mortgage application that she was looking for.
I know, Angie. I was on my way out the door, but one of the cooks was late. I promise I will be there, but I need to take care of one last thing before I leave.
Relief washed over her when she found the packet of information.
And while I'm there, we can talk about how we're going to convince Mama to buy rather than rent a new space for the restaurant.
There was silence on the other end, and Karolina frowned.
Angie, are you still there?
Yeah, Mom's not taking my phone calls. I think she's upset about losing the building. But hey, that's not your problem. Promise me you'll be here soon?
I'll be there in an hour,
Karolina confirmed. She shoved the papers and her phone in her purse and stopped by the kitchen.
Guys, I'm going to talk to a table and then I'm heading out for the night. If you have any questions, call me.
She hurried toward the table and sighed in frustration when she realized who it was. Sandra Malcolm came in with one of her girlfriends or with a new boyfriend at least once a month. And each time she was in, she complained about something. Shooting Ashley a dirty look for not telling her it was Sandra, she plastered a fake smile on her face.
Miss Malcolm, welcome back. How can I help you today?
Sandra's hair was perfectly coiffed and pulled back in a bun. The woman looked like she was in her 30s, but Karolina imagined that she was closer to 40 than 30. The woman shoved her glasses up her pointy nose and scowled at her. I see that you removed the brownie from the dessert menu. Oh, gee, sorry, but it was never really on our regular menu. We were running a special that week with an ice cream-topped brownie. It was for the daddy-daughter date week. Well, the rest of your selections are ridiculous. What are sopapillas anyway? Despite the fact that Sandra kept coming around, she still didn't seem to understand that Maria's was a Latin American fusion restaurant. To Sandra, Mexican food meant Taco Bell. Without letting her smile slip, Karolina did something that always chipped away at her soul. Why don't you enjoy our fried ice cream on the house? Sandra sniffed, but Karolina could tell that she was satisfied. Bidding them goodbye, she grabbed Ashley's arm and dragged her to the door. First of all, I hate you for not warning me who it was. Second of all, make sure her dessert is free. Ashley shrugged. Last time I told you that it was Sandra, you slipped out the back. Hey, before you go, I wanted to let you know that I think the interview at Topeka's Steakhouse went well. Hopefully they'll be following up with my list of references. Karolina's shoulders slumped, but she nodded her head. Of course. Congratulations. I hope you get the good news soon. She hated these conversations. It was important for her to make sure that her staff was taken care of, but she was also afraid that there wouldn't be any staff left when they finally settled on a location. She really needed to get her mother to understand what was going on. Benita was watching the kids, so Karolina drove straight to Angie's. The house was absolutely beautiful at night, where it sat perched above the Pacific Ocean. The moon rose over the crashing waves, and Karolina wistfully thought that Angie really did have the happily ever after fairy tale ending. The job of her dreams, with the man of her dreams, a beautiful house on the water, and, to top all that off perfectly, a baby on the way. At no point in any of her marriages had she ever felt as happy as Angie looked these days. Of course, when she opened the door, she looked less than happy. Are you dating Nathan? Was the first question out of her mouth. I don't know if 3 dinners, 2 of them with my kids, count as dating, Karolina said flippantly, as she handed her sister the designs. These are Anita's and Bonita's opinions about the nursery. Let's crack open a bottle of wine and do this. She squeezed past Angie's big belly and walked straight to the kitchen. Angie waddled behind her. In my book, 3 dinners certainly does count as dating. I thought you were going to take some time after Carlo. It's been a year, Angie. That's a record for me. Karolina opened the wine cabinet and pulled down a bottle of red. Pouring herself a glass, she sipped it slowly and leaned against the counter. I have had a hell of a day. If we don't convince Mama to buy new premises soon, I'm going to lose the restaurant. Angie narrowed her eyes. Stop changing the subject. Why Nathan? He's family. He's your family. Trust me, he is not mine, Karolina said with a knowing smile. And after seeing that sculpted body of his, she was very glad for that. His brother just married his ex-girlfriend. Are you sure you want to go down that route? Nathan does not seem to mind. The nursery? She pushed off the counter and headed to the stairwell. Are you going to tell anyone the baby's name? You're due soon. It's going to be really embarrassing if you have that baby and faint and I have to name her. I think Karolina would be a great name for your daughter. Or what about Princess? That would be a great name for a little baby girl. Or maybe Aloha? That would make a great name and so unusual. Or maybe... Angie frowned slowly behind her as they climbed the stairs. Do it and die, she groaned between breaths. Karolina opened the door to the nursery and gasped. Angie, you haven't done a single thing. All the gifts from the baby shower were still piled in the corner, and while it looked like she tried to put the crib together, it was still in pieces in the middle of the floor. I know, she wailed. I've been so busy. Stephen is supposed to paint when he gets back, but I haven't chosen a color. He says that if I don't have a color picked by the time he gets back, the walls are going to stay white. It was going to be a long couple of hours. Karolina downed her glass of wine and wondered if she should have brought the whole bottle. But she had to pick up her kids later, so she would have to deal with Angie and her mess sober. Clapping her hands together, she turned and faced Angie. Paint samples? Her sister waddled over to the corner and shoveled through the boxes before she finally pulled the samples out. I don't want pink or purple.
I'm thinking gray or turquoise might be calming. What do you think? Gray is great for accent colors. You could do a bright yellow trim. Or you could do this pretty seafoam green trim, Karolina said with a cheerful smile. Angie immediately looked better. Oh, that's such a good idea. Okay, that's one thing I can check off. She flipped through the designs that their other two sisters had picked out. Have you seen these? They're straight out of designer catalogs. Karolina looked over her shoulder and snorted. Whoever designed those did not have any children. Look, stop worrying about the way the nursery looks. Start with the basics. Crib, rocking chair, changing table. Rubbing her belly, Angie closed her eyes and sighed. Slowly, she sat on the only chair in the room. Karolina, I don't know what I'm doing. You, Anita, and Bonita are such natural mothers. What if I'm the type of woman who puts my career first? What if I can't figure out how to balance the two? Sweetheart, Karolina murmured as she sat down on the floor next to her sister. I was 18 when I had Tamara. I had absolutely no idea what I was doing. You know that. You were there. Don't you remember yelling at me because I wanted to marry the father of my child? Angie chuckled at the memory. That's true. You never did listen. I've done a lot of things wrong in my life. But my children? They're the best thing that's ever happened to me. And when you give birth to that beautiful baby girl, I know you're going to feel the exact same way. And you're going to be surrounded by family who are going to drive you up the wall with advice. And don't forget, Stephen's already done this once before. He will be able to help you. God, Angie frowned. At least then I'll be able to drink whiskey again. She reached over and patted Karolina's knee. Do you really like him? Karolina took a deep breath. I think that my life is crazy and chaotic, and I think there is no room for someone like Nathan Maxfield. But when I'm with him, I forget all about that. Have you... Angie raised her eyebrows. Not yet. There's never time, and to be honest, I'm a little nervous. She turned her head and looked at her sister. Angie, if you don't want me to date Nathan because he's part of your family, I won't see him anymore. But if you're against it because you think that it won't work, we already know that. You're not telling us anything we don't already know. But somehow, I don't want to see you hurt again. And I don't want to do anything else to break up the Maxfield brothers. You don't have to worry about that, Karolina promised. I am an adult. I know what I'm getting myself into, and I can take care of myself. Angie gave her a bittersweet smile. I know, honey, but you're still my baby sister. Karolina crawled forward and snagged the instruction sheet that was lying on top of the little stack of wood. And now, your baby sister is going to put your baby's crib together. Just as she opened the manual, her phone rang. Digging it out of her purse, she sighed. Sorry, Angie, it's Bonita. Damn it, Angie swore. Don't get upset, Karolina said to her as she answered the phone. I promise I'll find time this week to come by and help with all of this. Bonita, what's wrong? It turned out that Tamara and Julio had their own food-eating contest and were now throwing up. Great. That was just what she needed. Giving Angie one last apologetic glance, she grabbed her purse and left. Nathan was setting the dimensions on his 3D printer when someone knocked on his door. Frowning, he crossed his apartment and threw open the door. Gabe, what the hell are you doing here? Nice to see you, too. No one has heard from you in 2 days. I wanted to make sure you were still alive, Gabe grumbled as he walked in. I'm doing my job. Remember how you and Stephen kept telling me to work on this design? If you wanted to get a hold of me, all you had to do was call. Nathan crossed the studio to bend over his computer again. Staring at the model that he'd constructed on his computer, he checked one more time to make sure it was perfect. Satisfied, he hit the print button. I've been trying to call all morning. Your phone isn't turned on. Nathan groaned and moved all his papers around before he found his phone lying underneath. The screen wouldn't light up. Sorry, I guess I forgot to charge it, but rest assured, I am still alive. And playing with a new toy? What is it? This toy? Nathan grinned. This is my baby. This brings my creations to life. A 3D printer? Indeed. In 4 hours, I will have a miniature model of one string of buildings. So you're done with the drawings? Gabe asked, as he leaned over the desk and looked at Nathan's papers. Almost. Once I have a model printed, I'll be able to see if there are any details that I need to work through. This is the first draft. To make a point, Nathan leaned over and snatched the papers out of Gabe's hands. "What are you really doing here?" Gabe smirked. "I knew you were going to forget." "Forget what?" "You promised me that you were going to plan Duncan's birthday party this year. I'm here to pick up the invitations that you were supposed to have printed." "Oh, holy shit." Nathan's eyes widened in panic. "I completely forgot. Stephen is going to kill me." "Relax, little brother. Daisy was fairly certain that you were going to forget, so she had these printed up as a backup." He reached into the pocket of his jacket and pulled out a dark blue invitation card. It was simple but elegant. Embossed with silver font, it was an RSVP card for Duncan's 75th birthday. "I owe her one, and you," Nathan muttered as he handed the card back. "Tell her I think it's perfect." "You can pay me back by stopping by the caterers on Wednesday and finalizing the menu. Daisy and Angie are handling the decorations, but I think it's mostly falling on Daisy's shoulders. I'm trying to help her out as best I can." "Stephen got the band?" Nathan asked absently as he glanced at his printer. The party was probably going to be one of the biggest blowouts of the year, but Nathan had completely forgotten all about it. He had been so focused on the Wells project. And Karolina. "Can I bring a date?" "If by date you mean Karolina Valdez, I'd say you do so at your own risk," Gabe said wryly. "Damn it, how do you know?" "Angie and Daisy talk. I don't think Stephen knows yet, so at least you have that to look forward to." Gabe reached for the cord of Nathan's phone and plugged it in. Nathan frowned as he watched his brother playing with it. "What are you doing?" "I'm making sure that you have the party programmed into your calendar, and I'm adding a reminder about the caterer." Gabe looked up. "Have you gotten a present yet?" "Are you going to add that to my calendar too?" "Don't be so snippy, little brother. If you forget to stop by the caterer, I really am going to kill you. If you forget the party or a present, Duncan will kill you." Gabe smiled. "And if you bring Karolina Valdez to the party as your date, Stephen is going to kill you." "My love life is none of his business." Gabe chuckled. "Simmer down. I happen to know that Angie is making sure that her little sister gets an invitation, so she'll already be there. I think Angie wants to make sure that you live long enough to see your new niece." Nathan rolled his eyes. "Was there anything else you needed?" he demanded. "Don't forget anything else, Nathan. I know we said this project was important, but you have to make time for other things. It shouldn't be the only thing in your life." "I won't forget," Nathan promised. "Now get out, so I can get some more work done today." His brother started walking to the door, and Nathan sighed and called after him. "Thanks, Gabe." "Any time, little brother." Chapter 9. Twinkling lights were strung up in the trees in the expansive backyard, and the tables were spread with food and drinks. A small band played in the corner, and more than a few couples were on the platform dance floor. The Maxfield mansion looked breathtaking, and more people arrived every minute. "Waste of time and money," Duncan said gruffly, as he filled his plate by the table. Daisy immediately snatched it out of his hand. "The doctor told you to lay off the bread," she said severely, as she plucked the roll from his plate and set it on Nathan's. "I swear, you never listen." "It's my birthday. I should be able to eat whatever I damn well please," he bellowed. Daisy put her hands on her hips and was ready to square off when Nathan stepped in. "Dad, I suggest you follow the doctor's order before Angie finds out that you're sneaking food." Duncan hissed and stalked away with his remaining food. "You know," Daisy nudged Nathan, watching Duncan walk away. "I'm actually going to miss being able to use Angie as a weapon," she said with a smile. Nathan smiled back. He couldn't believe the transformation that had taken place since she married Gabe. While she remained her passionate, uninhibited self, she had rechanneled her love for the environment into something that greatly benefited Duncan Enterprises and their clients. While she had tried to maintain the San Francisco branch of Restore Eden in addition to her work at the company, it had become too much, and she was feeling pulled into too many different directions. Once she was satisfied with the direction Restore Eden was going, helping local businesses, she had readily turned her position over to someone else. But she was adamant that they not return to their previous, somewhat nefarious ways. If anything, her relationship with Gabe strengthened her resolve that it was possible to save the planet from inside corporations. In fact, she had grown to realize that was where they needed to start. Granted, she still regularly butted heads with Stephen over the amount of waste the construction division still managed to produce.
Thanks to new partnerships with nonprofits working to fix up some of the low-income housing in the city, Duncan Enterprises was donating their leftovers to them instead of the landfill, which was helping to turn their reputation around. Rather than her usual t-shirt and jeans, she was dressed to the nines in a green cocktail dress that swirled as she walked. She looked beautiful, but then she always had. "I'm not going to miss Angie being pregnant," he snickered.
"You look good, Nathan. It's nice to see you out of loafers and Dockers every once in a while."
His dark suit was custom tailored to fit just right, but he hated the tie. He'd already discarded the jacket and rolled up his sleeves, and he knew it was only a matter of time before he got rid of the noose around his neck. Daisy reached up and affectionately smoothed his hair.
"But this will never be tamed, will it?"
It wasn't the touch of unresolved or rekindled love or even the comfortable touch of old lovers. He and Daisy had fallen into a wonderful brother-sister routine. The way she looked at Gabe was completely different from the way that she had ever looked at Nathan. After 6 years of trying to make their relationship work, he was happy that she'd finally found the love that she deserved. "My hair is a trademark," he said, pretending to frown as he ran his hands through it to muss it up even more. "Have you seen Angie or any of her family?" Daisy smirked.
"If you're looking for Karolina, no, I haven't seen her yet."
Nathan opened his mouth to argue but quickly shut it. There was no point. If Angie knew, then Daisy knew. The two had become close friends, and it worked out well in their favor. No Maxfield would dare go up against them when they were in league together. "You and Angie did a great job with the decorations. Everything looks amazing."
"Don't change the subject. I've heard from Angie and from Gabe, and now I want to hear it from you. What's going on with you and Karolina?"
"We're still getting to know each other," he said mildly. Daisy planted her hands on her hips again and glared at him.
"I know for a fact that you haven't even looked at a woman since moving back here. You're too involved with your work, Nathan. If you like her, you need to show her."
He was about to tell her to mind her own business when he caught sight of Karolina across the yard. His jaw fell open, and all he could do was stare. Her blonde hair was curled and pinned up, but still somehow managed to cascade to her shoulders. She wore a black dress that was cut all the way down to the small of her back and clung to her curvy hips. It snapped halter-style at her neck, draped down dangerously low over her cleavage, and stopped mid-thigh.
"Close your mouth," Daisy said dryly, "and I suggest you go ask her to dance before someone else does."
Scanning the crowd, Nathan saw that quite a few men were giving her the once-over. Without saying a word to Daisy, he shoved his plate into her hand, and without looking back, he walked across the yard and took Karolina by the elbow. She was talking to Angie, but Nathan didn't even apologize as he pulled her away and onto the dance floor.
"Nathan!"
Karolina laughed.
"I was in the middle of a conversation."
"I figured I should stake my claim before anyone else does," he explained as he pulled her into his arms. "I don't want you to have to hurt anyone's feelings."
"Claim? What makes you think you get to claim me?"
She said it with a smile and immediately curved an arm around his neck. He pressed one hand to the small of her back and pulled her close.
"With the way you look tonight, there is no way I'm letting another man get his hands on you." "Is that your way of telling me that I look nice?"
Her bare skin was warm and supple beneath his touch, and Nathan had to fight the urge to lean down and kiss her in front of everyone.
"You look breathtaking."
Karolina immediately looked down, but Nathan could see the smile on her face. When she met his gaze again, she was more composed.
"You don't look so bad yourself."
The beat of the music picked up, and Nathan pulled her off the dance floor.
"Hey," she protested. "I actually have a babysitter tonight. I'm here to have a good time."
A cocktail waitress walked by, and Nathan snagged 2 glasses of champagne from the tray. "Does having a good time mean having a drink or two?"
"Yes, it does,"
Karolina said, as she accepted the drink.
"I have had a stressful week, and I'm looking forward to relaxing tonight and enjoying some grown-up time that doesn't have anything to do with the restaurant or math homework."
"Grown-up time, huh?" His voice was husky as he traced a finger down her bare spine. She shivered and swatted his hand away.
"You better behave yourself. People are watching."
She laughed as she backed away. "Does it matter? We're not doing anything wrong. We're getting to know each other, remember?"
"I'd prefer not to get to know each other too well in front of all these people."
Nathan raised his eyebrows. I'm more than happy to get to know you better in private. Rather than reply, she tipped her glass back and drained it. He didn't say anything as he took her empty glass from her, but when she reached out and took his glass, he smiled. You really are out to have a good time tonight. I am. And if you're not going to dance with me, I'm going to find someone who will. She drained the second glass of champagne, handed it to him, and sashayed away. Amused, Nathan watched as she grabbed Daisy's hand and pulled her to the dance floor. Your ex-girlfriend and your current girlfriend dancing together? That shouldn't bother you at all, Gabe said dryly, as he and Stephen joined them, one on either side of him. That would be your wife and your sister-in-law's sister, Nathan muttered. Same thing. Stephen glared at him. I don't like the idea of you dating Karolina. She's vulnerable, and you're taking advantage. She's a single mother with 3 kids who runs a restaurant. There's not a vulnerable bone in her body. He watched as Karolina met his gaze and gave him a seductive smile. And I think she's the one taking advantage of me. Gabe, Duncan said gruffly, are you abandoning your wife? Is she so lonely that she has to dance with other women now? Happy birthday, Dad, Gabe said mildly. Are you having a good time? No, he grumbled. Your wife won't let me eat anything, he said to Gabe. Then he turned to Stephen and said, and your wife won't let me drink anything. What kind of party is it if the guest of honor can't eat or drink what he wants? Stephen clapped the old man on the back. Go easy on them. They want to make sure that you make it to your 76th birthday. 3/4 of a century old, and I can't even enjoy my own birthday party. Despite the words, he still smiled. Nathan could tell that the old man liked being fussed over. For so long, he ruled the company and controlled everyone and everything. Now he was so much more relaxed and actually enjoying his life. Nathan, I think some guy's trying to steal your woman, Gabe said with a smirk. Nathan watched as another man took Karolina in his arms, but before Gabe could joke any more about it, another man snagged Daisy. I don't think so, he muttered darkly, as he made a beeline for his wife. Duncan frowned at Nathan. Well, aren't you going after her? She's not mine to go after, Nathan said easily. But once the man's hands slipped a little too low on her body, his muscles tensed. Clenching his jaw, he stalked towards the unsuspecting man. Tapping the man on the shoulder, he cut in quickly. Thanks, man, I'll take it from here, he said smoothly. The stranger didn't say anything, and Karolina smirked. What if I was enjoying dancing with him? Then you wouldn't be pressing your body so close to mine. He swung her around, and she flowed like water in his arms. The more they danced, the closer she moved, until every muscle in his body ached for her. Nathan, she whispered. He stroked the soft skin of her back. Yes, baby? Any empty rooms in that big house? Desire punched him in the gut, and he rumbled in his chest. Without saying a word, he grabbed her by the hand and led her off the dance floor. Karolina was absolutely breathless as he snuck her into the house. Her body was on fire for him, and all she could think about was having his mouth on her, having him in her. Nathan never let go of her hand, and she followed him up the stairs. He wrenched open the first door on the right and pulled her inside. Before the door even closed, his mouth was on her neck. Hurry, she moaned as she pulled at his tie. Please, I need you. She heard him lock the door before his hands were all over her. Frantic with need, she pushed at him until they tumbled on the bed.
Sorry, readers. Here's where we fade to black due to YouTube explicit content guidelines. If you dream for the steam, you'll need to take a look in the book.
Are you okay? He whispered. I'm not sure yet, she said truthfully. Stretching like a cat, she slid her knees around him and straddled him. His eyebrows went up as she gently scraped her nails down his chest. You might have created a monster. Suddenly, she heard the vibration of her phone. Frowning, she twisted her body until she could reach her phone. Flipping it over, panic hit her gut. The babysitter had called her 3 times. Her mother had called twice. No, oh no, she cried out as she climbed off Nathan and called her mom back. There was worry in his eyes when he sat up, but she turned her back on him. If something had happened to her kids while she was fucking Nathan, she would never forgive herself.
Mama, what's wrong?
Calm down, Karolina. Everyone is fine. Caitlin was driving the kids back from the movies when a drunk driver hit her. They went to the hospital to get checked out, and everyone is fine. Anxiety gripped her heart.
Are you sure? What if something happened that they couldn't see? There could be internal bleeding or a rupture in one of their organs.
Karolina, stop!
I said all that to them. The doctors were very thorough. Carlita is completely fine. Tamara and Julio both hit their heads, but they don't have concussions. They'll probably be a little sore tomorrow. All right, I'm coming home. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
She ended the call and reached for her dress.
Is everything okay?
Nathan said quietly. After pulling up the straps, she turned to him and frowned.
We both agree that this isn't anything serious, right? We were just having a good time.
Yes, he said slowly.
Why? My kids were in a car accident, she told him as she grabbed her phone. Nathan, I can't do this. I can't work in the restaurant, take care of my kids, and play around with you. Tonight was absolutely amazing, but it can't happen again.
He didn't say anything when she unlocked the door and raced down the stairs. By the time she grabbed her keys from her purse and was out to her car, she was ready to cry. Pressing a hand against her abdomen, she gasped and tried to catch her breath. She had no idea what she was feeling. Fear, guilt, and a hole that she didn't even know existed until Nathan came along. Chapter 10. Karolina took the next 2 days off to spend with her kids. While she watched Carlita roll around in the playpen, she held Tamara under one arm and Julio under the other.
Julio whined as he wriggled. Let me go. I want to go play.
In a minute, baby, she whispered. She placed a kiss on the top of his forehead.
The doctor said you might be sore today from the seatbelt. How do you feel? I told you this morning that it doesn't hurt that bad.
Tamara leaned across and shot him a dirty look.
Behave, Julio. She got scared.
Were you scared? Her son asked with wide eyes. He stopped squirming, and she smiled down at him.
You're my baby. Of course I was scared. I'm not a baby, Mom,
her son protested, wrinkling his nose and trying once more to escape her embrace.
Julio Jesus Valdez, you could be 30 years old, and you would still be my baby.
Julio wrinkled his nose.
That's old. I'm not going to get that old.
Laughing, Karolina unhooked her arm and watched Julio slide off the couch. She'd barely let her kids out of her sight since the accident. All three of them slept in the bedroom with her, and she'd spend most of the night checking on them, making sure they were still breathing. It was almost ridiculous. After seeing the damage to the car, she knew the accident was minor, but she couldn't stop the fear and guilt. There might have been a time, at one point, when she thought that she could have it all. Great children, a loving husband, the best career. But when she and Carlo called it quits, she knew that something would have to give. Since she already had the children, and she needed the career to feed them, she'd given up on men. Last night was just a slip. She'd dressed for that party with every intention of seducing Nathan. He woke up her body like no other man, but it was only fun. It didn't seem harmful. Until she got to thinking about what might have happened, all the while she and Nathan were... She shook her head. Best not to think about that. In any case, it was over now. Her children were far more important than anything else in her life. So fun would have to go by the wayside.
Mama, if I say that I'm sore, do I have to go to school tomorrow?
Tamara asked. Karolina looked at her daughter with wide, innocent eyes.
Are you sore? Oh, no, that's terrible. We need to go back to the doctor immediately, and then it will be bed rest and soup for the rest of the week. Can it be ice cream instead?
She shook her head sadly.
I'm sorry. Ice cream isn't for kids who are sore.
Tamara gasped and shook her head.
No, I'm not sore. I feel great.
Laughing, Karolina hugged her close and kissed her.
All jokes aside, baby, do you feel okay? I twinge a little bit when I twist like this, but then I'm fine.
Tamara awkwardly maneuvered her body in a strange position, And Karolina shook her head.
Then I suppose you shouldn't move like that. Do you want to go outside and play with your brother?
Tamara nodded and hopped off the couch to run out and join Julio. Walking over to the playpen, Karolina picked up her toddler and hugged her close. Carlita had been well protected in her car seat. She gave Karolina a toothy grin.
Mama!
Reaching down to make sure that Carlita's diaper was still dry, she grabbed the blanket and headed for the door.
Today we're going to spend some time outside and watch your brother and sister play. How does that sound?
No. Opening the screen door, she watched as Tamara and Julio ran around the yard playing some imaginary game. Settling the blanket on the ground, she put Carlita in her lap and watched them playing.
You got scurvy, Julio yelled as he ran towards Tamara. You don't even know what scurvy is, Tamara yelled back,
as she ducked behind some bushes.
Neither do you.
They were playing Pirates and Navy again. As always, Tamara wanted to be the pirates. All of them. There were times when Karolina was concerned that her daughter was going to grow up to be a criminal. 2 months ago, Carlo had let them watch Pirates of the Caribbean. They had nightmares for a week, but afterwards, they begged Karolina to watch it again. When that didn't work, they started playing Pirates and Navy, making up their own stories like Karolina and her siblings had done when they were that age.
God save the Queen!
Karolina shook her head. She had no idea where Julio picked up these things, but his British accent was hysterical. She heard the latch to the fence lift, and she immediately grabbed Carlita as the gate opened. When Nathan walked in, she leaned back and sighed.
Nathan, what are you doing here?
I rang the door in the front, but I guess you didn't hear it. When I heard the call of the British Navy, I had to come around back to make sure everything was okay. He gave her a sheepish grin, and Julio and Tamara stopped what they were doing. Ahoy, mates, he called to them.
It's the Kraken,
Tamara shrieked, and Julio joined her. Soon they were pointing their imaginary swords at him and were running. Nathan was a good sport. He ran slowly around the yard, and when they caught up with him, he went down with a guttural moan. Once the threat was taken care of, they went back to chasing each other, and Nathan joined her on the blanket. I hope I'm not interrupting. You didn't call, and I wanted to make sure the kids were okay.
Nathan,
she said softly.
I don't know how I feel about you popping in on me like this. I meant what I said last night.
Does that mean we can't be friends? The look on his face made her melt a little inside, and she scooted over to make room for him.
As you can see, they are all fine. I took off from Maria's today and tomorrow to spend some time with them.
Tamara's already trying to weasel out of going to school tomorrow. She's a smart kid. I once deliberately got bronchitis to get out of going to school and avoid a math test.
That's extreme. How old were you?
21. Unable to help herself, Karolina laughed. Nathan smiled sheepishly. Daisy was sick that week, and I'd taken the opportunity to hang out with the guys. Thanks to binge drinking and several nasty hangovers, I was woefully unprepared for the test. So I took Daisy some soup and hung out with her all day. The next morning, my lymph nodes were so swollen that I actually had to go to the doctor.
That's what you get.
Nathan shrugged. I aced the makeup test, so it was all worth it.
You are such a child.
Carlita chose that moment to squat and let out a toxic fart. Karolina screwed up her face and held her chin out.
Nathan, I am so sorry.
He fell back in a pretend faint before shaking his head.
What the hell did you feed her?
This is not even the worst. I'm going to go change her. She hesitated a little.
Will you be here when I get back?
I can stick around for a little bit. Feeling oddly happy, she carried her stinky toddler into the nursery and placed her on the changing table. Carlita had always been a squirmy baby, so changing her diaper was always a workout. Finally, when she got her chatty girl clean and dry, she pulled a new diaper up and her yellow dress down.
All right, Carlita. What do we think? Is Nathan really here for the kids? Or is he hoping for round 2?
No.
Some things never change. When you're a teenager and you ask me for money and a phone and a car and new clothes, I'm going to remind you of your favorite word.
Disposing of the diaper and the lining on the table, she picked Carlita up and smothered her in kisses. Carlo had been waiting for her at the house last night when she got home. He took a good look at her dress, but he hadn't said anything to her about where she'd been. Instead, he'd forced her to calm down before she went in. Of all her husbands, he was the best father. Husband number 1 took off before the baby was even born. Husband number 2 was a complete deadbeat. He stuck it out for a few years, but when she realized what kind of man would be raising her children, she left him. Carlo was different. There was no denying that he was an attractive man, and she was certainly attracted to him. But the attraction never really ignited into anything. They married because they were good together, but he was focused on his work and she was focused on hers. When she was pregnant with Karolina, she thought that maybe it would bond them together. But after she was born, Karolina knew that things would never change. He would have stayed with her, she knew that, but it would have been wrong. He didn't love her anymore, and she didn't love him. Carlo had begged to stay in her kids' lives. They called him daddy, and she couldn't deny them. She didn't need another husband. Her children had a father. Her family was so extensive that they practically had a whole village. She should do more to push Nathan away so she could concentrate on her job and her kids. As she carried Karolina down the stairs, she made the decision to tell Nathan to leave. But when she saw him sitting on the blanket with her kids and building things out of sticks and leaves, she couldn't help but smile. Maybe he could stick around a little bit longer. As usual, Tuesday morning was rough. Tamara decided to play a prank on her brother and hid his backpack. After threatening and bribing her for the location, Karolina finally found it in the cat carrier. They hadn't had a cat in 3 years. Grumbling, she packed it with his lunch and glared at Tamara when she came into the kitchen. "We are going to talk about this when you get home from school, so don't even think about asking to go to Michelle's house." Her lower lip quivered. "I'm sorry, Mama. I wanted to have a little fun."
There is a time and a place. Get Karolina in her stroller so we're not late,"
Karolina snapped. Tamara silently did as she was told, and they made it to the bus stop as the bus was pulling up. Giving Tamara and Julio a kiss, she waited until the bus rolled away before jogging back down to her car.
"Baby, we're going to be late."
After settling Karolina in the car seat and folding up the stroller, she pushed her hair out of her face and slid in the car. Reaching into the car, she pulled out her coffee thermos and set it in the cup holder. When she finally pulled up to Benita's house, she was 20 minutes late. The chefs would be at the restaurant in 10 minutes, and Karolina had none of her paperwork finished. Snagging her cup of coffee, she went to take a sip when the thermos slipped out of her hands. As the lukewarm liquid spilled all over her clothes, she gasped and jumped. Her hand hit the car horn, and as it blared, Karolina started to scream and cry.
"Shit!"
Karolina yelled. Taking a few deep breaths, she managed to get out of the car without any more accidents. A rapidly spreading coffee stain covered the front of her white blouse and dripped down her gray skirt. She was already on the verge of tears, but Karolina was calming down, so Karolina took a few deep breaths before taking her toddler out of the car. There were no more incidents as she pulled into the employee restaurant parking lot. With her head down, she hurried across the brick road and pulled out her budget report. She would need to make the morning deposit before doing anything else. As she walked up to her restaurant, she stopped short. Yellow caution tape covered the doors of the building, and several business owners stood out front.
No, 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 no,"
Karolina muttered as she hurried forward.
"We're still supposed to have a couple of months. What happened?"
"The building inspector was here this morning to look at the standing structures. He condemned it."
"Condemned?"
Karolina's face fell as she stared at the crumbling brick.
"So it's a little old and could use a little love, but to condemn it? Really?"
A knot formed in her stomach when she realized the reality of her situation. "Yeah, Mr. Wells is supposed to be here soon to let us in so we can get our money and personal items. He's giving us until the weekend to move out our inventory."
"That's just great."
Karolina was going to have to call her staff and tell them they didn't have a job because she hadn't been able to find another place that came anywhere near satisfying her mother. Then she was going to have to tell Maria that she didn't have a restaurant anymore. Tears formed in her eyes, and she rubbed her hands together. How had this happened? She was always so prepared, and yet she knew that this day was coming. She simply couldn't get things together fast enough. Taking a deep breath, she wiped her tears away and took a seat on the bench. She had phone calls to make and a lot of people to disappoint. 20 minutes later, she was drained. Everyone that she talked to was upset. She heard everything from tears to cursing. The latter came from her mother. Slipping the phone in her purse, she stood when a woman in sunglasses and carrying a Gucci purse walked down the cobblestone street. She weaved on her high heels and cursed the uneven bricks. Stopping in front of the group of people, she pulled off her sunglasses and looked them over. "I'm Debbie Wells," she said with a sigh. "I'm here to supervise you while you get your money or whatever. You have 20 minutes. Karolina knew that William Wells had a new young wife, but she had no idea just how young. Debbie Wells couldn't have been any older than Karolina. The owner of the coffee shop stepped forward. "We've paid rent for the next 3 months. Are we going to see our money?" Debbie looked bored when she turned her gaze towards him. "You can take that up with my husband. Who is the owner of Maria's restaurant?" "I am," Karolina said as she raised her hand. "Well, I'm the manager. My mother is the owner." "Whatever," Debbie said as she flicked her wrist. "Is this an Italian restaurant?" Karolina frowned. Did the woman know nothing about the shops in the building her husband owned? "It's Latin American fusion." "Do you have wine? High-end wine?" "We keep a couple of nice bottles on hand, but we don't usually draw in the kind of crowd who drink high-end wine." Debbie nodded. "I'd like to take a look at those bottles." When Karolina stared dumbly at her, she snapped her fingers. "Hello?" "Right, sure, follow me." The woman stumbled on her feet a bit, and Karolina moved to catch her. Giving her an evil look, Debbie found her own footing and marched to the restaurant's door. She was at the very least tipsy, maybe even borderline drunk. Without saying anything, Karolina unlocked the door and let her in. Flipping on the lights, she walked behind the bar and unlocked the wine cooler. "We keep the expensive special select wines in 5 of the brands that we normally carry. Chateau de Rouge Merlot, La Petite Court Pinot Noir, Bettinger Cabernet, Oakwood Chardonnay, Clockwork Black Pinot Grigio." As she named each brand, she pulled the bottles out. Debbie's eyes widened with delight as she touched the bottles. "You get these shipped to you? I haven't been able to find Clockwork Black anywhere." Karolina opened the register and pulled out the cash. "You like wine?" she asked, as she began to count it. "Only certain wines," Debbie said, as she picked up the bottle to examine it. Karolina read between the lines. Debbie only liked expensive wines. That couldn't be a cheap hobby, but if anyone could afford it, it would be William Wells. "Can I buy these from you?" she asked. "I'll pay the menu price." Arching an eyebrow, Karolina quickly jotted down the figure from the register. "All 5 of them? That's almost $3,000. Without hesitation, Debbie pulled a credit card and handed it to her. "And please pack them for me." Pack them? What kind of restaurant did she think this was? Ringing up the wine, she swiped the card and gave Debbie a copy to sign. She kept paper to-go bags beside the register, and she pulled one out and set the wine bottles in them. "Sorry, I'm all out of fancy ribbon." Debbie looked up sharply at her and narrowed her eyes. "You're upset. Your eyes are puffy like you've been crying. Did your boyfriend just break up with you?" "No, my boyfriend did not just break up with me. I had to call all of my staff and tell them that they were out of a job. I had to call my mother and let her know that her restaurant was closed because we didn't have enough time to find a new place. So yes, it's been a trying morning." Debbie grabbed the bag of wine and smirked. "Well, now you are $3,000 richer. That should make you smile." Her eyes swept over Karolina's stained blouse. "By the way, it looks like you might have had a little accident. Be sure to put that into soak when you get a minute." She spun on her heels and stalked out of the restaurant. Karolina could only stare. Must be nice to be rich. Chapter 11. The printer hummed in Nathan's apartment, and he carefully glued the next building in place. The model's grass and trees were already painted, and he had almost finished with the design of the individual buildings. There was a water fountain in the printer, and then all that would be left would be to print out the main building. His fingers itched with excitement. This was far and away his most daring design yet. He'd managed to maintain some of the beauty of the original buildings, but had mixed in some of the simple and clean lines typical of contemporary design. The park in the center would surround a giant water fountain, and people could shop, eat, and live in the two-story structures. Just as he ran his paintbrush over the back line of buildings, there was a sharp knock on his door. Cursing, he jumped, knocking two of the trees off the board in the process. He glared at the door and decided to ignore it. There was another knock. This was more insistent, and Nathan growled. Throwing his brush down, he stomped to the door and threw it wide open. "What the fuck do you want?" He immediately clamped his mouth shut. "Karolina, I'm so sorry. Geez, sorry. What are you doing here?" Her eyes were red from weeping, and her hair was pulled out of its clip to hang in drifts about her face and neck. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "I needed somewhere to go." Nathan stepped back, concerned, and pulled her into the apartment. After he closed the door, he reached out to frame her face with his hands. But he instinctively knew she was here as a friend, because she needed someone to talk to listen to her. Instead of kissing her, he straightened, cleared his throat, and led her into the room. "You're welcome to stay here. Do you want to tell me what's going on?" Karolina sat on the couch and took a deep breath. "Wells had the buildings condemned. We're all shut down." "What?" Nathan frowned in disbelief. "The sale of that property isn't even finalized yet. You should have at least had another month." "I found all these great places where we can move, but Mama doesn't understand that we're going to have to pay more for a good location. I want to buy something. I don't even want to rent anymore. We have a solid clientele. We could buy, but she won't even hear of it. Now all of my employees are out of a job, and even if I do find a new location that Mama would approve of, I don't think I have any staff left to run the business." Karolina shook her head. "How did everything come to this?" The printer beeped, and Nathan turned his head towards it. He still had a lot to do before the presentation tomorrow, but Karolina looked completely lost as she stared off into space. Blowing out his breath, he turned his back on the project and sat next to her. "Why don't you talk to Wells about renting another space when he's done with construction?" "We already did. We tried to talk to him about being grandfathered in at our old rates, but he won't budge. He's planning on charging 4 times as much as we pay now. At those rates, even if I had any staff, the restaurant would go under in 6 months. Wells is looking for expensive boutiques and 5-star restaurants to move in. Mom-and-pop businesses are out." She leaned her head on his shoulder, and he put his arm around her. Karolina sighed in contentment and cuddled even closer. Nathan felt his body stirring in reaction, but not only was it not an appropriate time, she'd made it clear that she wasn't looking for anything more than a one-night stand. And he didn't have time to bury himself in her warm, wet body again. "Maybe taking some time off will be good for you." "I can't take time off. I have too many mouths to feed." He almost mentioned that he could help tide her over until she got a new job, but he had the feeling that was not the answer she was looking for. "How can I help?" "Distract me. Please." She lifted her face towards his, and he gazed at her inviting mouth. "You may have to be more specific about how you want to be distracted, because the ideas running through my head aren't exactly PG." A seductive smile curved over her beautiful face. "I might be okay with things that aren't exactly PG," she said softly. She pushed on his chest until he leaned back in the cushions, and then she straddled his lap. "That is definitely not PG," he grunted, as he bucked his hips.
Sorry, readers. Here's where we fade to black due to YouTube explicit content guidelines. If you dream for the steam, you'll need to take a look in the book.
It was a few minutes before she lifted her head and stared at him.
"That was certainly distracting,"
she whispered. Nathan felt the world fall away as he stared at her. Wrapping his hands in her hair, he gently pulled her forward until he could kiss her.
"If you let me, I'll distract you whenever you want."
She purred as he kissed her,
What are you asking me, Nathan Maxfield? Take a chance on me, Karolina. We can make it work. I know we're both busy, but I think I'm addicted to you. Even as he said the words, he hardened. She felt the movement and raised her eyebrows. Really? Again? As he rolled them over, she shrieked with laughter. Instead of pushing him away, she raised her knees and ran one foot over his legs. If you have the time, I'll convince you why you should give me a chance. After Karolina left, Nathan sluggishly put in the dimensions for the last structure to print. Without any sleep, he finished painting the model. 3 hours later, he reached for the model, and only then did he realize that he'd put in the wrong measurements. Cursing, he rubbed a hand over his face and stared. His meeting was in an hour. There was no way that he was going to be able to print out the right model. He wedged it into the space and stepped back to stare at it. It fit, but it spoiled the design, and it wasn't the model he'd needed that would pull it all together. At least he had his final drawings to show them. Even as he picked them up, he imagined Karolina writhing and moaning on them. Pushing the image out of his head, he rolled the designs and placed them in a bag. A final coat on the last section of the building, and he was good to go. And running late. When he finally got to the office, Gabe and Stephen were both waiting for him outside the door. "You're late," Gabe hissed. "The only reason that Wells hasn't walked out is because Angie's in there charming him. Or terrifying him, I'm not too sure which. Let's move, for God's sake." "Easy," Stephen muttered. "Let's get this over with." He opened the door. "Mr. Wells, thank you for your patience. Nathan is here with the model. Apparently he's having issues with his printer." Angie narrowed her eyes. "Issues with his printer?" she whispered in his ear. "Issues with his girlfriend." "What?" Angie said loudly as her head snapped up, but Wells smiled. "Technology is supposed to make our lives easier, but it can be so complicated. Come in, let's see what you have." If Stephen was good at one thing, he was good at reading people. He could charm a contract out of anyone. Nathan carefully set the covered model on the table and reached out to shake Wells's hand. "Mr. Wells, I'm glad you understand. I know that you're looking for something really special to draw a lot of attention, but I've been thinking of one of the biggest attractions in the area. Old Town. Have you been there lately?" The older man leaned against the table and frowned, shaking his head. "No, I don't think I know it." "The original structures still stand from the early 1900s, and the stores and restaurants within are all renovated to represent different eras. It's hugely popular because it represents something that people can't experience anymore. The structures that have been condemned on your property were built in the 1920s. Now, they are in terrible condition, but restored, they could be really something. I thought that blending the historical style with contemporary design would give you something unique. In addition, this design will help you conserve both water and energy." Nathan clasped his hands together and waited. Wells pointed his cane to the table. "Well, get on with it, boy." Taking a deep breath, Nathan pulled the sheet off his model and faced Wells. "There will be a brick exterior. This model isn't quite right. The main building here will be at least 3 stories. Something like a giant clock on the front will give it a more stately look. There will be an observatory at the top and a glass walkway that connects the buildings. Out front, here, will be 2 stories of restaurants and stores. Your luxury condos will be 3 stories in the back. You have your choice of condos or stores on the side. It'll be mostly closed off, but there will be several entrances into the courtyard. Here in the center will be an open space, a park for people to enjoy, eat, and play." Wells leaned over his cane to study the model. Nathan held his breath as he watched the old man's expression. It was almost impossible to read. But then a dark expression crossed his face. "I want this property to make me some money. I don't give a damn about kids playing. This is ridiculous. I don't want to blend history with contemporary. I don't want any of this," he yelled. He turned and pointed his finger at Angie. "I'm going with Sherper Architectural. This is ridiculous." "Mr. Wells." Angie's smile faltered as she stepped forward and took the old man's hand. "This is Nathan's first design. He absolutely understands the process of getting to know the client. We still have a week before we close on the land behind your property.
Nathan will take the time to come up with something that's more to your liking. Nathan's heart dropped as Wells screwed up his face. He'd spent countless hours on this project, and the man had barely even looked at it. Fine, Wells growled. I'll expect something by the end of the week. He put on his hat and hobbled slowly out of the room. Let me walk you out, Angie said quickly as she jumped up. I could use a little fresh air. This baby girl is taking her time coming along. Wells chuckled and linked arms with her as they slowly made their way to the elevator. Gabe immediately whirled on Nathan. You need to fix this. If we lose this account, Duncan Enterprises will take a huge hit. I don't understand, Nathan muttered. He said he wanted something different, something special. Now he wants a plain old condo community? If he wanted something ordinary, he could have found that anywhere. He came to us because he's friends with Duncan and because we've handled other properties for him. He doesn't need you trying to make a name for yourself. Stephen narrowed his eyes. Get your head in this project. Where do you think my head has been? Nathan argued. With Karolina. Whoa, Gabe stepped in and put his hands up. Okay, guys, let's take a step back and take a deep breath. Nathan felt his anger rising. They could say what they wanted about his damn design, but there was no reason to bring Karolina into this. I spent weeks working on this design. If you don't like the way Wells reacted to it, you should take that up with him and leave my personal life out of this. One minute you're telling me to take it easy. I'm overworking. The next, it's I've been wasting my time? Instead of making accusations, Gabe interrupted loudly, let's talk about where we go from here. Nathan, can you come up with a design that Wells will like within a week? If he doesn't have his mind on other things, he might, Stephen grumbled. Nathan opened his mouth to argue, but the truth was that Stephen was right. If Nathan was going to pull this off, he would have to block out all distractions. It wouldn't have been the first time that he'd locked himself in a room to finish a project. When he worked on his capstone project in college, he didn't leave his apartment for 3 weeks. It would be time-consuming, but if his brothers wanted Wells on board, he would give it his best shot. Even though it meant abandoning quite possibly the best idea he ever had, and his integrity. I'll get it done. Nathan took one last look at his model, then turned his back. Grabbing his bag, he started for the elevator. Do you want to take this with you? Gabe called after him. Nathan didn't bother to answer his brother. He'd been incredibly proud of his design, and not one person had said they'd liked it. Which, while he'd expected lack of a reaction, it still hurt. Despite how hard he fought, his brothers were still clueless when it came to sustainable design, and he'd often felt that the only reason why they indulged him was to make the company look good. He couldn't understand why they couldn't wrap their minds around the need for better construction practices, especially when it could save money in the long run. This wasn't just a fad, this was reality. When the door opened, Angie stood inside rubbing her belly. Nathan, she said softly as she walked out. Are you okay? I'm fine. You don't have to worry about your precious Wells. I'll give him what he wants, a faceless concrete block. Nathan, Angie called out in frustration, but the doors were already closing. Alone, he slammed the side of his fist into the wall and lowered his head. What the hell had he been thinking? Well, that answer was easy. A part of him still hoped that his brothers would believe in him, that he wouldn't constantly be fighting an uphill battle to turn around a company that put profits before the environment. This wasn't the 1990s, where the very concept of LEED certification and green building was unheard of. It'd been more than 15 years since green builders cut their teeth on expensive products and pricey retrofits. Today, many sustainable building products are now cheaper than the less environmentally friendly competition. But you wouldn't know it the way some builders reacted to those options. What Wells was asking for was an abomination. If Nathan was going to compromise his principles, he would need a drink. Maybe the whole bottle. Chapter 12. The smell of burgers and beer still lingered in the carpets, but the space was otherwise clean. Karolina walked around the vacant restaurant and tried to envision how many tables and chairs they could pack in. The truth was, they hadn't done a lot of dine-in service. Most of the regulars sat at the bar or ordered their food to go. The location of this spot wouldn't exactly bring in a lot of foot traffic either. That was made obvious by the fact that the previous tenants went under. Karolina cooed from her stroller, and the real estate agent bent over to smile at the toddler.
She is absolutely beautiful,
Clara said.
How old?
Terrible twos, Karolina muttered.
How long did the previous renters stay?
3 years. Clara straightened and cleared her throat. When they first opened, they were the hit of the town, but I don't think their cooking quality was consistent. I'm sure Maria's restaurant will do quite nicely here. Karolina frowned and glanced out the window.
There's no shopping opportunities here. There's a real estate agency, a dance studio, a doctor's office, and a nail salon. People don't stroll by in a place like this, so we might get some business from the people that work here, but it's going to be hard to get new clientele or people walking in off the street.
There's a car dealership a half-mile up the road, Clara said brightly. An apartment complex 4 miles down in the Charter Woods neighborhoods. I'm sure with some advertising you'll do quite well here. But not well enough to pay the rent. Karolina had spent 2 days searching for new premises for the restaurant. Her mother was refusing to come along, and now she was refusing to watch the kids. According to her, since Karolina didn't have a job now, she could damn well watch her own kids. Never mind the fact that it was hard to tote a toddler all across town in search of a new place for Maria's restaurant. But Karolina put a lid on her temper and worked the best she could. This place was clearly another dud. She was about to open her mouth and say something when her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, her mood dampened even more. It was Nathan. He assured her that they were going to try to make something work, but he'd already canceled the last 2 dates.
Nathan,
she said tiredly as she answered.
I take it this has something to do with our date tonight?
I'm so sorry, babe. I have got a lot going on here, and I don't think I can get away. We'll do something tomorrow night, I promise. His voice was strained, but Karolina was at the end of her rope.
I can't go out tomorrow night, Nathan. This might surprise you, but I'm not waiting for you by the phone. Just because I'm not working right now doesn't mean that I'm not busy. So, no, tomorrow night doesn't work for me, she said icily.
Karolina, he said in a warning voice.
I knew this wasn't going to work, but you said that we can make this work. I haven't seen you since that night. You've canceled 3 dates now. Why exactly should I wait around for a 4th?
Her question was met with silence, but she could hear him breathing on the other end. Karolina, I really am sorry. I can't make it tonight. What can I do to make it up to you?
I need to know that this isn't some fling for you. I know that you have a lot going on in your life, Nathan, so if you're not ready to jump into a relationship, all you have to do is tell me. I'm a big girl. I can handle it. What I can't handle is you constantly brushing me off. Tell me what you want.
I'm not brushing you off, he said quickly before he stopped. For a moment, he didn't say anything. And when he spoke again, his voice was soft and apologetic. I'm sorry. I know what it looks like. Give me tonight to work, and I will make it worth your while. She pinched the bridge of her nose and sighed. Tomorrow she had 3 appointments lined up to look at rental properties, but they were all after Tamara and Julio got out of school. None of her sisters could watch them, and her usual babysitter was out of town.
Since you're free tomorrow night, you can watch Tamara, Julio, and Carlita for me. I've got something I have to do.
That's fine, he said quickly. You can drop them off here.
Nathan, if you think that you're going to be able to work while you watch my kids, you are sorely mistaken.
They will have my undivided attention, I swear. I owe you that much. Karolina tapped her foot on the floor.
Fine. I'll drop them off at 4. I won't be able to pick them up until at least 10.
She hung up before he could object. Then she whirled around on the real estate agent.
We're a Latin American fusion restaurant. We need a place where people can shop and walk by on a regular basis.
Clara hesitated.
I know, but on your budget?
No, Karolina snapped. Don't even say it. I'll see you tomorrow, and I hope the places we're looking at are better than this one. She grabbed the stroller and marched out of the restaurant. She felt a little guilty. Clara was doing her best, and Karolina knew that she was probably asking for the impossible. Between her mother's temper and Nathan's strange new absence, Karolina was ready to scream. It was just like a man to disappear right after she admitted that she wanted to explore something more. Why would she think that Nathan would be any different? Nathan was still staring at a blank piece of paper when Karolina knocked on his door. He had 3 days left to show Wells a new idea, and he had nothing to show. His original idea was so perfect. He couldn't imagine replacing it with anything else. Pushing the papers aside, he got up and tried to plaster a smile on his face. "Hey, you guys ready to hang out with me?" he said as he opened the door. "Nathan!" Julio shouted. "Can we build something?" "You're going to do your homework before you do anything else," Karolina said with narrow eyes. When she looked at Nathan, she looked anything but happy with him. "They will do their homework." She was pissed. That was more than obvious, and Nathan really wanted to talk about it, but he didn't want to do it in front of the kids. "I promise that they'll do their homework, and I've ordered a pizza for dinner." "Pizza!" Tamara's eyes lit up with delight. "Wonderful," Karolina said with a sigh. She rolled the stroller in and unloaded the bag on her shoulder. "Okay, this is a pop-up playpen for Carlita. She moves fast, so you'll have to keep an eye on her. There are diapers and food for her in the bag. This is usually her nap time, but because she's in a new place, she might be too excited to sleep. If that's the case, there are a few DVDs of kids' shows that she likes to watch in the bag. If she does sleep, there's a movie in the bag for Julio and Tamara. They're not allowed to watch television, and I don't want them playing outside after dark." "Karolina," Nathan said as he grabbed her shoulders. "Relax. It will be fine." He leaned in to give her a kiss, but she turned her head so that he gave her a peck on the cheek. He closed his eyes and ran his hands up her arms. "Please don't be mad at me. Thank you for helping me out tonight. I'll call you later to check up on things. Tamara, Julio, you behave yourselves and do everything Nathan asks of you. If he gives you a good report, we'll go out for ice cream after school tomorrow, okay?" "Okay, Mama," they said in unison. She gave them quick kisses on the head before leaving without even a glance at Nathan. "Damn," he whispered as the door closed. She was really pissed. "Okay," he said as he whirled around. "The pizza will be here in a couple hours. How much homework do you have?" "None," Tamara said with a sweet smile. Julio pushed her. "Don't lie. You have to do your math problems and read and write on your map." "You're such a tattletale," his sister sneered. "And you're a poop head." "Wow, okay, enough," Nathan interjected. "I believe your mother promised you ice cream if you behave. This doesn't sound like behaving." The kids immediately quieted and stared at him with big eyes. "That's better. I expect you to work on your homework until the pizzas get here. I have no doubt that your mother is going to check on us tonight, and I don't want her mad at you or me. Do we understand each other?" They nodded their heads and climbed up on the kitchen chairs, pulling out their books and notebooks. Nathan breathed a sigh of relief. They were going to be quiet and work, so he could also be quiet and work. The pop-up playpen was a little harder to put together than he wanted to admit, but soon he was tossing blankets and the stuffed animals from the bag inside. Carlita stuck out her tongue and tried to blow a raspberry as he moved her from the stroller to the pen. Instead of lying down to nap, she gripped the edge and tried to jump up and down. "Okay, movie it is. I hope this lulls you to sleep, little girl." He put the DVD in and watched as an animated blue goat and a little girl popped up on the screen. "No wonder kids grow up with issues," he murmured. Sitting back down at his desk, he started to sketch some base lines. Part of him felt guilty for doing any work after he promised Karolina that he wouldn't, but he absolutely had to get this done. A lot of money rested on this project. Surely that was something Karolina would understand. He started and stopped sketching several times, each time pushing the design away in disgust. He was getting nowhere fast. The movie that Carlita was watching seemed to be nothing more than one annoying song after another, or possibly the same song over and over. It was getting difficult to tell, as she insisted on singing along with it. After 20 minutes straight, Nathan couldn't take it anymore, and was relieved when Carlita had stopped singing. Hoping for a reprieve, he pulled out a fresh piece of paper and began to sketch. Feeling like he was finally getting into his design, he paused. It was too quiet. Thinking that Karolina might have fallen asleep, he got up to check on her. Except that she wasn't even in her playpen. "Tamara! Julio!" he shouted as he looked around. "Where's your sister?" "I have her," Tamara said with a smile. "She was hungry." Nathan looked over to see Karolina in Tamara's lap with her hand in the peanut butter jar. There was peanut butter everywhere. "No," Nathan said in exasperation. "No, no, no." Picking up the baby, he looked wildly around. "Julio, where's your brother?" Tamara pointed to the bathroom, and Nathan sighed in relief. At least he hadn't lost anyone yet. "Okay, I'm going to get Karolina cleaned up. When I get back, I want to see some homework done." "Where? Your table is all sticky now," she said. "Damn. You can use my work table, but make sure you don't mess up my drawings, okay?" "Okay." She started to gather up their books, and Nathan grabbed Karolina's diaper bag and carried it and her into the master bathroom. Sitting her on the counter, he turned the water on until it was lukewarm. Finally, he took Karolina's dress and diaper off and plopped her in the sink. "How did you get peanut butter under your dress?" he asked with a frown as he wiped her down with a washcloth. When she was finally clean, he popped her back into a new diaper and found a blue dress. When he was finished dressing her and pulling her hair back, he stepped back to admire his work. "You were absolutely adorable," he said with a smile. "Are you by any chance tired?" "No." He had a feeling she actually meant it this time. "Okay, no more movie for you. You can have some quiet playtime with your stuffed animals." He walked out of the bathroom and stopped short. Tamara was coloring all over his sketches, and Julio was pulling out his soldering iron from the drawer. "Put that down!" he yelled as he raced over to him. Ripping the tool out of his hand, he accidentally knocked Julio over. The boy fell on his butt and immediately started to cry. "Look what you did!" Tamara accused as she tossed her coloring pencils down. Karolina was joining in on the crying, and no matter how many times Nathan tried to apologize, he couldn't make himself heard. Sighing, he put the screaming toddler back into her playpen and went back to the table to pick up Julio. "Are you okay, buddy?" he asked softly. Julio sniffed a little before running into the bathroom. Nathan heard the distinct sound of the lock and closed his eyes. He was going to need reinforcements. 20 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Nathan opened it and found Carlos standing there with the pizza. "Ran into the delivery boy. This smells good." "Thank God. I am in way over my head," Nathan said with a sigh of relief. "Julio is locked in the bathroom. Tamara isn't speaking to me, and Karolina keeps switching between crying and screaming and singing." Carlo nodded. "That sounds about right." He set the pizza on the counter and smiled. "Give me 10 minutes. I'm a pro at this." Nathan started setting the table with plates and napkins, milk for the kids, and beer for him and Carlo. 10 minutes later, Tamara and Julio were standing quietly by the table. "I'm sorry I colored on your paper," Tamara said softly. "I'm sorry I played with your tools," Julio echoed. Carlo picked up Karolina and bounced her around until she was cooing and laughing. Nathan smiled at them in relief. "It's okay, guys. Julio, I'm sorry that I knocked you down, and I'm sorry that I yelled at both of you. Would you like some pizza?" They nodded and started to climb back up to the kitchen table, but Carlo stopped them. "Why don't you guys take your pizza into the living room and watch a movie? I want to talk to Nathan." Carlo herded them into the living room and started the movie. When he returned, Nathan was collapsed in the kitchen chair and sipping on his beer. 3 hours with the kids, and I managed to make them all cry at the same time and at the same pitch. "Don't worry about it. My first night with Tamara and Julio ended up in the hospital." "Jeez," Nathan muttered. "Which kid was hurt?" "Neither," Carlos smiled. "I ended up falling down the stairs and spraining my ankle. Karolina thinks I was clumsy, but I was chasing Tamara around because she'd gotten a hold of my electric mixer. Those kids can be menaces." Nathan took a bite of his pizza and shook his head. "I finally got Karolina to admit that she wanted to take this a step further, but I've been so wrapped up in my work that I haven't been able to see her. Tonight was supposed to get me back in her good graces. As you could see, It's going real well. I was a terrible father in the beginning. In fact, there are times when I still think that I'm a terrible father. But Karolina still lets me watch them, so I guess I'm not that bad. You are Carlita's father, Nathan said dryly. Toddlers are easy. There is no persuading them to do or feel anything. One minute they're happy because the walls are white, and the next minute they're angry because their stuffed animal is looking at them funny. There's no parenting them. There's only survival mode. Nathan chuckled. That sounds about right. Look, Karolina is great, but she comes with the kids. If you can't handle them, you're never going to be able to handle her. Carlo drained his beer and took a slice of pizza. All right. I am actually on assignment, so I've got to get back. They shouldn't give you any more problems tonight. I don't know how to thank you, Nathan said as he reached out and shook the man's hand. You are a lifesaver. You're a Maxfield, and I'm a reporter. I'm definitely going to collect. Carlo winked at him and stopped to tell the kids goodbye. Nathan grabbed his pizza and went to join the kids on the couch. They had finished their dinner and were slowly nodding off. Carlita was already fast asleep. Turning off the television, he smiled down at them. He never put much thought into being a father before, and what little he had, he assumed it would be one child at a time. Trying to navigate his way around 3 was maddening at times, but seeing them like this, with such content looks on their faces, seemed to make it worth it. Grabbing a blanket, he covered Tamara and Julio where they slept on the couch. Walking over to look down at Carlita in her playpen, his heart fluttered happily. She managed to fall asleep lying on her knees, and her diapered bottom was sticking straight up. Reaching out to roll her onto her side, she made a contented noise when he handled her tail, as she clutched the monkey tightly to her. When Karolina finally showed up, the kids were still fast asleep. Did you see anything that you liked? He asked softly when he opened the door. She looked exhausted as she sagged against the doorframe. I found something that might work, but I'm sure Mama is going to shoot it down. How are the kids? Sleeping. Sleeping? She looked at him confused. Really? We had an active afternoon, he said with a smile. Leaning down, he kissed her gently on the lips. I'd invite you to stay a little longer, but it's a school night. Karolina, I really am sorry about canceling the dates. The Wells account is kicking my ass. Nathan, I have a lot going on too, and I'm still trying to make it work. I'm usually pretty easy to please, but you need to put in an effort. If we're going to make this work, we both have to compromise with our time. He rested his forehead on hers and ran his hands down her arms. Right before he could kiss her again, he heard some rustling in the living room. Mama? Karolina pushed past him and smiled. Hi, baby, she said to Julio. Did you finish your homework? Yes. He rubbed his eyes and smiled. I like it here. Nathan is fun and his TV is huge. Nathan snorted, and Karolina shot him a strange look. Okay, baby, go wake up your sister and let's go home. As Julio went to get Tamara, Karolina smiled at him. You did good, Nathan. Thanks. A mischievous sparkle appeared in her eye. I'll tell Carlo you said thanks. Nathan ran his hands through his hair and shook his head sheepishly. How did you know? He asked her. Laughing. I didn't until this very second, but it was smart to call him. He had his own problems when he first started watching the kids on his own. At least you didn't call me from the hospital, he teased. He told me about that. I can't tell you how glad I am that I didn't have that much trouble. Looking at her kids. Everyone is alive. No one is wearing a cast. I'd say you did good for your first time. Shaking his head, he helped her gather everything up and walked everyone to the car. After placing Carlita in her car seat, he watched as she made sure the kids were seatbelted in. Placing the stroller and playpen in the trunk, she turned back to him. Kissing him on the cheek, she bid him good night. As he watched them pull away, he realized that he really did want something with Karolina, but he had no idea how much work it would take. Still, he had a feeling that she would be worth it, but the question remained. Was he? Chapter 13.
As promised, a day out in the sunshine for a little fun, Nathan said as he put his hands on his hips. Karolina stared out at the rock formation behind the Castle Rock State Park information sign, and Nathan tried to figure out what she was thinking. The national park boasted everything from gnarled oaks to Douglas fir trees, with trails that meandered through huge boulder formations and the beauty of the dense forested area. It was heaven for rock climbers and stargazers alike. When the sun set, the sky lit up with a clear view of thousands upon thousands of stars. He was eager to show her one of his favorite places in California. Was she impressed with the size of the cliff? Was she astounded by the beauty of the formations? Was she thinking about how much fun they were going to have? The park was surprisingly quiet for such a beautiful day, and Nathan had expected to see more cars in the parking lot. The trails had been recently cleaned up, and he was pleased to see that it would be an easy walk. The shade from the oaks made it feel cooler, but he knew it would warm up quickly. Nathan had started coming here when he was in high school, and he loved it here. One of the several places in the Bay Area suitable for spending several hours climbing, he would often come here to burn off steam. And the sandstone, while slippery in areas where it was polished smooth from use, had well-worn hand and footholds from so many climbers before him. "So we're here to walk the trails?" she said slowly. Nathan reached into the trunk of his car and pulled out his climbing gear. It had been far too long since he'd dangled from the side of a cliff. Today was what he needed to clear his head and finally finish the Wells project. A few hours of this, and he would be a new man. "Of course not," Nathan said with a smile. He grabbed 2 helmets that he'd recently acquired and put one on Tamara's head and the other on Julio's. "We're going rock climbing." "Awesome," Julio said as he slapped his helmet. "Oh, no," Karolina said, as she grabbed Julio's hand and fumbled for her daughter's. "We're going to walk the trails. You know, the bit where the ground is flat and goes along all on one level. We are not going up. We are not rock climbing. Are you out of your mind?" Nathan looked behind him. "We're in Joshua Park. This is a rock climbing park. What did you think we were going to do?" She glanced in the direction of her kids, then pulled Nathan aside. "I thought we were going to have some fun at the park," she hissed. "Not put my kids' lives in mortal danger." "Karolina, I do this all the time. I wouldn't let her kids do anything that would hurt them. Most of these formations aren't even that high. It's not like I'm going to dangle them miles off the ground. Don't you trust me?" He searched her eyes, but he saw the fear and doubt in them. She clenched her jaw and looked down. "They're my kids, Nathan." Her eyes were hard, and he knew that he was fighting a losing battle. With a sigh, he decided to go ahead and take the fall. "Kids?" he said with a tight smile. "As it turns out, I forgot some of my climbing gear. I guess we're going to walk the trails." "Aww." Their shoulders slumped, and they took their helmets off. Karolina touched his arm softly. "Thank you," she whispered. "Sure." He tried to smile at her, but it was hollow. This kind of activity was a huge part of his life. He thrived off the adrenaline, and he felt like Karolina was ignoring that part of him, burying it and pretending that it didn't exist. Feeling defeated, he packed the gear away and pulled out his book bag. "Let's go." Tamara and Julio started up the trail, and Karolina took Nathan's hand. He didn't pull away, but he could feel the chasm growing between them. Every decision he made was wrong. Trying to spend time with Karolina and trying to do his job was taking its toll. He had little patience left, and he struggled to enjoy his day with her. He'd promised her a day out where she didn't have to think about the restaurant. Instead, they were barely speaking to each other, but at least she was still holding his hand. "I have the meeting with Wells in 2 days," he said softly. "After that, I should have a little more time on my hands." "That's nice," she said softly. "If he had gone with my original design, everything would be great. The condemned shopping strip needs a little work, but it's beautiful, and I really wanted to transfer that beauty into the new buildings. Maybe even keep as much of the original structure standing as possible." "That would be beautiful." Karolina squeezed his hand. "What happened?" "Wells hated it." "I don't understand that man." When we first talked about this project months ago, he wanted something phenomenal, something different. And now he wants something cost-effective and boring. Karolina snorted. That probably has something to do with his new wife, the child bride. If she does everything like she purchases wine, she's probably bleeding him dry. He grunted and watched as the kids ran a little off the path to start climbing a tree. Karolina tucked her hair behind her ears and reminded them to be careful. What happens when another account comes along? Will you hole up in your apartment for weeks at a time until you finish it? Letting go of her hand, he gripped her shoulder and turned her to face him. Karolina, can we enjoy one day without fighting or worrying about the future? Sure. She gave him a tight smile and started to follow the trail once more. Nathan watched her go. He had a feeling in the pit of his stomach that he'd somehow messed everything up again. His movements with her seemed to happen in little snippets. He reveled in the infrequent kisses that he could steal from her, and the way she looked at him. But it was starting to feel like it wasn't enough. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something there. He just needed to push through until they finally found their groove. Karolina, he called out as he hurried forward. She looked over her shoulder at him, and he reached out to take her hand again. If they tire themselves out, they'll probably nap when we get home. We might be able to have a few minutes to ourselves before we have to pick Carlita up. She took a deep breath and searched his face. Finally, she gave him a small smile. That will be nice. Nathan put his arm around her and she rested her head on his shoulder. For a few seconds, everything was right. It was the snippets like this between the fighting and the doubts that made him feel like everything was okay. Mama, look! What is it, Tamara? Karolina called out as they joined the kids. Looking to where she was pointing, Nathan smiled. Rappelling down the side of a rock was a woman with 2 small children. When she got to the bottom, she helped them unhook from their rope lines before turning around. Nathan heard Karolina gasp when she saw that the woman was pregnant. Alex, he called out as she looked up in surprise. Nathan, how are you? Where's your gear? Is this your girlfriend? Who are these darling children? Laughing, Nathan held up his hands in defeat. Good. My gear's in the car. This is Karolina and her kids, Tamara and Julio. Karolina, this is Alex and her twins, Simon and Sarah. Where's Davis? Waving her hand behind her. With Samantha. She's climbing already? Is she even out of diapers yet? Nathan asked, hoping Karolina would see how young the twins were and understand that her concern about danger was a bit exaggerated. Just, Alex answered as she laughed. I swear she was born to climb the way she attacks the climbing wall. It's all Davis can do to get the safety gear on her before she's tackling a rock. How old are you? Julio interrupted as he looked at the twins. 5, they answered in unison, their voices sounding like nothing more than a squeak of a mouse. Oh, wow, Julio replied. Nathan, can we come back here again, only this time with your climbing gear? I want to try it. Alex looked as though she were going to offer to let them try, so Nathan quickly spoke up. Tell you what, Julio, if your mom says it's okay, how about we start someplace a bit easier, like the climbing wall down on the pier? Oh, that's a great idea, Alex chimed in. There are 2 watches for every child there, one who climbs and then rappels next to the child, and another on the ground holding the rope. Looking at Karolina, Nathan was surprised when she did nothing more than give a curt nod. Knowing that she was furious and probably assumed that he had planned this, he quickly changed the subject. Well, we are heading back to the car. Please tell Davis I said hi. I look forward to seeing him at the next alumni mixer. I will, Nathan. Stepping toward him, Alex gave him a quick peck on the cheek. I hope next time I see you, you'll be dangling off the side of a rock. Turning, she smiled at Karolina. It was nice to meet you. As they headed back to the car, the kids ran up ahead. What was that about? Karolina demanded. And was she pregnant and rock climbing? Well, she's not nearly as far along as Angie is. I don't think she'd be up for climbing then. That's not what I meant, Nathan, she shot back. Then what did you mean? I came here hoping to spend the day sharing one of my favorite activities with you and the kids, but you shut it down without giving it a chance. I hadn't seen Alex or Davis in months and had no idea they'd be here. But at least you could see that with the right equipment, it's completely safe, he finished. I saw nothing of the sort. What I saw was a pregnant woman and two way too young children coming down the side of a cliff. It was the most ridiculous thing Nathan didn't let her finish. Grabbing her shoulders, he spun her around to face him. Karolina, stop it! You don't know anything about the sport, and you weren't even willing to give it a chance. There are so many things a person can learn when learning to climb, not the least of which is trust, responsibility, communication, and how to conquer your fears. Maybe next time, before you slam something I happen to be very good at, you'll at least give it a try. Not bothering to wait to hear her response, he jogged at least a dozen feet to the car and unlocked the doors to let the kids in. As he waited by the passenger door for her to join them, he was about to walk towards the driver's side when she stopped him. Nathan, she began. I'm sorry. You're right. I didn't give it or you a chance. Maybe sometime we could try that rock wall you mentioned down by the pier. At least then I could enjoy a glass of wine. Or the whole bottle. Mama, I don't think you get it. There are no open spaces left for us to try. If we don't make a move on one of those, Maria's restaurant is over with, Karolina said through gritted teeth. She leaned on her elbows over the counter and glared at her mother. She'd seen the expensive spots and the cheap ones. She'd toured the rental vacancies and the ones that they could buy. She'd spent hours and days looking. She'd given up dates with Nathan and time with her kids to find something that would work. There were viable locations, but her mother had turned them all down. So I guess the restaurant is over with, her mother said coldly as she wheeled away. Frustrated and angry, Karolina stalked after her. Please tell me that's a joke. You love that place. I love that place. It doesn't have to be over. You just have to get over whatever it is that's upsetting you and move on. You want to know what's upsetting me? Maria yelled. Yes! You are sleeping with the enemy. Look at what that company has done to your sister. Look at what it's doing to me. And yet you still continue to go out with that man. Karolina gaped at her. Angie is happily married, incredibly successful, and blissfully pregnant. And all of that is possible because of the Maxfield family. William Wells is the man to blame here, Mama, not Nathan. Not Stephen. Not any of the Maxfield men. Nathan is only entertaining himself with you because he knows that you're lonely and desperate. He certainly doesn't want to be husband number 4, Maria hissed. Karolina fell back, gasping. It felt like she'd been slapped in the face with a brick. All the old memories of her past marriages came rushing back to her. As a teenage bride, she'd been full of hope. During her second marriage, she clung desperately to the idea of second chances. And with Carlo, she thought that maybe the third time was the charm. What did she have left to hope for? The doubt turned into anger, and she whirled on Maria. Mother! Karolina exclaimed. What the hell has gotten into you? I have 3 beautiful children, and I would not give up a single second of my mistakes, and you have no right to judge me for them. Maria slumped in her chair and looked down at her hands. I'm sorry, my dear. I don't know why I said that. She was still extremely angry, but her mother looked so small and frail. Kneeling down, Karolina took her mother's hand. Mama, tell me what's really going on. Maria Lopez cupped Karolina's face and smiled. My children have children. My restaurant is gone. I know it's time for me to retire, but I'm not ready. Oh, Mama, you don't have to do that. I love running that restaurant. Her mother shook her head in denial. And now it's time for you to find something else that you love. You and the babies can move in with me while you figure out what you want and get back on your feet. Karolina blinked. So that's it? You're going to give up? It's not giving up. It's the next step of my life. Standing, Karolina dropped her mother's hand. The next step in my life is not to move back in with my mother as if I was a child. If we're not going forward with the restaurant, then I'll find a new job. I have enough restaurant experience to go anywhere. Why would you assume that I'm going to fail? I'm not saying that you're going to fail, Maria grumbled. I'm letting you know that you have options. Options? Karolina threw her hands up in the air. We had options before the restaurant closed, but you were too stubborn to accept that change was necessary. And now it's gone. Now you want me to move back in so you won't be lonely. Or maybe you want to hold it over my head. You can't slide into retirement and think that means it's going to change everyone's life. This has to be your decision, and yours alone. I'm making my decision. I'm trying to do what's right for you. What would have been right for me is if you'd told me this before I practically ran myself to death trying to find something to please you. I have been desperate to make this work, and all this time you knew that you weren't going to continue the restaurant? How could you waste my time like that? A blast of a horn interrupted them, and Karolina straightened and looked out the window. What in the world? Leaving her mother, she opened the door and stared out into the street. There was a large black truck parked at the curb, with the green and yellow logo of Maria's restaurant painted on the side. Nathan climbed out of the truck and spread his arms out. What do you think? What do I think? She repeated dumbly. She shook her head, confused. Maria rolled up behind her. What is that? I think it's a food truck, Karolina said slowly. Laughing nervously, she walked out to join Nathan. Baby, I'm not sure what you think because I'm not sure what this is. Maria audibly snarled when Karolina called Nathan baby, but Karolina ignored her. Nathan leaned down and gave her a peck on the lips. This is your new restaurant. I know that you were having trouble finding a space, and now you can go to any location that you want. That thing was a death trap on wheels. Karolina could only stare wordlessly at it and wonder what the hell was Nathan thinking. At first, she reasoned with herself that he was trying to help. Then she flushed with embarrassment when she realized that he'd actually bought that thing for her, like she was a charity case. Did he really expect her kids to be around this? When she could speak, she was filled with anger. And you bought this for us? Nathan, we are not at a point in our relationship where you can buy me food trucks, she hissed. Why on earth would I want to put fire in a vehicle? What were you thinking? He wasn't thinking at all, Maria snarled. He doesn't understand the idea of value and pride. My restaurant is not some burrito on wheels. I would rather it closed down forever than to roll around serving food to drunks. I was trying to help, Nathan said quietly. I don't understand what you want. You've been tearing yourself up over this restaurant and worried sick about everything. You're anxious about your mother. You're constantly worried about your kids. I wanted to take one thing off your shoulders. Before she could respond, her mother cried out in pain. Whirling around, she saw Maria grab her chest and slump over in her wheelchair. Mama, she cried as she grabbed her mother's shoulders. Call 911. Nathan was already on the phone as she knelt down by Maria's side. It was obvious that her mother was having a heart attack. Maria must have been carrying around more stress than she realized, and rather than seeing it, Karolina had only focused on her own problems. Maria had given her everything. She was her mother, and she'd let her down. The world slowed, and guilt consumed her. All she could think about was the fight they'd just had. Nathan's words echoed in her head. What must her mother think of her now? They're on the way, Nathan said gently. I'll stay with you until they get here. No, Karolina growled as she shoved off his hand. I think you've done enough. He stepped back and stared. Karolina, just go, she said as she closed her eyes. When it comes to my mother, to my family, you can't just... Karolina bit off the words. Nathan sounded miles away. I was just frustrated, baby. No. Karolina wiped her tears and clutched her mother's hand. We need to face the facts, Nathan. We're trying too hard to make something work, and it's not. We both have way too much on our plates, and I can't do this anymore. My mother, my job, my kids. I can't take you on too. I can't. Nathan didn't say anything, and she didn't look back until she heard the sirens of the ambulance. But when she did, he was gone. In the hospital, as they wheeled Maria away for surgery, Karolina called Angie. More than ever, she needed her big sister. Karolina, I'm in the middle of a meeting here. Can I call you back? Mama had a heart attack, Karolina said softly. She's in the hospital. A heart attack? What? How did this happen? Tell me! Karolina gripped the wood armrest and slowly blew out her breath. The waiting room was so still, the quiet was getting on her nerves. Okay, but take it easy, Angie. I don't want you to have the baby yet. I'm on my way. We had a fight, Karolina said as she squeezed her eyes shut. I said the worst things, and then Nathan came by with a food truck. Angie was breathing hard, and Karolina feared that her sister was running. You're not making any sense, she panted. A food truck? Don't run, Angie. Slow down. I can't handle it if something happens to you, too. I was so angry with her, Angie. And I was so angry with Nathan. A food truck, for God's sake? What was he thinking? What was I thinking? Karolina, I'm going to be there soon. Take a few deep breaths and calm down. Calm down? Karolina felt like she was going to have a panic attack. But, she thought, at least she would be in a hospital when that happened. Angie, I broke up with him. I don't even know why I thought I could make things work. But I thought that maybe, I don't know what I thought. A doctor walked through the doors with searching eyes, and Karolina immediately stood. Are you looking for me? Are you with Mrs. Lopez? Karolina nodded, and the doctor grabbed her hand. Your mother had a heart attack, but it looks like we've got everything under control. We're going to monitor her for a few days. It's common for one heart attack to lead to another. Do you know if your mother signed a DNR? A DNR? Karolina repeated numbly. Do not resuscitate. Oh my God! Karolina pressed her hand to her lips and shook her head. Taking in a deep breath and trying to make herself think calmly, all she could say was, I don't know. My sister Angie might know. She put the phone back up to her ear, but she couldn't bring herself to ask the question. It's okay. Hopefully it won't come down to that. She's doing well at the moment, and we're monitoring her closely, the doctor said gently. Karolina looked at the clock and for the first time saw how late it was. My kids! I have to go get my kids. My sister will be here soon. She might be able to answer your questions. Okay, the doctor squeezed her hand and smiled. We have your number. We'll keep you informed if there's any change or anything to be concerned about, but the signs are positive. When she was alone again, Karolina realized that Angie was still on the phone. Angie, I have to go to school to pick up Julio and Tamara. Can you call everyone else? I think Anita is out of town. I've got it, Karolina. Go get your kids and compose yourself. Karolina ended the call and took a moment to wipe away the tears. Her thoughts were completely jumbled in her head, but Angie was right. She needed to compose herself. By the time she got Julio and Tamara home, Angie had called to say that Maria was doing fine. The doctor was ordering bed rest to help alleviate any stress. Karolina waited until after her kids had completed their homework and finished dinner before she told them the news. They both took it well, although she could tell that her son was troubled. Is Abuela going to be okay? Julio asked, as Karolina tucked him into bed. She bent down and kissed her son on the forehead. Oh, baby. She is going to be fine once she's had plenty of rest. Rest? I can help her with that. I'm good at that. Laughing, Karolina smoothed her hand down the blanket. Yes, you are. Now tell me, what's on the agenda for tomorrow? Julio screwed up his face. I have a spelling test. Yes, you do. So in the morning, we're going to go over those words during breakfast, okay? Okay. And you're going to ace your test, right? And make your mother proud? Julio nodded his head solemnly, and Karolina stood. Good night, baby. Good night, Mama. She turned the light out and gently closed the door. He wasn't the only one who was worried. Despite telling Nathan that she didn't have time to concern herself with him, he was at the forefront of her mind. The food truck had to have cost him a fortune. What made him think that he could drop that kind of money on her? She wasn't a damsel in distress. She didn't need his charity. But while she was pissed at him, she also wished that he was with her now. Her mother's heart attack had terrified her, and she'd spent so much time comforting her mother, her sisters, and her kids. Now, she wanted someone to comfort her. The room was silent, as Wells looked over the new design. Angie was at the hospital with her mother, so it was only the Maxfield brothers.
Nathan's original model was still tucked away in the corner of Gabe's office. Stephen and Gabe stood along the wall, and Nathan slumped in Gabe's chair behind the desk. His brothers were giving him strange looks, but Nathan was strangely apathetic about the whole situation. "Is this the whole presentation?" Wells asked with a cough. "Last time you had all these things to say, and now you're quiet." Nathan leaned forward and shrugged. "I think it's pretty straightforward. Row of shops on one side, row of luxury condos on the other." Wells frowned. "Straightforward?" "Yeah." Nathan stood and gestured to the model. "That's what you wanted. No bells, no whistles, just something that will make you money." "Fine, it will do." He reached out to shake Nathan's hand, and Stephen and Gabe both did silent victory pumps with their hands. "What happens now?" "Now I turn it into something that Stephen can read and build from," he said quietly. "From that, Stephen should be able to give you a building estimate." "Good," Wells said in a quivering voice. "Good. I like it." "I'm so glad that you're happy," Stephen interjected. "Let me walk you out to your car, and you can let me know if you have any concerns." Stephen helped Wells out to the elevators, and Gabe immediately shut the door. "What is wrong with you? If that man's eyesight wasn't so poor, he'd see that this model is crap, and you clearly don't give a damn. I know it's not as good as your first design, but it's still a sell. You made the client happy." Nathan slumped back in his chair and spun it around. "How do you and Daisy make it work? You work 50 hours a week. You were literally the type of guy that she hated, so how did you make time for her?" Gabe stared at him. "What? Not only did she marry you, but you're happily married. How did you do that?" Nathan got up and started to pace. "I worked from home on this project, and it still wasn't enough." "Is this about the design or about Karolina?" Gabe asked. "The design? That's not a design. It's a huge blow to my ego. My name as an architect is pretty much going to go down the toilet. When this building goes up, I'm going to be the talk of the architectural community, and not in the way that I'd hoped or worked for. I am the one that comes up with these amazing and environmentally friendly designs, but that monstrosity is a piece of shit." Angry, Nathan swept his hand across the model and knocked it to the floor. "And that is what I'm going to be known for. Shit!" "Nathan," Gabe grabbed his shoulders. "Calm down. I know this isn't what you wanted, but this is good for us." "No." Nathan shook his head and broke out of his grasp. "This company is toxic. Good for Duncan Enterprises never seems to be good for me." Pushing past Gabe, Nathan stormed out of the office. His anger and rage fueled him all the way to the car, but once he slipped into the driver's side, all of that energy left him. Slumped in the seat, he pulled out his phone and made a call. "How was your mother?" he asked softly. "She had a heart attack, but she's going to pull through." Nathan was quiet for a moment as he drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. Finally, he had to ask, "And how was Karolina?" "She's fine," Angie said stiffly. "Stephen called me. I heard that Wells accepted the new design. Good job." "You're mad at me too?" "You bought her a food truck. What the hell were you thinking, Nathan?" Nathan closed his eyes. "I'll talk to you later, Angie. I hope your mother makes a complete recovery." He disconnected the call and started the car. The only thing that he wanted right now was to see the bottom of a bottle. An hour later, he was at the bar down the street from his studio and knocking back his third whiskey when a shadow passed over him. "Never took you for the drinking type," Duncan said gruffly as he sat down. Nathan frowned. "You're not allowed to have a drink. If you do, at least one of the new Maxfield ladies is going to show up. It's like they have a GPS tracker on you, and I really don't feel like talking to either one of them. What are you doing here anyway?" "I was wondering the same thing about you. I heard that you lost it in Gabe's office. I would think that winning over William Wells would be an achievement for you boys." The bartender stopped by to get Duncan a drink, but he waved him away. "It's a great achievement for Gabe and Stephen, but all they care about is the sale and execution. I have a reputation to protect, and the Wells project is not up to my standards." "And Karolina?" Duncan said softly. "Karolina decided that I wasn't the man for her. No big deal. It's not like I haven't been dumped before. His father chuckled. When you and Daisy broke up, you didn't go out and get drunk. It makes me wonder how much this woman means to you. Nathan slapped some money on the bar. Dad, I don't know how you found me, but you're wasting your time. Karolina didn't mean anything to me, and I don't really give a damn about the Wells project. Stop. Duncan reached out and grabbed Nathan's wrist. I don't know who you think you're talking to, but I'm your father. I raised you, boy, and when I want to talk to you, you are going to listen. Nathan stared at his father. The man had a strong grip for someone on so many different types of medication. You raised me? You were never there. Now you want to pretend to be my father? When I see you turning into me, I think it's definitely time to have a chat, Duncan said coldly. Rage swept over Nathan. I am nothing like you, he hissed. So you didn't put your job first over the woman that you love? Nathan slumped on the stool and closed his eyes. No, I didn't. I'm trying to figure out how to make it all work. When I started this whole thing, I didn't realize how much I would care about her. And then I thought I could have it all, but there is so much pressure with this Wells project. Stephen and Gabe make it look so easy. Angie and Stephen work together. Daisy and Gabe work together. They don't have to choose between their jobs and their family. That's how they make it work. You can't use them as an example. Then who should I use? Nathan asked snidely. Me. Duncan's voice was even and calm. I put my career before my wife and before my family, and I'm only now beginning to get it back. Nathan, I'm 75. All the good things are gone. Falling in love, proposing, having children, raising them. Birthdays and Christmases, graduations. The only thing that I have left in front of me is making sure my children are happy and enjoying my grandchildren. You've got all the good stuff still in front of you, Nathan. Don't waste it like I did. He stared at his father. There was never a moment in his life when he thought that he'd be anything like Duncan. But his father was right. If he wasn't careful, he would be making the same mistakes that his father did. What do I do now? He asked quietly. Fix it before it's too late. Nathan nodded. Feeling a renewal of his energy, Nathan bolted from the bar. The sun was already setting, and he knew that Karolina wouldn't spend the night at the hospital. She wouldn't put her kids through that. Duncan was right. Nathan did need to make this right, and he knew how he was going to do it. Chapter 14. Closing her eyes, Karolina leaned back into the couch cushions. Usually, she enjoyed the quiet nights. There was hardly a dull moment in her house, and the few minutes of peace that she had before she went to sleep was sacred. But tonight, the quiet was haunting her. Had she made the wrong decision? Just then, there was a knock at the door. Jumping up, she glanced at the clock. It was late. Who was at her front door? Creeping to the window, she peered behind the curtains and sighed with relief. Are you trying to scare me? She muttered as she opened the door. Nathan leaned against the doorframe and smiled. I know what time you normally put the kids down, and I didn't want to interrupt you. Do you have a minute? Of course, he knew it was the kids' bedtime. She was reminded about how much he truly paid attention when they were together. Come in, but keep your voice down. If you wake up Carlita, you'll have to deal with her. He smiled and walked in. Closing the door quietly behind him, she locked it before leading him into the living room. If you wanted an update about my mother, you could have called. I called Angie. Frowning, Karolina pulled the blankets around her and sank into the couch. You called Angie? Why not me? I thought you needed some space. Nathan sat down next to her. Only inches separated them. Like you're giving me space now? Karolina asked, with a raised eyebrow. He twisted his body to face her. I'm not going to work for Duncan Enterprises anymore, Karolina. It's too much work, and it's compromising something that I believe in. Plus, it's wreaking havoc with my love life. She rolled her eyes and sat up.
Really? You're going to give up like that?
I don't understand. I thought you would be happy. Angry, she shoved her blankets aside and got to her feet. He watched her with wide eyes, and she started to pace.
You don't get it, do you? You can't quit because things are tough. This is your family's business. I didn't want you to quit. I wanted you to talk to me. You buried yourself in your work, and when I asked you about it, you pushed me away. And you think that buying me something expensive is going to fix everything. I'm not the princess that needs saving. I'm a woman who wants to know that her man is willing to work a little harder at their relationship.
Nathan sat back and clasped his hands. Your man? He asked, with an easy smile on his face.
Don't get hung up on the details, Nathan. This didn't work because when I needed you, you weren't there. And now you're planning on bailing from your family's company because things are tough? I won't sell myself short because my family needs to make a sale. So don't, she said simply. Fight for what you want.
He stood and walked towards her. Her heart hammered in her chest as she backed up, but when her back hit the wall, he kept on coming. Stopping inches from her, he put a finger under her chin and tipped it up. What about you, Karolina? Are you going to fight for what you want? He leaned down and gave her a slow, delicious kiss. Her toes curled, and she lost her breath, but he didn't wait around for an answer. He was out the door and gone. Still slumped against the wall, she put a hand over her chest. This man was going to be the death of her. Nathan was up all night pacing. Running on adrenaline, coffee, and several energy drinks, he thought his heart might burst as he raced down the hallways of Duncan Enterprises the next day. As he ran towards Angie's office, her receptionist stood to stop him, but he immediately burst through the doors.
Angie, we need to talk.
Puffing, he stopped short. Two men rose in alarm and stared at him.
Gentlemen,
Angie said with an icy glare directed straight at him.
This is Nathan Maxfield. He's the head of our architecture and design department. Nathan, this is Joe Gills and Leroy Fornell. They are thinking of hiring us for a housing development.
Sorry, Nathan muttered. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll wait outside. Fornell raised his hand. No need. I believe that we're done here. I like your ideas, Angie, and I like your team's enthusiasm, he said as he gave Nathan the once-over. We'll be in touch with you. Angie leaned over the desk as best she could to shake their hands. Once the two men were gone, Nathan shut the door behind them.
Is there something on your mind, Nathan? She asked dryly.
I won't drop the plans for the Wells project. At least not that design. Frankly, I would be embarrassed to have my name attached to that building, and so should Duncan Enterprises. And if anyone had the balls to stand up to Wells, he'd probably see the same thing, he said vehemently. Angie slowly sat in the chair.
I agree. And I know that you don't like it, but this company should be about more than making money. We should be contributing to society and making a difference.
Otherwise, what's the point of creating anything? He said as he paced. When he realized what she had said, he stopped pacing.
You agree? Gabe and Stephen had a talk with me yesterday. They were concerned about your reaction to the meeting, and I agreed with them. If you're not into this project, it's not going to go well. We need heart and passion, not the bare minimum. Your first design was amazing. Now we need to figure out how to convince William Wells that.
Nathan frowned. I don't suppose you have any ideas about that.
I called Wells early this morning, and he's coming in at noon. I have someone on the outside working on a plan. What I need from you is to stow your temper. Duncan Enterprises will be right behind you, and we're willing to lose the account if he doesn't agree. But you need to be professional in the meeting. Do you understand?
He leaned across the desk.
I could kiss you right now. Your brother would have a problem with that. So might my sister, she said with a narrow look. Now go home, take a nap, and clean yourself up. I can smell the coffee seeping from your pores.
Consider it done. Nathan left her office, but he didn't go home. He was too amped and excited. Checking into the storage room where he'd holed up earlier, he was pleased to see that Gabe hadn't gotten around to storing anything in it yet. Pulling out his notebooks, he started to compile all the notes that he'd made the night before. When noon rolled around, Nathan was ready. Gabe, Stephen, and Angie met him in the conference room. "You okay?" Gabe asked him quietly. "Did you sick that on me yesterday?" Nathan growled. "That was low." "You're here, aren't you?" Nathan couldn't help but smile. No matter how pissed he was at his brothers, they always came through for him. "Here he comes. All of you behave," Angie hissed. "I'm here to back Nathan, but I'll be really happy if we all win today." William Wells, with a cranky look on his face, hobbled into the room. His cane struck the tile, and he practically fell into one of the chairs. "What the hell am I doing here?" Angie rubbed her pregnant belly and leaned against the table. "Mr. Wells, when you first came to us with this project, you were full of excitement. We talked about the potential of this job, and you told me that you wanted the best, something different, something unique. Now, Nathan Maxfield is the best at construction, but the real hero here is the designer." Gesturing to him, "Nathan is one of the brightest designers to come out of this city. He gave you an amazing design that will have people talking, but you chose to go with something boring and mundane. Frankly, Duncan Enterprises doesn't do boring and mundane." "What are you saying?" Wells grunted. Nathan jumped in. "Mr. Wells, I talked to everyone in the surrounding areas. They all say the same thing. Despite the fact that the current structures are crumbling, visitors go back time and time again because of the historic charm. They love the cobbled streets and the atmosphere. That is your main draw to the area." Wells shook his head and stood. "No, I already told you before that I wanted something simple. I know it's not what I originally wanted, but an old man is allowed to change his mind now and then. If you're not willing to build the second design, I'll find someone who will." "My second design is for Duncan Enterprises only," Nathan said coldly. "No one else will build it. You'll have to start over." Wells opened his mouth to speak, but Angie quickly spoke up. "Mr. Wells, I'd like you to take a look at these two numbers. I had someone work with Stephen to drop an estimate of the cost of the two projects a little early. Now, they are only an estimate, but they're close, and we're going to do everything to make sure that we stay within a $10,000 margin of this figure." He looked at the piece of paper and grunted. "Which one is which?" he demanded. "The first design is the cheaper one, Mr. Wells," Angie said with a smile. Wells stood for a moment, and then held out his hand. "You people drive me crazy, but you've got yourself a deal." Nathan's jaw dropped. He thought for sure that his speech wouldn't win Wells over. What happened? Gabe winked at Nathan. "Mr. Wells, if you'll follow me, we'll finalize the paperwork." The old man grumbled something about young bucks, but he followed Gabe out. "I don't believe it. Who helped you come up with the numbers so quickly?" "You weren't the only one who didn't sleep last night," Angie said with a wince. "Karolina called me at midnight, said she had an idea to help you. Apparently, Wells's young wife is bleeding him dry. Karolina thought that if we could prove that we'll save him money, he'd go with your original idea. She's very good with numbers and budgets. She and Stephen stayed up all night and worked on it." "Karolina helped you?" Nathan asked sharply. "Did she say why?" "That's probably a conversation you should have with her," Angie said with a smile. Nathan jumped up to leave and go find her, but Stephen gripped his arm. "Hey," he said softly. "I want you to be very sure of what you want before you risk something you can't lose." "I already risked it when I let her walk away." Chapter 15. Nathan felt like he couldn't fly any higher. The Wells project would be the beginning of his career, and the woman he loved was the one who helped him push it through. Now he needed to convince that woman that he was committed to having her by his side. He pushed past the speed limit and made good time to Maria's home. Angie had told him that Maria was released from the hospital earlier that day, and Karolina would be there to make sure she was comfortably settled. Her car was parked outside the house, and Nathan smiled. 2 days ago, he was as low as he had ever been. Now he was about to be on top of the world. Sprinting from his car, he rapped hard on the door. When the door opened, it wasn't Karolina standing on the other side. Maria Lopez glared at him through the screen door. "What do you want? Here to insult me in my restaurant even more?" He tried to bite his tongue. Mrs. Lopez, it's nice to see you out of the hospital. I thought you might be on bed rest for a few days.
You thought wrong, she said with a scowl.
Ignoring her sour mood, Nathan glanced anxiously past her to see if Karolina was close by. Is your daughter here? I'd like to speak to her.
You'll have to be more specific. I have 4 daughters.
Maria, you know that I'm here for Karolina. Are you going to let me in? Nathan was losing his patience.
You are ridiculous. I just got back from the hospital and Karolina is here to make sure that I'm okay. What right do you have to interrupt us? She can't see you right now. She's busy,
Maria snapped. She rolled back and gripped the door as if she was going to slam it, but Nathan opened the screen door and stuck his foot in to block it. I don't know, Maria. You look like you're handling yourself fine, he said tensely. Now, I've held my tongue when it comes to you. I've watched you belittle your daughter and all of her hard work, and I've let you be completely rude to me, but this ends now.
Nathan?
Karolina came around the corner.
What are you doing here?
He never took his eyes off Maria. I was coming to tell you the good news, but your mother's grudge against me is going a little too far.
Mama,
Karolina scolded.
What is going on with you?
Maria shook her head.
He is not welcome in my house. If you want to waste your life with him, you will not involve me.
What is it? Nathan finally growled.
What is it about me that makes you hate me so much?
You didn't treat Stephen like this. You don't even know me. Rather than answer him, Maria turned her wheelchair and rolled away. Nathan wasn't about to let the subject drop. He followed her into the house.
I'm not leaving until you talk to me, and I'm sure as hell not leaving Karolina because you hold an insane grudge against me.
When Maria finally faced him, her face was red with anger.
You think I don't know you? Stephen talks about you. He talks about your cliff diving and your bungee jumping. You are reckless with your life, a child. That is not something I want around my daughter, and it's certainly not something I want around my grandchildren.
That's what this is about? You don't like my lifestyle? Nathan shook his head. That's not good enough.
You're like my husband, Maria yelled. You don't care about your life.
Mama, Karolina gasped as she stepped forward.
Don't yell at him like that.
Her mother started to cry.
Your father left me to raise you and your siblings alone. This one will do the same.
Sobbing, she wheeled out of the kitchen and into the bedroom, slamming the door shut. Nathan reached out for Karolina. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset her. I don't know what I was thinking.
You don't have to apologize, she said,
but she still pulled away from him.
My mother has been harboring a lot of anger for a while now. It's not you. Why are you here?
He ran a hand through his hair and pursed his lips. Now was clearly not the time to talk to her about his feelings. I came to tell you that you were right. I talked to William Wells this morning and the deal went through. He's going with my original plan to build around the structure rather than tearing it down.
That's great, Nathan, she said with a smile.
I know you had a hand in it. Thank you. Karolina nodded her head, but her mind was clearly on other things. He wasn't going to do any good by sticking around now.
Talk to your mother,
he said softly.
I will. It's time.
Nathan gave her a hug and closed his eyes as he breathed in her scent. More than anything, he wanted to kiss her and tell her that everything was going to be okay. Instead, he walked away. As he left the house, he knew that nothing he could say would sway her. Karolina was a stubborn woman, and if she wanted to be with him, she would have to come to that conclusion on her own. He would have to be patient. Karolina knew that there was more to the story than Nathan was telling, but it didn't matter. Her mother was finally ready to open up, and she wanted to find out what was wrong.
Mama,
she said, as she knocked on her bedroom door.
I'm coming in.
Her mother didn't answer, so Karolina went in anyway. Maria had climbed into bed and rolled over, so she was facing the window. Even though Maria's back was to her, Karolina knew her mother was crying. Walking around to the side of the bed, Karolina sat down and reached out to stroke her mother's hair.
Mama, I need you to talk to me. Daddy's been gone for a long time now. And even if Nathan reminds you of him, that should be a good thing. Daddy was a good man. 6 children, Maria cried. I had to raise 6 children on my own, and from a wheelchair.
We were coming back from one of his stupid hikes. If we had stayed home that night, he would still be alive. He had no regard for his life, and he didn't care that he left me alone."
"Mama," Karolina murmured. "It's not the hike that's bothering you. Nathan might remind you of Daddy, but there's something else going on here. You were upset before Nathan ever came into the picture. Don't keep brushing it off. I'm not leaving until you tell me what's really bothering you." Her mother sat up and propped herself against the pillows. "It's all my fault. Angie practically raised you. Joe and Jesus were close to their father, but they took his death well. They had each other. Bonita and Anita were also close, but you were so young. You didn't have anyone." "Mama, I'm not a child anymore. I have plenty of people around me," Karolina reminded her. Maria shook her head. "You were never okay. Married and pregnant at 18. You were searching for a man to take your father's place, and I let you make mistake after mistake as you tried to fill that gaping hole in your life. I was driving that day, Karolina. I killed your father. And then I let you go." "No," Karolina shook her head. "Mama, a drunk driver killed Daddy. You raised a fuss with every one of my marriages. I didn't grow up in a broken home. I didn't have daddy issues. Joe and Jesus watched over me, and it practically took a crowbar to get Angie to let go of my hand. And you were never not there. Mama, you lost your husband, and you were bound to a wheelchair, but you were still there." "Karolina," Mother whispered. "No. When I decided that I wanted to be a dancer, you came to my recitals. And when I said that I wanted to be an actress, you enrolled me in drama class and came to my plays. You taught me to cook, and you taught me how to wield a baseball bat. And when I married at the age of 18, you screeched at the top of your lungs. Mama, you know that I'm stubborn. When I want to do something, there is no talking me out of it. It had nothing to do with Daddy." Maria snorted. "You are stubborn. And each of those mistakes gave me the greatest gifts of my life. No matter how much I disliked my ex-husbands, I would do it all over again because of Tamara, Julio, and Carlita. They're my babies." "They're angels," her mother agreed. "Well, I don't know about angels," Karolina said with a frown, "but they are my greatest gifts to this world. I know that you don't approve of Nathan. You think he's spoiled and immature. But he's tried so hard to stay in my life. He loves my children. He's forged a relationship with Carlo. And he tried to solve our problem with the food truck." "Burritos on wheels," Maria said with a frown. "Some solution." Karolina took a deep breath. "Hang on, Mama. There is something that I want to show you." She scurried to the living room and grabbed her laptop. "I've done some research, and I want you to take a look at this." She pulled up some articles and turned the computer so Maria could see. "The food truck industry is actually really big. It's not just hot dogs and hamburgers. These are profiles for gourmet food trucks. They are amazing. The food truck that Nathan bought us opens up into a small bar like this one. And we can always put a few tables out if we like. People come from all over to visit these trucks." Maria reached over the table to grab her glasses and frowned. "These are great, but how am I supposed to do this? I'm in a wheelchair." "It's wheelchair accessible, Mama. Nathan thought of everything. Joe, Jesus, and Bonita can all rotate to help you out, and you can hire one of our old chefs back if you want. I know we will have regulars who will stick with us, and you have so many options. You can pick one spot to stay, or you can drive it around to different places." Maria nodded. "All right, but where do you fit into this?" "Mama, you never needed a manager for Maria's restaurant. You could have done it on your own, but I knew that you were tired of me bouncing around from job to job. You gave me that job to give me stability, and you don't need a manager for the food truck. I can help with your finances, but that's all you need." "What are you saying?" Karolina smiled. "I'm saying that you should take the food truck. I've got some things that I need to think about." Maria sighed, but Karolina knew that she'd won her over. Still, that only settled one problem. This was her chance to really make a change and find herself. Her mother may have lived her life afraid of risks, but Karolina was tired of playing it safe. It was time for her to jump. Chapter 16. 1 month passed, and Maria's food truck was parked outside the mall on opening day.
Joe and Jesus were setting up the tables out front, and Bonita was inside helping Maria prep the food. Angie and Karolina were setting up the advertising signs, and Anita was wrangling all the kids so they could ride the kiddie train that drove around the mall. "Mama," Karolina called through the door. "How's it coming?" There was already a line of people forming around the truck for opening day. Some were regulars, and Karolina saw quite a few new faces. "Almost ready," her mother called back. "Ignore her," Bonita yelled. "We are ready. Open the window." Karolina laughed and pushed the switch that lifted the cover to the window. Once it was up, she reached over and flipped the attached countertop out. The stools folded out from underneath, and everyone in the line started clapping. Her mother set out the napkins, silverware, and condiments. Settling back in, she surveyed the crowd. "Well, what is everyone waiting for? Come on!" The line moved forward, and Joe and Jesus jumped into the truck to help. Karolina leaned against a lamppost and started taking pictures. It had taken a few weeks, but Bonita and Maria had finally come up with a modified menu that was suitable for faster service. Karolina had set up their accounting, and Angie printed up flyers and distributed them. "Opening day seems like a hit." Karolina jumped as Nathan surprised her from behind. "I didn't know that you were here," she said softly. She hadn't seen or heard from Nathan since that day at her mother's house. She decided that if he had more to say to her, he would come back. "I hitched a ride with Stephen and Gabe. Duncan and Daisy are here as well, although Dad grumbled the whole way. Daisy told him that he wasn't allowed to eat any of Maria's food. I can't believe that you got a spot at the mall." She smiled. "I'm very persuasive when I want to be." "That I believe." "Actually, Mr. Wells approached us and told us that he wanted to help. He's already reached out to the other businesses to make sure that they found new homes, and he offered to secure us a spot here. He certainly seems like he's in a better mood. Maybe he has a better hold of his wife." Karolina laughed. "She does seem like a handful. How's the project going?" Maria was already bellowing to Jesus and Joe and teasing the customers. Everyone seemed to be having a great time. Nathan's fingers brushed against her lightly, and she shivered. Although she hadn't seen him in a while, that didn't mean that she wasn't thinking about him. Constantly. "It's going really well. We've brought in a historian to work out some of the details, and he and Wells really hit it off. Carlo is covering the progression, and we're both getting good attention from it." "Oh, Nathan!" On impulse, Karolina reached over and hugged him. "That's awesome! I'm so proud of you." His hands wrapped around her waist, and she had to resist the urge to bury her face in his chest. Pulling away, she smoothed a hand down her dress and cleared her throat. "Sorry, I was really excited." He studied her closely. "Karolina, you don't have anything to apologize for. What have you been doing with yourself these past few weeks?" "Actually, I've been spending some time at Duncan Enterprises. After working with Angie on your project estimate, she realized that I was good with numbers. She offered me a job." Nathan's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? I had no idea. I haven't seen you around." "It's a big place," she murmured. The truth was that she'd looked for him at every turn. Every morning, she'd dressed up, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. "But it's perfect for me. There's a nursery on site to watch Carlita, and Mama doesn't really need me on a daily basis. It's nice not to have to deal with customers all day long." "I'll have to keep an eye out for you and sneak in to give your adorable toddler some kisses." Her heart fluttered. "I'd like that." "Tell me, Karolina, how do you feel about dating coworkers?" He wound around the lamppost so that he was standing right in front of her, inches away. "I don't know," she said demurely. "Do you know of someone who is interested in dating me?" He reached out and touched a few flyaway strands of her hair. "No." "No?" Karolina frowned. What kind of game was he playing? "Stephen!" Angie's cry cut through the laughter around them, and Nathan and Karolina both turned sharply. Angie was standing in the middle of the sidewalk with a hand over her belly. "My water just broke!" "What?" Stephen rushed forward with wild eyes. "Really? Now? It's happening now?" Angie nodded. "It's happening now." The fear in her voice was evident. Stephen froze. "What do I do? What do I do?" "You take her to the hospital," Karolina said with a smile. "Mama, let the boys take over. Angie's having her baby." Her mom shrieked with happiness and left her post. "Hey," Joe said as he stuck his head out. "Why do we have to stay?" "Don't complain," Karolina teased. If Angie is anything like us, she'll still be in labor by the time you close the truck down. I hate you, Angie grunted. Stephen sprinted across the parking lot to pull the car around. Don't blame me, Karolina said simply. I wasn't the one who knocked you up. Come on. Reaching out, she grabbed Angie's hand and helped her across the sidewalk to the waiting car. You've got a go bag in the trunk? Angie took a deep breath and nodded. I stashed it in there a month ago. She suddenly squeezed Karolina's hand and gasped. It's a contraction, you're fine. Count the seconds in between. She helped Angie into the car. We're going to be right behind you. As Stephen sped off, she turned around to get her mother in the car. In the midst of all the chaos, she searched for Nathan. But he was already gone. 8 hours later, Stephanie Maria Maxfield was born. Named after both grandmothers, the little girl was a hefty 9 pounds 4 ounces. She was heartbreakingly beautiful. Look at all that hair, Karolina whispered. Carlita was in her arms and babbling as they watched the nurses swaddle the newborn. Tamara and Julio were in the waiting area with the rest of the kids. The nurses were only letting 2 people in at a time to see the baby. Angie did well. After practically breaking all of Stephen's fingers, she refused an epidural and gave birth naturally. Even though it was her first, everything went perfectly. Karolina was reminded of her 3 births. Tamara took her 12 hours of labor, and Julio took 9. By the time Carlita came around, Karolina was a pro. She popped her out in only 4 hours. After one last look at her new niece, Karolina left the viewing area so someone else could go in and have a peek. Maria had joined the others in the waiting room. With their large family, they were practically taking over the maternity ward. She needs her rest, Maria announced. We can come back tomorrow and bother her. The noise in the waiting area died down as one by one the family members left. Karolina put Carlita in her stroller and strapped her in. It had been a long day, and she was desperate to go home. Mom? Karolina looked up to see Tamara standing in front of her. Yes, baby? Tamara stuck out her hand and gave Karolina a Post-it note. Before Karolina could read it, Tamara scurried around the corner. With a frown, she looked down at the note. I promise never to let go. Mom? This time it was Julio standing there. Julio, what's going on? Her son only giggled and handed her a Post-it note. His mission completed, he quickly scurried away. Karolina stood up and looked around. She and Maria were the only ones left in the waiting room. Confused, she looked down at the new note. I promise never to run away. Her heart caught in her throat as Tamara ran back with another note. Silently, she took the new note from her daughter. Even if things don't go my way. Julio came back with another one. I am here to stay. Her 2 oldest stood there and looked at her expectantly. What is this? Carlita, Julio whispered. Now. The toddler brightened and clapped her hands. Now, she chuckled. She reached under her shirt and pulled out a note. How in the world? Karolina whispered. With trembling fingers, she read it. I love you. Then, the rush that I get every time I jump from a plane or climb a mountain is nothing compared to the rush I get every time I look at you, Nathan said as he walked around the corner. I was going to do this at the food truck, but things didn't quite work out that way. And that's okay, because there is never a dull moment in our lives. Nathan, she whispered, what are you doing? He took her hands and pressed them to his lips. I'm telling you that I love you. Her heart felt like it was going to burst. I love you too. Good, he smiled cheekily. Because now that I have you, I am not going to let you go. You want to take the risk with me, Karolina? What kind of risk? Nathan slowly knelt to one knee, and Karolina gasped. As her children looked on eagerly, Nathan pulled out a diamond ring. I purchased this the moment I left Maria's house that day. I knew from the moment that I locked eyes with you over a greasy pizza in the middle of a bunch of screaming children that I loved you. Marry me, Karolina. This isn't an offer for a 4th marriage. This is the real deal. This is forever. If you say yes, there is no going back. I love you with all my heart, now and forever. Marry me." At first, Karolina stared at him. A million thoughts swirled in her head, but not a single one was of doubt. Carlita gurgled and clapped. "Yes!" she yelled. Startled, Karolina stared at her toddler. Of all the times to learn a new word. Turning her attention back to Nathan, Karolina smiled. "But she said." Her kids burst into applause as Nathan stood and lifted her in the air. With her arms wrapped around her fiancé, she glanced over at Maria. Her mother was smiling, and Karolina could swear that she was wiping a tear away. "I asked for permission," Nathan whispered in her ear. "I would never do this unless I knew that your whole family was behind us." He pulled away and slipped the ring on her finger. It was a perfect fit. Just like him. Epilogue. Since this was Karolina's fourth marriage, she was reluctant to make a big deal about it, and Nathan readily agreed. So together they had decided on a small wedding with only his family, her family, and a few close friends. Nathan stood at the altar with Gabe and Stephen. Between them, looking very serious, was Julio. They were all dressed in the same matching tuxedos with different colored bow ties. Kneeling down in front of Julio, Nathan reached up and straightened his purple bow tie. "You're looking sharp, Julio." "I know," he said with a smile. "Best men are supposed to look sharp." Nathan couldn't help but chuckle. Gabe and Stephen had graciously stepped aside so Nathan could make Julio his best man. The kid had been over the moon. Karolina had said that he could talk about nothing else since he had asked him. It hadn't been about scoring brownie points. Nathan had meant what he said about having the whole family's support. Before proposing, he'd sat both Julio and Tamara down to discuss his desire to marry their mom and ask for their permission. He wasn't only asking Karolina to join his family. Those kids were just as important to him. He had been concerned that they would think he wanted to take Carlo's place. Even though Carlo was husband number 3, he was also the most important father figure to both of them, and Nathan wanted to reassure them that he wouldn't stand in his way. For some reason, his desire to do right by them had upset both Tamara and Julio, and it took considerable coaxing for Nathan to get them to calm down enough to tell him what was wrong. He'd been over the moon when they told him how excited they were that he was going to be their dad too, and that had launched a discussion on what to call him. They'd settled on Nathan for the time being, and he had promised them that they would discuss it again after everyone had a breaking-in period, and the newness of him in their lives seemed more natural. Nathan couldn't hold back what he was feeling when they both wholeheartedly gave him their blessing before launching into his arms for a group hug. Everything seemed to be working out for the best, and he couldn't be happier. Straightening, Nathan began to pace at the altar. There wasn't a doubt in his mind that he was making the right decision, but he had a bundle of energy inside him. "Calm down," Stephen whispered. "You're going to wear the carpet down." "The priest keeps checking his watch," Nathan muttered. "What time is it?" "She'll be here." Gabe checked the time and shrugged. "It seems that Karolina can't be on time even to her own wedding," he teased. "Late?" Nathan snapped his head around. "I bet I know what the holdup is." With a smile, he left his brothers standing at the altar and jogged down the aisle, smiling at the concerned looks he received from the guests shifting in the pews. Opening the church doors into the foyer, he found his sisters-in-law staring at Karolina. She was dressed in a simple ivory satin dress. The sheen cupped her cleavage and fell softly over the curves of her body. She was stunning. And she was being yelled at by her mother. "How can you be late to your own wedding?" Maria hissed. "This is ridiculous. You can't be on time for anything. I swear you're going to be late for your own funeral." "I wouldn't be so late if you'd quit yelling at me," Karolina snapped back as she stared into the mirror and smoothed a hand over her hair. Nathan leaned against the door and shook his head. "I don't think she can be late if she's the main event," he said softly. The girls gasped and turned around. "What are you doing here?" Maria snapped. "It is bad luck to see the bride in her dress before the wedding. Don't you know anything?" "It never helped her out before," Angie said with a smirk. Karolina glared at her. "I wanted everything to be perfect," she fussed. "It's my last wedding." "Are you sure about that?" Benita teased. "Don't even." Maria waved her finger threateningly. She rolled around in her wheelchair and glared at Karolina.
This is the last time that I do this. It better stick.
His bride met his gaze, and she smiled softly. I don't care if we're minutes late or hours late, Nathan murmured, so long as she's mine. The girls sighed, and even Maria smiled.
You know what, Mama?
Karolina said with a wink, never taking her eyes off Nathan.
I have a feeling he's the one. Now go, so I can meet you at the altar.
Yes, ma'am. Nathan winked back at her before slipping back through the door. Jogging back to the altar, he took his place, nodding to the priest. Julio tapped him on the hip.
Is everything okay?
He whispered loudly, as those in the front rows looked on. Whispering just as loudly back,
Everything is perfect.
At that moment, both doors in the back of the church opened, and the priest signaled for the music to begin. As everyone stood up to turn and face the back of the church, Nathan could see the bridesmaids lining up, with Tamara at the front. As they slowly made their way up the aisle to the altar, Nathan smiled at all the happy comments the guests were making as his future stepdaughter and sisters-in-law proceeded toward him. When they reached the front, Tamara crooked her finger at him. Curious, he bent down closer to her, and she went up on her tiptoes to give him a kiss on the cheek, followed by a whispered,
Good luck.
Before he could respond, the priest cleared his throat, and Tamara quickly took her place next to her smiling aunts. Looking up, Nathan caught his breath as Karolina walked slowly up the aisle next to her mother. Maria's normally dour face had been replaced with smiles as she rolled next to her daughter. Shifting his gaze back to Karolina, he felt the butterflies in his stomach finally calm down. Expecting to be more nervous than he was giving a toast at Stephen and Angie's reception, he was surprised at how calm he felt. Like the building blocks of the designs he creates, all the pieces of his life were finally fitting into place. It had taken him this long to realize that he needed Karolina and her family to be complete, and now that it was happening, he was more than ready. When Maria handed Karolina over to him, he smiled his thanks before taking Karolina's hand. Pulling her to him, he gave her a surprise kiss as the priest chuckled. Normally, the groom waits until after I pronounce you husband and wife, he chided lightly, as the wedding party laughed lightly. Smiling at Karolina, he squeezed her hand, knowing that she could see the tears in his eyes. I couldn't help myself, Father. She's the most beautiful woman in the world to me, and I intend to remind her how much I love and appreciate her for the rest of my life. Clearing his throat again, the priest stepped forward. Well, let's get started then. Standing next to Karolina, they held hands as the priest spoke. Dearly beloved, we gather here today as family and friends to unite Nathan Maxfield and Karolina Valdez in holy matrimony. Their decision to marry has not been entered into lightly, and today they publicly declare their love and commitment to one another. As the priest spoke, Nathan couldn't take his eyes off Karolina as she stared back at him in turn. It was as though the entire church blurred into nothing more than white noise as they stared into each other's eyes. Nathan knew that he should pay more attention to what was going on, but the world paled in comparison to the beautiful woman who had consented to be his wife. He snapped out of the daze he had fallen into when the priest announced, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Before Nathan could respond, Karolina turned to him and placed her hands on his shoulders. Jerking him against her, she kissed him. Laughing into her mouth, he wrapped his arms around her and bent her back, deepening the kiss. He vaguely heard applause and cheering as he thoroughly kissed his wife. The end of The Billionaire's Stubborn Lover, Book 3 of the Maxfield Brothers series. This has been The Billionaire's Stubborn Lover, the Maxfield Brothers series, Book 3. Written by Leslie North. Narrated by Connor Brown.